Yo. Let me pause this. Let me close this. And let me switch. It's been a minute. I'm gonna talk for a little bit here because I want to fill some time. Because the VOD is definitely gonna get muted because of those songs. So I don't want to like jump hardcore right into it because it'll get muted. Because dumb shit. In other news, I am attempting to move videos over to YouTube because of Twitch's kind of cringe-ass rules. Or not so much cringe-ass rules, more so their cringe-ass way of handling their rules. Not so much not so much exactly their not so much the rule itself, but their enforcement of it, because they do it so much worse than like every fucking other streamer. Or not streamers, every other site that has to comply with safe haven laws. It's pretty cringe how Twitch decides to deal with it. There's no reason why they have this weird like arbitrary 3-strike system, or well, I mean, they have the 3-strike system so people who repeat offend can't just walk by, but I don't know, it's just cringe all around. Okay, let me get the game open here. Oops, wrong button. The game captured? Yes, we are. Okay. So I did add some things to my little theory document. Let me get it here. I have asterisks next to the stuff that I added. Okay, so the one thing that I added for here, I said some weird twinge of a prophecy or prophetic nature of, this should say of events, not event, of events happening. Casey started acting like Satoshi and presumably ended up going down the same path as him. However, Satoshi disappeared, not 100% confirmed dead like Keiichi in the first chapter. Not sure if this is some weird destined thing or just an odd coincidence. Can't really know. This was another thing that I was checking back in my other VODs to see what the audio levels were, to make sure that they were not bad. And I was at the scene where Mion is being confronted by Keiichi. And there was one big thing, which I don't think I commented on at the time. I know I was thinking about it, but I don't think I ever said anything. But Mion made it very clear that, and again, she could be playing to the crowd at this time, so it's like pretty hard to say for certain. But she did say that she did not believe in the curse, but that Rina did to a really high degree. I don't have any reason to believe that she's lying. She seemed pretty forthcoming in that whole conversation, so I wouldn't expect her to have lied at that one point, but it's very possible. So that was for the Chapter 1 stuff. Now for the Chapter 2 stuff. We've been introduced to a new, not really, character named Shion. Seems to literally just be a more intimate side of Mion, who passes this off as a second person entirely. She doesn't want to be associated with this more feminine side of herself, compared to her regular tomboyish behavior at school. Now, I just threw this in as a caveat. I'm not sure if this is real or not. Like, I feel like this could be like a twist they do like 9 years from now. I don't think it'll happen, but I think Shion might be a real person in the sense that Mion might actually have a sister named Shion, but the one we know is like 99% just Mion. I guess there is some really small, like 1% chance that it isn't her, but I'm near positive. Basically, I'm going to cover my base and say that I'm like 99.9999% positive that Mion and Shion are the same person, at least the two that we've seen so far. There could be some small, like 1% chance that they're not, but if there is a lot of inconsistencies in how Mion and Shion act in regards to each other, if assuming they aren't the same person. So I'm like pretty sure they are, but I'm going to assume and treat it as such that they're the same person. But Mion's family owns a diner, which Keiichi and Oishi ate at together in Chapter 1. So this is going back and talking about, because I remember I said, like, right here, Mion knowing about Keiichi's lunch with Oishi. But now that we know that it doesn't even necessarily have to be her that was there, as long as, you know, she has employees, she has family members. Like, it doesn't, she very well could have been there. But it doesn't really make sense in the timeline, if I'm remembering right. Because I think in that chapter, what happened was I got... Oh, no, maybe not. No, I have my timelines mixed. Never mind. No, it's very possible she could have been there and I just didn't notice her. So, basically, I had like that weird theory that the people who get possessed get like this like weird, like omniscient knowledge about what's going on. And it seems that at least that part is not true. The Rina with the 7th Mart with the cup noodle thing, like stalking him, and then this weird inconsistency between how Mion knew about the lunch that had happened, even though it didn't seem like she was present. Little did we know she probably was. So that's at least one strike, not necessarily on the demon possession theory as a whole, but at least on the part... Why am I dropping so many frames? What the fuck? My connection's very unstable. Hopefully it's not like this the whole day. But at least that all-knowing, like, weird demon part that I had fucking postulated a bit earlier. Okay. I should have rambled for enough now that whenever the VOD mutes, this shouldn't be an issue. So let's continue. We're gonna be a really long stream today, because I'm expecting this is going to be upwards of 10 hours. Because I want to finish this chapter. Because I can't stream tomorrow, and I would like to be at a somewhat good ending point. Because I have a midterm on Monday that I need to study for tomorrow. So I don't want to stream then. It'll be just a nightmare. I'm going to have to continue this during the week, so I will probably stream like the day of after my exam. I just have to figure out, I might have to start doing shorter but more regular streams. I just have to figure out how exactly to fit this into my schedule so that I can actually finish this game in a timely manner, because I don't want to leave it shelved forever. Okay, let's go. So basically, there really wasn't a whole... I mean, I'm sure there was, like, a little bit of info, you know, with, like, the villagers being, like, very... very connected, being, like... subservient, I guess. Like, listening to... They have, like, a weird... united nature. But for the most part, this whole chapter has kind of just been, like, a dating sim with Mion, which I'm not against, but... at least on its face, there's been a lot of progression yet. I knew we wouldn't be doing any club activities after school today before Mion even said anything. I'd been invited over by Shion for an all-you-can-eat dessert. I made a point of leaving half my lunch uneaten. My expectations would only be rivaled by my hunger. Keiichi, you seem kind of happy today. Did something good happen? Did it? I guess it was obvious. Rina had questioned me with a happy look. That's right, why don't I invite Rina for dessert as well? No, if I recall correctly, Shion said something about having a ticket. At worst, the restaurant might be admission by ticket only today. If that was the case, then having Rina be turned away at the door would result in the worst feeling ever. Yeah, I got a little lucky. I'll tell you about it tomorrow. Rina, you'll definitely be jealous. Whoa, 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 what is it? I'm jealous. This lucky thing, is it cute? Is it? Cute? I wonder what Rina would think of the uniforms at Angel Mart. They'd definitely be a critical hit. Probably. It's probably pretty cute. What? I'm jelly. Sorry, I was gonna fix my mic here. What is it? What is it? What kind of fortune were you blessed with, huh? Could it be you participated in the draw at Angel Mort about 2 months ago and won? Hey, now, I hadn't even transferred here 2 months ago. Oh, that's right. Then it's not the Angel's Dessert Festa, then. Me, what is the Angel's Dessert Festa exactly? You know, there's that family restaurant called Angel Mort right by Okinomiya Station? Every season they hold an event to promote their new dessert menu. That's today. Oh, it's no use going. The restaurant is reserved for people who won the draw. Mion explained once again what Shion explained to me last night. Rena will have to stop by the restaurant sometime. I'll do my best to draw a winning ticket and aim to enter the next all-you-can-eat event. Knock yourself out. By the way, this is just something I heard, but there's a rumor that the tickets are being sold on the black market for a pretty penny. Hearing that story, I felt even more appreciative of the ticket that Shion procured for me. I just thought I was lucky to be able to eat dessert for free, but it turned out that the ticket was much more valuable. The number of things I had to thank Shion for had increased again. Thanks. Good job, dude. You're blowing your cover. You gotta... My guy is really not quick on his toes at all. Oh my god, wait. This is actually true. Dude. I can't believe this. The NHL, dude, they knew what they were doing, so this is so unrelated. I guess you can search this up whenever you listen to this, if it's in the past or in the past, if it's right now or in the future, but they honored a firefighter named Dusty Gooch. They knew what they were doing. Sorry, let's keep back on topic. Thanks. I didn't know it was worth so much. I was whispered in a voice only Mion could hear. That was how I conveyed my feelings. Mion looked at me for a moment before she tilted her head to the side and smiled confusedly. What? Did you say something? It would be a problem if you said something to me right now. That smile seemed to be telling me as much. I guess Mion wouldn't be accepting any gratitude while she was Mion. I'll go to the restaurant. Today, I'll thank Mion while she's Shion. Dude, this is like some 9-head reverse replacement. Well then, this old man will take his leave here. The work today is going to be a little rough. Later. Mion waved her hand energetically as she left. Hey Keiichi, Mia's been kinda weird lately. Like she's elated or something. What? Rena was pretty sharp when it came to these type of things. To me, Mion seemed the same as always, but Rena apparently felt something different. You don't know, Keiichi? I totally thought you knew. Rena's skirt fluttered as she spun around with a coy smile. No, what exactly? I was obviously weaseling my way, Weasley little fucking liar dude, out of the question, but I wasn't lying. Honestly, I really didn't know what was going on. Why did Shion, a persona of Mion that she'd created, appear before me? Something was blatantly up, but Rena paid it no heed. Oh, really? I wonder what it is then. When Mia's in a good mood, so is Rena. Oh. Saying that, she spread her arms wide and spun around happily. I didn't know why, but Rena was in a really good mood. It was so infectious that I had to smile too. Even the chirping of the cicadas seemed joyful. But you see... Uh-oh. Rena abruptly stopped spitting. Her expression had returned to a more somber one. You see, lately, she's been in a lot of pain. Whoa, what do you mean, pain? The pain that Rena was talking about probably wasn't physical. At first she tried to pretend it wasn't a big deal, but like a wound, it began to fester and grow. Eventually she was no longer able to bear the pain and woke up in the middle of the night. And then she phoned Rena. Mia was crying. I'm sorry, what are you talking about? What am I talking about, huh? What is Rena talking about? What? Hey, don't play dumb like that. Just now you said... I don't know. Rena doesn't know anything. How? What? Rena spun as she laughed innocently. Eventually, she appeared to get sick, stumbling as she steadied herself with her hand against the wall. That was dumb. That's what you get for getting carried away and spinning like that. So sorry. Oh, I think I feel sick. I'll lend the ditz a shoulder to lean on. To be stumbling around like a newborn foal at this age is actually quite a feat. Rena in a good mood only babbled incoherently after that. I laughed as I responded to and chided her. However, the chance to revisit that heavy topic Rina had brought up before never arrived. I hope Mion is okay, because I like her. Okay. As soon as I got home, I tossed aside my school bag and changed in a hurry. So right off the bat, like, the one thing that I would be a little bit afraid of, judging by, some of the past events so far in this game, Rina's probably gonna tail me. So I need to be a little bit, worried, I guess. Rina would not surprise me if she was, like, this would not surprise me if Rina is like a crazy ex-girlfriend type. As soon as I got home, yeah, I really read that. The effects of only having a light lunch were starting to show as my stomach began to let out fickle growls. Alright, let's go to Angelmort. It's time to face the land of endless dessert. Preparations for battle are complete. Tally-ho. What year is it that you're saying tally-ho, bro? Angelmort had a decidedly different feel to it compared to yesterday. Dessert Festa today, admittance by reservation only. Nonetheless, the front of the store was being swarmed by over a dozen young men. Judging by how they were looking upwards in jealousy, instead of entering the store, they weren't invitees. Why would they gather here if they knew they couldn't get in? I found out the answer when I passed through the crowd and began to climb the steps to enter the restaurant. Are you a participant? Do you have a ticket? Yeah, well, I was lucky. As soon as I said that, I was immediately mobbed. It was like being in the middle of a football scrum on a crowded train. Well, what is going on? The reason was this. It wasn't just one ticket per person. One ticket could let up to 4 people inside. So it's like that, huh? Seems like I should have invited Rina and the others. Thanks for the tip, but I'll pretend I didn't hear that. With an uplifting smile, I turned and ignored them. When I did, their arms all reached out at once, like the souls of the damned seeking succor. I don't know how to say this word. I know I've seen it before, but I have no clue how to say it.
Sucker.
Sucker. So it's literally just sucker. It looks like succor. Okay, weird, I feel like that it isn't right. That just doesn't... No, it is.
Sucker.
Sucker. Damn, it is. It's just sucker. That's just a weird... Whatever. That ticket can get up to 4 people. Please bring us with you. What selfish people. This was the only reason they were crowded in front of the restaurant. Dozens of wretched arms reached out for me like the teeth of a giant rake and grasped at the air. I was already climbing the stairs to the entrance. What a heartless dick. Grab him. This isn't something to joke about. I flew up the rest of the stairs and threw myself inside the restaurant. It was like I had entered a different world. The miserable throng of the damned hurled curses at me from the other side of the glass door, but inside of this completely soundproofed and air-conditioned restaurant, with the angelic smile of a waitress to welcome me, they were nothing more than a refreshing piece of scenery. I knew that I shouldn't laugh, but I began to let out a sinister cackle. Good afternoon, welcome to Angelmort. Due to today's Dessert Festa, the restaurant is reserved for customers who won the draw. Can I ask for your name and ticket? I don't have a ticket, but I should be on the guest list. May borrow? Maybara. There it is. I'm sorry, but may I please have your full name? Keiichi Maybara. My apologies for the inconvenience. You're here by special invitation, right? I'll show you to your seat. Please, this way. The mood inside the room was incredibly heated. The booths were packed to the brim. Men in their prime were stuffing their faces with dainty desserts that didn't suit them at all. It was a rather unnerving spectacle. Soon after I was shown to my seat, Shion arrived. Good afternoon. Welcome to Angelmort. Hey Shion, thanks so much for today. I really appreciate it. You were a bit late, so I was getting worried. I'm really happy you came though. It may have been because other customers were around that her tone was less casual, but she still capped off that welcome with her usual brilliant smile. As you can see, there's a lot of customers here today. I'm not sure I'll be able to take a break. Please take your time and relax until I'm finished. When I'm done, let's go play somewhere, okay? Whispering just that last part into my ear, Shion winked and returned to the kitchen. Maybe it was because the mood in the restaurant was so heated, but Shion seemed to be a bit bolder. Even a small change in her mannerisms was enough to set my heart aflutter. Okay. Sorry to keep you waiting. While I was overwhelmed by the atmosphere inside the restaurant, orders from the new summer menu were carried out one after another. Every single one was extravagantly huge. I get it. You can eat all these amazing things for free. No wonder a ticket was worth its weight in gold. On top of that, all of it was plenty delicious. From dishes with a general appeal to insane ones aimed at a specific audience. There were absolutely no gaps in the repertoire. No matter how you look at it, I don't think one person can eat this much. Well, let's just leave it at that for now. Didn't feel relaxing in here at all, probably because the fervor inside the restaurant was clearly abnormal. All the other booth seats were crammed with groups of 4. Sleazy men were gorging like pigs on cutely decorated desserts, and it wouldn't have been a surprise if they started licking the plates. It was more than a little unsettling. It piqued my interest, so I started listening in on their conversation, and what things I heard. Angel Mort so moe. Me? I bought my ticket for $70,000 on blank auctions. I told work that I was attending a relative's funeral. The uniforms here are the greatest. I wonder if the waitress would wipe it for me if I spilled some water on my pants or I meow. Yikes. I heard they're planning on selling Angel Mort figures. We'll have to pay heed at the next event. Speaking of which, what major figure maker decided to bring out the line? We must confirm the release date. The problem is there's too many variations to bulk buy them. If it were just a normal set of family restaurant uniforms, it'd only be around 10 types, but including the secret set with different poses that are planned, there's 100 or so. Someone trade with me when I get a double. It's my duty as a fan to complete the collection right away. No, this is destiny between us. Yeah, this guy's a little bit of a loony. The words spilling out of their mouths were pretty much all incomprehensible jargon. But they still keenly conveyed that hidden behind them was an invisible aura of abnormality. Sorry to keep you waiting. The next dessert is Tropical Cinnamon Love Affair. Is something the matter? No, it's kind of different inside the restaurant today. Our restaurant is pretty famous in their circles. Well, we were aiming for that, so it's all well and good. But during Festas, there's something of the more hardcore crowd, so it can be a handful. The waitress informed me quietly with a wry smile. The customers seem rather riled up, almost like a pack of hyenas. Seems a lot of the customers today came from unreasonably far away. Those types of people are fairly prone to losing their self-control, so it's a little scary. If you don't keep your guard up, something bad can happen. What does she mean by keep your guard up? At that moment, a large crash resounded through the room. I turned around, startled to see that a waitress had fallen down and spilled the order she was carrying right onto a customer. Wait, isn't that Shion? I'm so sorry. Your food is, Oh, what have you done? The jeans that I bought at a certain specialty shop for a whole 1,800 yen are all sticky with frosting. Pant. What the hell is that? For someone who just met with disaster, he seems awfully happy. Well, yeah, he's a fucking opportunist. How tragic. It seems that little Miss Wages here will have to wipey it up from the bottom of her heart. Oh, yikes. The conversation suddenly veered off in an odd direction. Hey, what did he say? Wipey. Did he want Shion to wipe him down? Right over that obviously aberrant tent he had pitched over. Okay, man. But that is... Wipey. The wipey chant quickly spread throughout the room. Totally cornered, Shion went pale. She looked over to a more experienced waitress for help, but was only met with a head shaking out of pity. Sonozaki was tripped. Customers who do that to purposely get their clothes dirty have been on the rise lately. Ah, so you're saying she was tripped. And what happened just now wasn't an accident. It was on purpose? The regular girls are careful about it, so they definitely won't end up like that. But Sonozaki is only a seasonal hire, so she had her guard down. The customers today could easily pick up on that, so she's been targeted since this morning. What's the manager doing? You should just kick those thugs out. We're in the service industry, so there's not much we can do about it. I mean, yeah, you can. You can just kick them out, but it's fine. She laughed as she said that in a resigned tone. Shion trembled uncontrollably with a dishcloth in her hands as she turned bright red. The man who had been doused in frosting splayed out on the bench, putting the cream-covered tent over his crotch. On full display. Yikes. Still mentally unprepared, her trembling hand inched forward, goaded on by onlookers. Come. It is a time for the wipey. From my male point of view, it might have been a ridiculous spectacle I could just smile wryly at, but from a woman's point of view, this was obviously pure humiliation. So step in. When I was trapped by those thugs and had been paralyzed with fear, Shion fearlessly stood up to them and saved me. Still, as humiliating as it was, Xian was also partly to blame for this. It wasn't as though her life was at stake, right? I mean, it could be. We've already established previously that Mion seems to be in some amount of mental anguish. So, I don't think we should just, like, let something that could make it worse just go by the wayside. What I'm saying is we should shrimp. Even these guys, they're just gonna jeer at her in a bit of a lewd situation. It's not like they were gonna eat Xion alive or anything. It'd be alright if I just consoled her afterwards. Even I was scared, but Kay was in trouble, so I had to be brave and do my best. Was I excuse me, fuck. When I, a man, was being assailed by three thugs, while paralyzed with fear, Xion saved me without a second thought. But what about now? These sleazy, filthy degenerates were trying to pin the blame on Xion. This time, our roles were reversed. Squad W. Hey Kate, you may borrow. If you don't save her now, when will you be able to repay the debt you owe her? You scared, Keiichi? At that time, Xion. No, Mion didn't even show a hint of hesitation. Then what about now? I'm not hesitating. Then what? If you're not hesitating, then why aren't you helping her? Now resign yourself to your fate. Bwahaha. Shut up, you greasy fat ass. Get out of here before I get angry. I grasped Xion's shoulder firmly and pulled her behind me. Kay. Yonder waitress was the one who wet mine pants. Okay, Shakespeare. The one who needs punishing is you. Enough with the empty words. If you're a man, talk with your fists. Thud smash. So I assaulted this man. Never mind. My body was lifted into the air like nothing. I was thrown right back into my seat. This guy is strong. No matter how you look at it. Athletic and this lardo aren't even in the same area code. Many otaku are unexpectedly well versed in some obscure martial arts. Don't be misunderestimating us. The man smirked, showing off his gum line. KK, are you okay? Damn it, how lame must I look right now? You were tripped, weren't you, Xion? They're the ones in the wrong here, so don't let them take advantage of you. That may be, but it was still my fault. Whoa! One more time. Let's do eat. My fucking Borat? Snap, thud, crash. Don't you go think that this is enough to make me give up. One more time. One more time. Ho ho ho. You're all talk. I'm not done yet. Rise my will to fight. Not just running, I planted every one of my steps firmly as I closed the distance to the lard ball. Each time I ripped my foot off the floor, I could feel my burning spirit flare up from the point of impact. Everything slowed down like I was walking underwater. As I stepped forward in that viscous flow of time, I calmly measured the gap between us. Okay, fucking... This is literally like Hajime no Ippo right now. He's just gonna go ham. With our difference in height, reach was my ultimate advantage. There was an ever so tiny distance between us where only my punch would be able to reach. I unleashed my iron fist of righteous anger, but it flew towards his face slowly, like I was punching underwater. Reacting to that, with a smirk on his face, the fatso easily slipped inside of my punch. I hadn't realized it until now, but in this mired time, I was able to observe his baffling counterattack with almost painful clarity. His arm slowly swung around in a large windmill motion. I mean, yeah, dude, this guy said he knows martial arts, but he's probably just throwing haymakers. Wrapped around my whiffled punch and descended in an arc. That arm swung around like the arms of a clock and came into contact with my head, twisting my upper body around. Dragging my head along, he followed through with another rotation. This time, he rotated his entire body like a top, followed by another rotation, combining defense and offense. It was a brilliant counter. Am I fighting against, like, fucking Muhammad Ali? Like, that's right, 3 times. I was thrown after 3 rotations, I think. In this vicious region of time, I was unable to struggle, and I could only wait dumbstruck until the moment I was thrown. The moment I was, the sluggish temporal anomaly abruptly ended. Crash. You lack training, young man. I was loath to admit, but against somebody trained in martial arts, I couldn't win through force of will alone. After my consciousness faded in a wave of dizziness, when I came to, I was lying down in my own seat. Thankfully, you weren't injured. The more experienced waitress from before wiped a sweat from my brow with a towel. While she was doing that, a red-faced and teary-eyed Shion trudged over. Excuse me, I don't know why my throat keeps feeling weird. Are you okay? Doing that all for my sake. I'm sorry. I'm sorry too, I wasn't much help. Never won a fight before. No, you just trying to help me made me happy. I'm not joking. It's just that I was thinking that it was lucky Kay came here today. As she said that, she stuck her tongue out teasingly. She wiped off the whipped cream with the washcloth she was holding in her hands. Sonozaki, you can take your break now. You still have 1 or 2 hours left, don't you? No, it's fine. Even though it's just part-time, still paying job. I want to work properly while I'm still on the clock. So really, you don't have to worry about me. She couldn't even put up a brave front. I would never even think for a second that Mion could be that weak. This was Shion, and she had been harassed by some unreasonable riffraff. That was reality. Riffraff was here. His main goal is to blow up and act like he don't know nobody. Okay, don't mind me. Please eat as much dessert as you can. When you're done, we'll have you fill out a survey. Well, then I've got to get back. I've got to get back to the floor. After some consoling words and a sympathetic smile to Shion, the other waitresses started to head back to work. That's where I stopped her. Excuse me, can I borrow your phone? The phone? It's by the register. I'll show you where. I pulled a 10 yen coin from my wallet. This wasn't about saving face. My being a worthless coward was an unchangeable fact, but I could just cry myself to sleep about that later tonight. Now is not the time for tears. I had to fight. If I recall, one ticket is good for up to 4 people, right? Is it alright if I call over 3 more people? Yeah, that's fine. For the time being, I'll write them down on the guest list. Could I have their names? I turned around and glared at the greasy hooligan who subjected Shion to the humiliation. Oh, he's gonna get Rina here. Rina's like a force of nature. There are 3 things that aren't working in your favor today, punk. The first is that I owe Shion. The second is that I'm a man who's not afraid to throw away his pride to win. And the third is that we're the most powerful club members in history. Please add Rina Ryugu, Satoko Hojo, and Rika Furude to the guest list. Understood, I'll do that. I'll have the best and most powerful club members join the fray. They can bring down 1,000 foes, you fat asses. Prepare to meet your maker. This is a nice restaurant. How? The uniforms are cute. Rina wants to wear them too. How? On top of that, we're being treated to dessert. I'm deeply moved. Yeah, eat as much as you like. Don't worry about my share. Keiichi, enough with the charades. Let's get to the point. Rina and Rika put down their forks when Satoko broached the subject. After looking at them for a few moments, I pressed my forehead firmly into the table. I beg of you. I don't care if you make fun of how pathetic I am. Please lend me your strength. The 3 of them seemed somewhat surprised by the sudden turn of events, but nevertheless listened to what I had to say without making fun of my unusual behavior. What's the matter? Something happened, didn't it? Didn't it? Actually, Mion's younger sister Shion is working part-time at this restaurant. Ah, that little sister you were talking about, right? Could it be her? Could it? She resembles her. Resemble? That's just Mion with her hair down, isn't it? I didn't know what to say. If Keiichi says that's Shion, then that's Shion. They might be twins, but can they really look that much alike? They're called monozygotic twins. They really can look identical. Yes, you're just giving what an identical twin is because they shared the same egg. Or sorry, they shared the same thing. Oh, my egg. Or my egg. My chin. Yeah, no, it shares one egg that gets split instead of 2 separate eggs being things, so they can look literally identical because most of the genetic material is the exact same. Rina gave the most plausible explanation, so everybody else was convinced. Well then, do you believe me? I'll get to the point then. To be fair, it doesn't really make sense. I mean, she could say younger in the sense that, like, sometimes twins do this where it's like, oh, I was born like 5 seconds before my twin. I'm the older one. It's like, oh, okay, dude, whatever you say. But they're the same age, so Mion calling it her younger sister also wouldn't line up with that theory, but it's fine. I recounted everything that had just happened. How Shion was targeted, how she was antagonized by the customers, and the humiliation that was forced upon her. And how incredibly pathetic I was. I included everything without trying to hide it. But that's awful. Poor she. However, for you to be unable to help her, there should be a limit to how unsightly you can be. There's nothing I can say to that. Satoko, to admit that you lost and to seek help is a very difficult thing to do. True. Keiichi chose to help Shi rather than to save his pride. So pathetic. Rina's follow-up stung a bit, but I could only be thankful that she understood. Satoko was calling me all sorts of names, but there were no malign intentions behind her words. Then what should we do? Her voice was monotone, but there was a hint of resolve in her words. I replied to Rika's suggestive silence, in kind, with my own quiet resolve. Well, I thought it would be something like that. It's a bit much for Keiichi to handle alone. Huh? Then you'll help? Of course, Keiichi. We'll help anybody who's being bullied. I remember when I was cornered by those thugs, what Shion had said about the strong feeling of solidarity in Hinamizawa really began to hit home. However, Keiichi Maebara, now's not the time to get choked up with tears of gratitude. Now is the time to fight. Sorry, I owe you one. You tried your best, but didn't stand a chance alone. How sad, how sad. Rika gently pat my head for me, but there was no mindless pity in that palm of her hand. It was overflowing with the strong, dependable feeling of leave the rest to us. Mion can't join us due to various circumstances, so I'll temporarily be taking command. Our strategy will revolve around Shion's defense and the extermination of the enemy's combat capability. Who's the enemy? Are there a lot of them? From this point forward, anybody who messes with Shion shall be considered an enemy combatant. There are no rules of engagement. Compensation will be the dessert you just ate. Any questions? Everybody had already entered club mode, their eyes peering at the riffraff clamoring around inside the restaurant like predators stalking their prey from the darkness. Rika held up her hand. What is it, Rika? Do we have to show mercy? Of course we'll have to. We have no need to show mercy to the rabble that would dare lay a finger on Mion's little sister. Then it's okay, Keiichi? Rika was serious. She was really ready to pretty much murder someone. I'm counting on you, Rika. I, Keiichi Maebara, shall assume all responsibility. Rout them. Ahaha, alrighty. Rina's gonna do her best too. Sorry, please do. Keiichi, you don't have to be so tense. Well, just wait and see. By the time you finish that parfait, we'll have finished cleaning up too. Well then, everyone, let's give it our all. Go for it, yay. Thus, the most powerful war band the world had ever known, trained by Mion, began to move. I was the oldest, the only boy, and behaved like a leader, but when you consider our club activities, I was by far the most junior member. Individually, everyone besides me had terrifying combat capabilities. If all of them combined their strengths to protect Shion, I couldn't even imagine. I was probably about to witness something terrible and awe-inspiring. So Nozaki, 5 deluxe parfait for table 7. Ah, sure thing. Shion carried the order to the tables. For Shion to carry all 5 parfaits without wobbling took so much effort that she didn't have the breathing room to pay attention to her feet. A sec, I gotta close something here. There we go. Comrades, here she comes yet again. This time I'll have her spill everything on my pants, and have her give an especially thorough wipey. I hate how he calls it that. Hi, hello. How's it going? It was the same wipey scheme that had occurred just a short time earlier. This time, another one of them was trying it out for himself. The very depravity of these men was itself a full-out attack. Rina, this is Keiichi. Ambush them around tables 5 and 6. Rina, do you copy? The restaurant's uniforms, so cute. How, I want to take them home. Shion, her bottom swaying while carrying the parfaits, was being chased by an equally swaying Rina. She was supposed to be escorting Shion, but Rina was instead transfixed by the back of her uniform. From a normal person's point of view, it was probably like having a fox guard a hen house. When it comes to Rina, things are different. Q mode, 120% synchronization. We've won. When Rina's in that state, even the laws of physics don't apply. I keep right-clicking. Fuck, I have such a bad habit of it. Shion's legs, unsteady and defenseless, were being targeted by those sleazebags. Now, my comrades, I am not reading this line. A leg snaked out to trip Shion's defenseless feet. Egads, 3 of them at once. Jesus Christ. Tap, tap, tap. Yeah. It happened in an instant. The 3 fools writhed in pain as their legs bent at unnatural angles. Holy fuck, did she break their legs? Rina teetered into view and gave them a warning. Question mark. How? No mischief, okay? No means no. No. Rina's gonna be the one to take her home. This girl, what's with that strange technique? The human scum clutched their bruised ankles as they passed out. Okay. That's our arena. No matter how many times I see it, it's always frighteningly quick. Yeah, it's an unbreakable barrier. Anyone within a 2-meter radius who attacks Shion is completely obliterated by Rina. It's like she's her stand. As nukes are being dropped. As Shion was making her rounds through the restaurant, there were people here and there collapsing with welts on their legs or hands. How? Keiichi, this is Rina. There's nobody left that'll bother she. So I'm gonna take her home now. Rina, this is Keiichi. Good work. Please continue the mission. Also, permission to take home denied. I repeat, permission to take home denied. And I'll just look. I guess looking is fine. That wouldn't prevent her from guarding Shion, so I guess it's okay. Anyway, thanks to this, I knew who had tried to mess with Shion. Anybody who was clutching at their arm or leg while they were writhing in agony was basically branded by their bruises. Currently, we have finished identifying all enemy forces. Proceeding to the next phase. Satoko, this is Keiichi. What's your status? This is Satoko. That's a rude way to ask. Keiichi, exactly who do you think I am? Satoko was in the kitchen. She had spread open a sketch of the restaurant on the counter, replete with ordered shits and their destinations, and was now sorting through the freshly made desserts. Oh man, she's gonna like, hey, what are you doing? Now, Sonozaki, it's alright, just leave it to her. Oh, okay. So they're literally helping us fucking fuck with these people. More importantly, we're taking all these orders out at once, so I'm counting on you. The veteran waitress was briskly directing her juniors as the trays went out one after another. All the desserts that had passed through Satoko's hands were delivered at once. How? Lots of cute desserts are coming. I think you know this, but don't touch them, at least if you still value your life. I know, but certainly they were all incredibly cute looking desserts. They were all works of art that you could enjoy before even taking your first bite. However, since Satoko had meddled with them, they were nothing more than unpredictable danger. Blissfully ignorant of the fact that the men were now stuffing their faces. I'm guessing they should just like pour salt in it. Almost right away, they realized that something was wrong. Satoko, what did you mix in there? It couldn't have been salt or Tabasco, right? My, what are you saying, Keiichi? You said no mercy. I might not look like it, but when I get down to business, I like to be very thorough. As she said that, she twirled a dubious file in her fingers before putting it away smartly in her pouch. Rika, this is Satoko. The customers are moving. Escort duty is all yours. Leave it to me. Did she give them like Ipecac or something? Come to think of it, I didn't see Rika anywhere. Where could she be lurking? Clatter, clatter. Several men stood up suddenly from their seats, surveying the restaurant for something. That restless fidgeting. And that look of relief when they found a single placard hanging from the ceiling. Written on the placard was the word, restroom. They began a mad rush, or was it like a laxative? They began a mad rush in that direction. It wasn't just one or two people. All the people that were branded as the enemy were standing up from their seats while clutching at their stomachs. Ugh, I think I was a little too greedy. Where's the washroom? Mewtwo. Not a Nyamba one? Okay, dude. I need to cash out. Where's the toilet? I found it. Urine for now. Jesus Christ. I felt dirty just thinking about what Satoko probably did to their desserts. The problem was how to follow this up. I was intrigued, so I followed the rush of the men to the washroom. This is where you just fucking break the toilet or you turn off the water. The narrow hallway connecting to the restroom was crammed with about 10 men. What is this? As I peered over to see what was happening. Whoa, it seemed that the toilet was unleashing a loud gurgling sound and a terrible stench. There was no way to use it in this state. Damn that Satoko, what a frightening display of power. No, this wasn't Satoko's doing. It was divine punishment. Yeah, they were just unlucky. I'll just apologetically ask one of the employees here to clean it up. I can't do my business like this. What do we do now, comrades? It was a brilliant combination of traps, but it would be better if there were one more push to the kicker. Seeing as it was Satoko, she wouldn't have overlooked that. Now it's come to this, it's time for the last resort. Faced with the moral dilemma, the men had only one other option, the women's restroom. Isn't using the girls' room gonna get us in trouble? I'm pretty sure there's no female customers today. Why didn't I think of that before? Okay, cringe. What a brazen bunch they are. The men, sweat now pouring from their brows, made a mad rush to the girls' room without any hesitation. And it's Rika. Me? There was a girl there. It was Rika. The men stood there, frozen, in various complicated poses indicating their surprise. Rika also seemed dumbfounded by the sudden turn of events. But the look on her face was strangely perfect. This was all part of the plan as well. You sly dog, Rika. I should never underestimate you. This, you see, Mademoiselle. Meep. The men's room is a bit dangerous at the moment, so we just want to borrow the toilet right here, right? God. Meep. But I guess it's not right after all. Right, my comrades. Just by having a girl stand there in the restroom, I never knew it could put up such an overwhelming barrier. There's no way anybody could be brave enough to lift Rika out of the way to try and do their business. Huh. This was the most they could do after all, so they're just gonna shit themselves, like in the middle of the fucking... I mean... Hey. If it were a man in full club mode, for example, someone like me, they'd plow through Rika without a second thought. Now what are you gonna do, you fat asses? The price for tormenting Shion still hasn't been paid. If you're in trouble, I can help you. That would be much appreciated. How would you do that? You can use one of the toilets outside. I'll show you to them. It'd be perfect. Please, please, at this rate, it'll end up becoming group enema puree. Oh my lord, that is nasty. That's not puree either, it's puree. Rika, with a pleasant smile on her face, guided them with a casual stride in her step. In this race against time, her slow pace was sadistic torture. Mademoiselle, is this toilet far away from here? We'll get there soon. Obeying Rika's directions, they were about to leave the restaurant. Keiichi, finish it. Give him hell. Yeah, leave it to me. I spread my arms out and blocked them as I tried to leave the restaurant. What's the meaning of this? We're at DEFCON 1 here. Listen up, you tubs of lard. You know what happens if you even set one foot outside this door, right? What is the meaning of this preposterous statement? Huh, look, it's written right on here on the ticket. Not valid for re-entry, see? You're free to use any toilet you want, but the moment you step outside that door, you can't come back. Boom. You'll remember this. I don't want to guide anybody who says scary things like that. Everybody panicked as Rika began to turn back. They could only figuratively and literally fall in line. All the waitresses also lined up to see them off. Thank you very much for coming. We shall return. Clang clang. The bell rang playfully as the door shut behind them. Jesus Christ. How pathetic. Too easy. We did it. Yay. Rina and Satoko clapped their hands together. Whew, I couldn't hold a candle to those guys by myself, but when we get the group together, we send them packing like a herd of cattle. With opponents this week, any of us could take them on by ourselves. Keiichi, you need to up your game. I was loath to admit it, but Satoko was right. Damn it. One day I'll be strong enough to be worthy to stand alongside them. But I'm really glad we were able to protect Mii's little sister. Now there's none of those bad people who are pulling pranks left. You're blessed to have such wonderful friends, Sonozaki. The veteran waitress was also smiling. After the herd was sent packing, it had calmed down completely inside the restaurant. Shion was flustered as she glanced between us and the now empty seats. You did that for me? I mean... Shion's expression was somewhere between happy and guilt-ridden. Her face had turned slightly red as she ran into the kitchen. Whoa, she is cute. They really are twins. Given Shion's personality, there's no way she'd thank us directly. We might have been a bit excessive in our means, but I'm really glad we were able to save her. I think you know this already, but Sonozaki's very grateful. As a representative of the floor staff here, I also extend my gratitude. Clap, clap, clap. The applause quickly spread throughout the entire restaurant. Not only the other waitresses, but also the customers that were genuinely there to enjoy desserts. Everyone was lauding our efforts. Okay. When we had mostly finished eating and were filling out the survey, Rika made a return. Oh, good work. Did everything go alright? You took a while. I'm sorry. I got lost on the way back. I got the hiccups. It was a lot of trouble. Rika likes to stray down some pretty strange roads. She gets lost pretty often. How does she get lost just guiding people to a nearby toilet? Everybody has their strengths and weaknesses. Rika has a lot of strong points that more than make up for that. Fuck, I don't know if I'm having a stroke or if it's written weirdly. I can see that. That expression in the girls' room, you're quite the thespian. Keiichi was being horrible. He was thinking, if I were in their shoes, I'd just run her over and rush into the washroom. What? Did what I was thinking show up on my face again? Keiichi was a pervert. No, I mean... it's a toilet, bro. You gotta do what you gotta do. I could laugh about it then, but a few days later, a newspaper headline read, 10 unidentified men were taken into custody in Hideyama. The men claimed they had traveled from Shishibon City by foot to find a toilet, but the spot they were taken into custody was blank kilometers away from Shishibon. When I read the article, I realized how terrifying Rika really was. Excuse me, I'm gonna mute here, I gotta clear my throat. Okay, fuck. Well, thanks for treating me. I'm happy that you called me here today. Oh, are you going home already? You can stay a little longer. I was in the middle of organizing some drawers. If I leave it like that, I won't be able to put out the futon. Ah, I guess that's true. Oops, looks like I called her at a bad time. Yeah, when I phoned her, she was in the middle of cleaning her room, but she still came. Well, it was an emergency, so it couldn't be helped. Besides that, I got to eat a lot of sweets, so I'm very happy. Thanks for today. Sorry for calling you out so suddenly. Tell Shion I said bye. I'll be taking my leave then. Rina, please take your time. Yeah, I will. Later. Rika and Satoko, in a good mood, horsed around with each other as they left. Okay. Now is Rina gonna cuck my date? While Rina and I were having a discussion about the dessert we just ate, she arrived with some coffee. Oh, did the two little ones leave already? Hearing them called the little ones was so strange. I inadvertently burst out laughing. Apparently they were in the middle of cleaning, so they went home. Shion had brought enough coffee for 4 people. I heard from my senior. Seems that you went through a lot of trouble for my sake. It was no trouble at all. None other than she was in a pinch after all. Oh, is it alright if I call you she? It matches with me, so I thought it'd be cute. Ah, well, whatever you want. Shion seemed a bit hesitant when Rina started to talk to her. Rina's pretty sharp about some things, so Shion was probably worried that Rina would find out she was Mion after talking like this. Shion said she'd have work soon and hurried off back to the kitchen, leaving behind coffee for just the two of us. She was a bit upset with Rina. Maybe she thought I was being too friendly. She's just embarrassed. Still, they really do look the same. Instead of twins, it's like there's another me. They look the same, but the atmosphere around them, or rather, their insides are completely different. I think those types of twins are pretty interesting, though. You think that, Keiichi? I think they're identical on the inside, too. Yeah. Duh. I don't know, dude. This main character, I understand he's young, but he's a fucking dunce. Like, he is, doesn't seem to, put it all together. Okay. It somehow became silent. Rina was just staring at the pattern the milk made on the surface of her coffee without saying a word. For somebody like me, who could never stop talking, it was a rather uncomfortable moment. Rina's off-put mannerisms seemed to imply I said something I shouldn't have. The unpleasantness carried on for a little while. Rina, you said it today, right? That Mion was hurting? Did I say something like that? Don't play dumb with me. You definitely said it, on the way home from school. Rina answered by laughing while continuing playing dumb, questioning if she said that. As thick-headed as I was, I had a faint realization. Rina wanted to say that I was the one who hurt Mion, but when? Me? Hypothetically, if something like that happened, it's not something I did out of malice. I continued the conversation, but left out the assumption that I had hurt Mion. Yeah, I think that's true. I don't think Keiichi had any bad intentions. Rina also leaving out the assumption that I had hurt Mion, but that confirmed it. I don't know how it happened, but it seemed that I had hurt Mion, and Rina was upset with me due to the fact that I hadn't realized it. I don't want you to misunderstand. It's not like Rina's mad at you. Seeing right through what I was thinking, Rina said that as she smiled, even more gently than usual. It's just that, how do I say this? It's hard. If I made a mistake, please say so clearly. I'm so thick-headed, I disgust even myself. If there's something I should apologize for, then I'd want to know even a little quicker so I can make up for it. I don't think that Keiichi made a mistake. Depending on how you look at it, me might be the one who's being unfair. Taking the stance that the girl was the one being unfair might be unfair in itself. Yeah, she's literally just saying nothing. I'm assuming, I don't remember the exact conversation because it was like a day ago now. But there was some conversation he had where, oh yeah, maybe it was the candies. I don't remember, where he said that it was for her sister, not her. Maybe that was it. What Rena said was draped in mystery. Unfortunately, I had no idea what she meant. The only thing I got out of it was that I had said or done something to inadvertently hurt Mion. I'm begging you, Rena. Mion is one of my best friends. I don't want to leave something between us that could cause problems later on. So tell me, how did I hurt her? I can't tell you. You need to realize something like this for yourself. Yeah. There's some things that other people can't do for you, buddy. The fact that she had this strength of will surprised me for a moment. I'm asking you because I can't figure it out, you know? My tone had unintentionally become harsh. Rena was also surprised for a moment, but quickly returned to her flat demeanor. Well then, I guess a hint is just fine. This is special, okay? Sorry, please. I'll think about this seriously. Rena looked around the restaurant, searching for Shion. Shion was working enthusiastically, but without confidence as usual. She, if she ties her hair up, is almost impossible to tell apart from me, right? Yeah, that's true. So then. So if me let down her hair, would she be impossible to tell apart from she? Probably. What does that have to do with anything? What if that her being the younger twin was a lie? That she was just me pretending to be her sister? What would you think? I mean, of course, she wasn't told this, we knew this already, but Rena was sharper than her daily behavior belied. I was hesitant in verbally affirming that, but it was the right answer. It might be unfair to answer a question with another question, but if, like you say, Mion is just pretending to be Shion, what purpose would that serve? God, he's so dumb. He's so fucking dumb. It hurts. He's so dumb, it hurts. God. After maintaining that silence for a while, Rena glanced at the clock. That's what I want you to think about. That was maybe too much of a hint. The whole point is, dude, she feels not comfortable talking to you in the way she'd like to, which is why she puts it onto a different personality. But you're too fucking dumb to put it together. You should treat both of them like how you treat Shion, because clearly that's what Mion wants. Or find some middle point between the two. I don't understand how this is so hard. After thanking me for the dessert, Rena stood up from her seat. Sorry, I was asked to buy a few things, so it's about time that I left. Is it okay with you if I tell Shion I'm sorry I didn't say goodbye? Yeah, I'll tell her. Sorry. Huh? That Rena is so short-tempered. Sorry for getting angry. Keiichi isn't the only one at fault here. Rena was harsh in her apology, but I was the one who really should have apologized. I think to me, it's something that doesn't bother her much anymore, so if you want to forget the whole thing happened, that's fine too. But you see, as a girl, I'd hope that Keiichi realizes it by himself and comes to apologize of his own volition. How? Switching to cute mode, only at the end, she disappeared in the direction of the register. While I was staring into space, someone suddenly tapped me on the shoulder. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm finally done. It was Shion, who had changed into her street clothes. She flashed a smile while greeting me. Thank you so much for today. Everything was delicious. We were all really happy with it. Oh no, don't mention it. But I'm glad everybody had fun. Huh? The girl that was just here left as well. She had some shopping to do. She said she was sorry for leaving without saying anything. I see. Well then, should we leave as well? Even though I'm off duty, I'm still nervous around the workplace. We ended up strolling around without any destination in particular. I had been sitting the entire time, so I was in need of a breath of fresh air. Let's see here. When we left, the sky had already become draped in a veil of darkness. It's gotten dark already. Even though I promised I'd be finished early. Shion seemed upset that there wasn't much time left. Oh well, at least we got a little time to chat like this. Saying that, Shion set out for the tree-lined boulevard behind the station. The front of the station was slowly becoming crowded with businessmen heading home. Well then, I guess I should start with an introduction. I was mistaken for my sister when we first met, so we never got to properly introduce ourselves. I could only smile and laugh wryly. My name is Shion Sonozaki. I'm only similar to my older sister in appearance. My sister is rough around the edges and hot-headed, but I'm composed. I'm a composed and methodical person. I remember what Rena and I had been talking about earlier. I said that they looked the same, but their personalities were different, while Rena said they were both the same. I don't know what tipped her off, but Rena figured out that Shion was Mion. Also, related to that, she said that I had hurt Mion. Rena had only given one hint. That was, why is Mion pretending to be Shion? Shion, what do you hear about me from Mion? My sister seems to have taken a liking to you. She talks about you quite a bit. Like about club activities, about getting pranked and pranking you back, boyish kinds of stories. Boyish giggles, you might say. You really do get along. Boyish kind of stories, huh? Come to think of it, I think there was something Shion told me before. Okay, you don't think of my sister as a girl, do you? Was that what happened that hurt Mion? Mion herself said that she wished she'd been born a boy, and that being a girl didn't suit her. She said a lot of things to that effect, didn't she? Okay, you look like you're having fun. Huh? No, that's not true. Ooh, that's, Even though you're bad at hiding things, you sure like to lie, don't you? Still, I don't hate you for it. Even saying that, she lightly chopped at my forehead. Even though Shion was enjoying herself, I was still trying to figure out how I had hurt Mion. I was having a hard time figuring out the riddle that Rena had left me with. Man, this guy really is dumb. AP on a roll? All Fs? We know what he is. Hey, see that? Don't you think it's pretty? Do you think even a guy would find it pretty? Yeah, it is pretty. Shion was having fun window shopping, dragging me by all sorts of stores I would never normally enter. I love to do that where I put a word, it doesn't matter, same meaning. It was like she was begging me to buy her anything, but I wasn't getting bored either. Or it wasn't like, see, and now I'm fucking reading wrong. It was just something to talk about as we walked around. In an easygoing way, we browsed through numerous stores. We discussed all sorts of topics I knew nothing about, but I didn't lose interest. I had the feeling she was good at conversation. Okay, this is your first time doing this kind of thing? Yeah, it is. If somebody didn't bring me into these accessory shops, I don't think I'd set foot in one my entire life. Not that. I meant more like this. What? I leapt back when Shion suddenly linked her arms with mine. Hey, you don't act so surprised. It's not so embarrassing to link arms with a girl, is it? Shion's expression was a little bit miffed, but suggestive at the same time. I'm not that embarrassed. If you want some arms, I can spare one or two here. Huh. Okay, you really know how to entertain someone. I see why my sister took a liking to you. If you don't want my arm, I'm taking it back. Huh. Come on. I'm happy to have it. Laughing in good spirits, Shion locked her arm with mine. My heart skipped a beat. This question might be a bit mean, but I want to enjoy seeing your reaction. Okay, you've never been arm in arm with a girl before. Around a bonfire at a field trip doesn't count, by the way. That little devil. She was asking the question knowing full well what that answer would be. Wow, field trips are out? This is rough. Haha, I thought as much. That impish laugh, it really is the same as Mion's. You really are Shion, right? You're not just Mion saying that you're Shion, are you? Are you thinking that my sister might pretend to be me? I thought you were twins until now, but the way that you mess around is just like Mion. You're just saying that. You can tell us apart easily. He's kind of going the right path now. He's got to bring it together, baby. Just bring them together. Bring both together. What do you mean by that? My sister was holding your arm like this. Would you get nervous? I would. I'd be completely on edge worrying about what she would go about when she would go for an arm lock. See, this is bad because I think you just did exactly what you were trying not to do. Hey, is it really that funny? You're tearing up. No, it's just, I was thinking about how hopeless my sister is. She isn't even able to get a young man hot and bothered while she's arm in arm with him. She really is a failure as a woman. See, this is a feels bad, man. I remembered once again that I'd heard someone say that before. Sometimes, I think that my sister would have been better off if she was born a boy. If she did, I might have fallen for her. Just kidding. Mion did say something about wanting to be born a boy. My sister is on the fence as to whether she wants to be a boy or girl. Well, it's the price she pays for living an awkward lifestyle. Just leave her be. You've been saying some pretty harsh things about your sister right now. Mion has some soft parts to her that I don't like. The way that Shion talks somehow sounded cold. Shion, do you not get along with Mion? Well, we get along well enough. Still, there's a few things for which I can't forgive her, as her sister. Hey, look at that. Don't you think it's cute? Dude, I'm gonna be really tilted if he doesn't, like, fucking put this together. I'm getting really tilted. That he is so dumb. Holy fuck! I turned around to look at where Shion was pointing. What was there was the familiar display window of a toy shop. The same shop that was the stage for the incident that occurred during last Sunday's club activities. What Shion was pointing at was a display with a plethora of adorable dolls that looked like the sort girls would like. Wonder why girls like these kind of things. It's because they're cute. Don't you think they're cute? I'm a man, so I don't really get that vibe. Squad W. Now, which one do you think is the cutest out of all of these? Pulling on my arm, motioned to the row of dolls. They were lined up like they were close sisters taking a commemorative photo. A few of them seemed strangely familiar. I've seen those four over there somewhere. Oh, I guess they really are famous. Even you know about them. Shion sounded impressed. These are new dolls that were just brought in from England. They still have some available here. Fuck, I keep right-clicking, but around the cities they have trouble keeping them on the shelves. Even though they're supposed to be inexpensive, it seems they're starting to come at a premium. I guess girls still like these kinds of things even as they grow up. Depends on the person, but I think girls who wouldn't like dolls and stuffed animals are pretty few and far between. Even my tomboy of a sister said these were adorable. Oh, even Mion said they're adorable. That is pretty amazing. Now see, this is where you would do like a 9-head play, and they said that there was like sisters, so you would buy 2 of them. You give one to her, you give one to Mion, there you go. That's right, I remember. The store owner gave this one to us after Sunday's event. Except for Mion. Oh my god. It was the doll, dude. Because he gave the doll to Rena, and he said he wanted to give it to Mion, and he didn't. I remember that now. I really do think that one's the best. Because that was the reason why she got hurt so bad. Because he said he was gonna give it to Mion, but that it seemed too girly for her. But Mion actually really liked it, and she wanted it. Aww. I really do think that one's the best. That frilly dress really gives it something. That's it. That's the one the shop owner gave to me. So it seems. Shion replied softly but clearly. Uncle Yoshiro gave those out as thanks for helping liven things up at Sunday's event. Seems he gave them to 4 friends my sister brought along. So you got the doll with the dress then. What did you think? It was really cute, right? As a man, there's no way I'd think it was cute. So what did you do with the doll? I wasn't really gonna do any. Oops, I didn't mean to skip that. Stop. I didn't mean to skip that. I wasn't really gonna do anything with it, so I gave it to someone. To who? As Shion laughed, I could hear an audible click run through my head, like the piece of a jigsaw puzzle snapping into place. I don't need the flashback because I remember it. Yep. Yeah. Dude, I feel so bad now. I see. It wasn't just Rina, Satoko, and Rika. There was another person who seemed jealous. Aha! Kay got the one that fits him the least. Not wanting for her expression to give it away, she had said that to hide her embarrassment. Well, I guess it's cute and pretty. I can admit it's adorable, but a doll with changeable clothes is, If you walked around with it, then you'd be treated like a weirdo starting tomorrow, definitely. Mion's usual teasing way of talking. I looked around to see who I should give the doll to. Mion was right in front of me. Mion was the only one who hadn't received a present, dude. What a fucking dumbass. But I didn't. Right here, this was the art where I was like, I feel so fucking bad. I remember seeing this art and being like, I feel terrible. Why did he do this? Mion's smile bore into my back. There was no way I couldn't have noticed. Why did I not give it to Mion? Since Mion was the only one who didn't get anything, wouldn't it have just been standard practice to give it to her? At that time, I had noticed that something was wrong. That's why I said it. Just protecting myself. If I didn't get to Rena, then walking the streets at night would be scary. Ahaha, no doubt. I thought about giving it to Mion right here. This is what he said, but that didn't feel right. Something dark flickered briefly in Mion's eyes, but at the time I didn't notice. I had thought to give it to Mion. Why didn't I? Haha, you know it. I sometimes wonder why I wasn't born a boy. This actually super feels fucking bad, man, right now. Mion herself had said that with a laugh, so I didn't realize that I had hurt her. That's right. Mion's more suited for cool things. So I think having you help out here was the right choice. Oh, dude, he's secretly been like double talking her. No wonder she's so sad. Shion asked, probably thinking she misheard me. That uniform, it would never suit someone like Mion. But if it's Shion, I think it works. Huh, you mean that, Shion, like Rina often does, spaced out and turned bright red. Mion seemed really happy. She seemed happy that I complimented Shion. Saying that it didn't suit Mion, but that it suited Shion. Saying that it suited her seemed to make her happy. Mion's younger twin sister. She's got a different personality, but she's a dead ringer for Mion. That's right. We look similar, but our personalities are completely different. I'm very kind and thoughtful, but Shion has a cold and scary personality. I think that when you guys were born, Shion got all the feminine aspects. Dude, my guy's actually been shit-talking, not even knowing it. Unlike Mion, she's a cute, cheerful girl. Mion made a strange face that was both angry and happy at the same time. It seemed that she was happy that I said Shion was cute. And of course, she's angry that you're, not putting it together. Sneaking a look inside the box, to say that she just put some stuff... Oh my god, I can't read. She just put some of the leftovers inside would have been a lie. Yep. No. And this is when he's like, Mion would put a needle or something in it. No. Shion was insistent that she wasn't Mion. She was saying that she was Shion, and that I shouldn't think of her as Mion. When Mion was Shion, it carried a special meaning. Mia's mysterious, right? She's a girl, but it's like she's a guy. That's what Rina said. But you see, even that me is actually really feminine. Rina, how much did Mion pay you? Dude, my guy is an asshole. It's not true. Jeez, I'm trying to have a serious conversation, you know? Rina began to pout. Now probably wasn't the time to joke around. Mi is the club president, so she's trying hard to lead everybody. But she's really a very cute girl. I really don't want you to forget that, Keiichi. There never was a riddle to begin with. Rina was saying the answer right from the beginning. So then, I don't know what's going on anymore. Yeah, I know Kei didn't mean anything wrong. At least he didn't intend to. Yeah, Keiichi isn't the type of person to hurt others. There's no reason for you to feel hurt by this, Mi. Then what was it? Frustration? Sadness? I don't know at all. Did you want it? The doll, I mean. It wouldn't really help even if I gave you the doll I got, would it? No, because she wanted it from him. What part of this do you not realize, man? You're right. How about this, Mi? Try asking Keiichi. You might be able to solve the problem if you tackle it head on. There's no way I could do that. Is it too embarrassing to do that now? I want to try again as somebody other than Mion. This time, I can be more honest with myself. Don't get me wrong, I'm pretty fond of the relationship I have with Kei. This might be selfish, but one more time. Keiichi will definitely notice. I wonder if that's true. Rina will cheer you on too, so let's find a way for you to ease your sadness. Believe me, I won't let anything happen that'll make you cry, Mi. This is really sad, holy shit. I'll believe. I'll believe. Keiichi will definitely come to understand. He'll say he's sorry for saying something so callous, then he'll bring you to that store and buy that doll for you as a present. Yeah. And then Mi, you'll say thank you. You can't fool around. Say it honestly. Yeah. If I said I wanted it, Kei, would you buy it for me? Mion said it quietly. I like how the game now, and I don't know if they're going to do it. I love how they stopped referring to her as Shion. They're just like, goodbye. I would have reflexively begun to lightly tease her to hide my embarrassment, but like Mion, I quelled that impulse. Okay, Mion. Thanks for everything until today. I'll buy you whichever one you want. Oops. My voice cracked. Oops, I didn't mean to. So I did skip. My voice cracked with the unfamiliar words. In order to not lose to Mion trying her best, I tried my best as well. But I'm not Mion. I'm Shion. Shion, then. I'll buy it for you. Shion looked down. Red-faced, she pointed the doll in the dress through the store window. Is it really okay? The one in the dress is a little expensive, isn't it? This isn't a matter of price. It's a matter of feelings. When I was saved by Kei from those unsavory customers today, I was really happy. Even though my coworkers didn't save me, Kei did. You grabbed me by the shoulder really firmly, right? Right then, you were really cool. Even then, I was so embarrassed I couldn't properly express my gratitude. I clamped my hand down on Shion's head and ruffled her hair roughly, like how I would to Rina and the others. When I did it to Shion, like Rina would have, spaced out and blushed slightly. You don't have to think too hard about it. I should have just given it to you back then. If I did that, then everybody would have had a good laugh. Shion didn't respond. She had turned bright red, like she was trying to hold back both laughter and tears. I'll go buy it for you right now. Wait right here. I'll go with you. Saying that, she grabbed onto my arm once again. She wasn't trying to be stoic anymore. This is so feels bad, man, dude. But this is turning kind of into a feels good, man. I think I know why my sister likes you. Hey, is it alright if I start to like you a bit too, Kay? The unfamiliar situation made my head start to spin. Whoa, what am I doing? I had reached my limit. Smiling wryly to hide my embarrassment. They really love the word Riley. I don't know why. I mean, like, I know why, but, like, I just think it's kind of funny that they like it, to use it a lot. Smiling wryly to hide my embarrassment, I dragged Shion into the store with me. Excuse me, I want to buy that doll in the dress that's in the window. After a moment, I heard a voice of acknowledgement and an apron-clad employee soon appeared. No way. Kay? And why are you here? No way. So they are two different people. I thought this was a meme. This has nothing to do with you. I'm on a date with Kay right now. Huh, what? But why is Kay... Even if you ask why, I'd like to know the answer myself. Mion looked at me with an expression of confusion and surprise. But that was the same with me. If she was there, then who was next to me? I said it right at the beginning. I'm Shion, my sister's younger twin. Kay, you even called me Shion, didn't you? Shion saying that pouted cutely. Dude, this just made this even worse. What is going on? Tell me, Shion. Not much. I was wondering what kind of person this Kay you were so infatuated with was. So I happened to give him a ticket to the Dessert Festa. There, when I was being bothered by all sorts of troublesome customers, Kay gallantly appeared and saved me by kicking them all to the curb or something like that. What? Both Mion and I raised our voices pathetically, expressing our confusion to the utmost. Mion, you phoned me yesterday, right? I didn't. I have no idea what you're talking about. I delivered that bento for you, didn't I, Kay? That was me, right? Or was it my sister? The person known as Mion Sonozaki put together a bento and bravely went to a boy's home to deliver it, maybe? Oh, you're a lot bolder than you look, sis. Oh my god, this is so confusing. So the one that's at the restaurant has been Shion the whole time. But most of the actions were actually done by Mion? With a loud pop, a trail of smoke began to rise from Mion's head. No, I don't know. CK? My sister says she doesn't know. So everything up until yesterday was me. Shion. You might have thought it was my sister pretending to be me, but with this, there's no doubt, right? I couldn't tell up from down at that moment. If there was a mirror around, I could have seen my eyes go wide from the shock. Dude, I am, like, mind-fucked. Now, Little Miss Shopkeeper, could you wrap up that doll in the window? It's the first present from the person I've come to love, so make sure you tie it up nicely with a ribbon. Mion, completely flustered, was being cornered by a sly-faced Shion. My brain had stopped working. What is going on? Well, let's go. Okay. It's already dark out, so I'll see you home. Sis, sorry, but could you phone the Hasanoki no Miya and have them send out a car? Maybe a van that we can fit a bike into, please. Dude, my heart is, like, confused. Like, I would like to say that this is, like, some symbolic thing and they were gonna, like, fucking do a fusion dance and morph into each other. But they're literally both right in front of me. In contrast to Shion, who had glee written all over her face, Mion was an empty shell and looked like she could burst into tears at any moment. Okay. After that, Mion's grumblings were unrelenting. But did my guy do the right thing? Stop saying it's been a while. We've seen each other every day up until yesterday, haven't we? Whatever, if you say so, we'll go with that. Someone from Shion's house came to get me in a station wagon. I'd initially refused, but Shion insisted. I can't read. Insisted. And so both my bicycle and I ended up stuffed into a car. Said car was currently driving across the single bumpy road leading to Hinamizawa. For goodness sake, Shion was at Mion's level at least, or maybe an even better actor. Either way, no matter what questions I pressed her with, she'd slip out of them like an eel. Still, you two look so alike. If you tied your hair back like Mion does, would you look exactly like her? Who knows, that's probably what would happen. We're identical twins, through and through. In the past, we could just change our clothes and no one would be the wiser. I remember we'd swap places at every opportunity and fooled a whole lot of people. The middle-aged driver wearing a black suit heaved a heavy sigh like he were Butler. What's wrong, Kasai? That was a pretty deep sigh. Excuse me, I was just thinking that you haven't changed. You could see many years of hardship on the man's face through the rear view mirror. Anyway, Kei, your house was around here, right? Kasai doesn't know much about Hinamizawa aside from the road that goes to the Sonozaki main house. If you leave it to him, he'll take you all the way to Yagoshi. I don't want that. Excuse me, can you stop at the narrow road at the next right? I'll walk from there. Oh, dude, now the question is, did my guy give the doll to fucking Mion or to Shion? Because now I don't like Shion because she fucking tricked me. The driver, Kasai, got my bike out of the trunk for me. Sorry about that. Thank you very much for showing me home today. Holy fuck. Look at this guy. Was it Kei? Your name, that is. Yeah. She'll be having various difficulties, but I believe she will grow tired soon, so please endure until then. Gave me a deep, deep look of sympathy. This guy has definitely been dealing with the Sonozaki sisters ever since they were little kids. However, like Mion, she's a kind person at heart. So that means she'll be as much of a bother as Mion, right? The man's face froze in a smile, his reply lost. Hey, back me up here. Bye, Kei. We'll see each other again soon. Say hi to my sister for me, too. Maybe I'll start going to Hinamizawa tomorrow. Don't you dare. If you transfer in, I'll transfer out to a school in Okinomiya. Wow, that was really mean, Kei. A short beep of the horn. The man gave a little wave to me from the driver's seat. Then the car withdrew into the dark night roads, leaving dust in its wake. Man, this entire day has made no sense. Dude. I am so fucking confused. Oh, I don't even know what to say. I ran into Mion while I was with Shion, and the former's expression, like a pigeon shot with a pellet gun, had finally begun to make a strong impression on me. No, this makes me so sad. This made things even worse now. Dude, I'm so sad. This just made things even worse. Yeah, you better resolve this, man. I feel terrible now. This made it even worse. I went from, like, sad to happy that he was resolving it to now being even more sad. And also, Shion is, like, rude as fuck. She abused me and her sister's relationship. She's actually conniving as fuck. Dude, my head hurts. The next day, it was a strange day where Mion was desperate to regain her composure. Every time our eyes met, she would say that she had something to do, or that she had to use the washroom and run off. Unable to just watch, Rina was taking care of her the entire time. Dude, I fucked up. Mion, she's acting totally strange today. I know the whole story, but it's hard to explain. There are times when girls are emotionally unstable. It's best to just leave her alone. Hmm? Turning around, I saw Rina calling to me from the hallway. I wondered what it was. Are you dunce? Keiichi, over here, over here. What is it, calling me over like this? Is it a secret? That is... It looks like it was a disaster. Yeah. Me seemed pretty broken, but I somehow got her working again. I'm surprised you managed it. How did you exactly... Same way I do with television. Just come at it from a 45-degree angle. Nice. Saying that, she made a chopping motion. You know I can't tell if you're joking or not. She'll be fine by tomorrow. Also, there's something I want you to do, Keiichi. I didn't mean to do anything wrong, but I still feel guilty. I'm listening. Thanks. You see, Mia's just going to pretend the last few days never happened. No, this is the worst way to approach this. Never happened, huh? I see, well, that's one way to run from it. So you see, Keiichi, could you pretend too? Then me can go back to normal. Just doing something as simple as that, is it really going to be okay? Please, until me gets her feelings in order, just go with it. Oh man, I feel so bad, man. Okay, I got it. Even though I shouldn't have been at fault, for some reason I felt guilty. The one at fault here was the one who knew about the entire... Exactly. So what was the day that she pretended to be me on? I don't... So one of these days, one of them was fucking with me. I gotta think. It would have to be related to the box. Which is why Mion kept getting so hurt when I kept saying these are for Shion, not for you. So maybe the box... I think the box, the lunch box, was Mion. But I don't know. But she never once said that she was Mion. Ugh, I mean, I know she didn't, so in fact she was quite adamant that she wasn't. But she never once said that she was Mion. Ugh, what am I supposed to be angry at? Seeing me stomping the ground impatiently, Rina giggled. But Keiichi, you knew as well. That Mi has some cute things about her. Rina talked in a calm voice as her hair rustled in the wind. Yeah. I know that she'll never let it be boring. Good. Following this curt reply, Rina looked up to the sky and stretched. As long as you realize that, Keiichi, these past few days will soon be nothing more than a story to laugh about. Copying Rina, I also began to stretch as I looked at the sky. The clear sky towered in the distance. There's no club activities or anything today. I'm sorry, Keiichi, but just for today, can you go home by yourself? It'll all be back tomorrow. All will be back to normal by tomorrow, so just for today, okay? If all it took for everything to go back to normal was to leave Mion alone for today, then it was an easy decision to make. Got it. I can't say it directly to Mion, so I'll say it to you. I still feel kind of guilty about it, so I want to apologize. No. The root of the problem was Keiichi saying something insensitive, right? So if you learned anything from this, you need to look a bit into gaining a sense of delicacy. Right, I'll try. That day was the shortest day of my life. Rina was talking to Mion while accompanying her around the entire time. It looked like a really fun conversation, so I reflexively thought about joining in, but I had made a promise not to. It seemed that Mion was also trying her best to ignore me. So likewise I did my best to ignore her. Dude, I feel terrible. This sucks. For the first time in a while, I ate lunch alone. Mion and Rina ate theirs by themselves. As I let out a sigh in my ashen mood, Rika came over and patted me on the head. Both Keiichi and me learned a whole lot. I'd never say it like that. It made it sound like we were having romantic problems. I like that. Hopefully the teacher would notice and call us to the staff room after school or something. I'm sure that Keiichi will grow up to be a wonderful adult. Rika is the studious type, so maybe he'll grow up to be an amazingly wonderful adult. Of course, when I grow up I'll be super amazing. When I grow up, I'll be an amazing lady, you know. No matter how old you guys get, you'll still be a brat. You can put money on it. What did you say? I don't have time for this. Ow! What do you think you're doing, Satoko? Bang smash, pinch squeeze. It was a day I could thoroughly appreciate the value of having friends.
Dude, I feel so bad right now. I think I better resolve this, because if he doesn't, I'm gonna fucking rip my eyes out.
How you gonna do the best girl in the game so dirty? Dude, Shion's actually fucking cold and calculated. Mion was right. She said that she didn't like her sister because her sister was like cold and calculating, and she was not fucking lying. Today was Saturday, so school ended in the blink of an eye. It really felt good to go home with the sun so high in the sky. On any other day, our club would have been up to mischief during our ample after-school time. But today, Rika had a rehearsal for tomorrow's Watangashi to go to. How's that going, Rika? Do you have it down in practice? I'll try harder than last year. You were so exhausted and sweaty after last year's ceremony. She'll look far more fit for the role this year. Please look forward to the fruits of her training. The Watangashi festival everyone had been talking about was tomorrow, wasn't it? The festival being in June felt a little early to me, but the onset of summer came quickly this year, so it fit the image of a summer festival pretty well. Oh, excuse me. Okay, we'll be off then. Look forward to tomorrow. Good day to you all. Satoko and Rika waved to us energetically, then left. You know, I never asked. Where's the festival happening anyway? I don't remember there being anywhere around here that seems suited for hosting one. They do it at the Furude Shrine. We went there for a walk one day, remember? It was that place with a really good view. Oh, right, I remember. There was a shrine all the way up on that hill, wasn't there? It seemed far too grand for Hinamizawa. There's a great meeting hall in the shrine too. The older people get together there and sing karaoke or practice calligraphy from time to time. It's more like a recreational facility than a simple shrine. I see. I guess it makes sense that it looks so grand then. Me, is your family gonna help set up today? Yep. We have male hands for that. Most of our relatives come from town to help. Male hands, huh? Well, I mean, I have nothing to do at home today, so... Would it be a problem if I squirm my way in there to help out too? Huh? You wanna help us, Kate? Not if it'll bother you all. I was just kind of interested. We had bond dances and other festivals in the town I used to live in, but I didn't even know where they took place, much less wanted to help. You could say that I had absolutely no connection to the region. Having come to Hinamizawa though, it really made me feel like this place was a home that I had returned to. Before I knew it, I harbored a little interest in the small community activity preparing for a festival the day before. I wonder if you'll be able to, Keiichi. There's a lot of building tents and setting up chairs. I hear it's pretty hard physical labor. I mean, I wouldn't be doing it alone, right? The more hands we have, the faster it'll go. Mion looked happy to hear that, but at the same time, her expression was complex, tinged with hesitation. Rina gave her the last push for me. It's decided then. You should go for it, Keiichi. He's all yours, me. Put him through the ringer. Well, I can't argue with the recommendation from Rina. Okay. Then go home first, put on some work clothes, and come to the shrine. Oh, and you might have to bring a towel to wipe your sweat, too. Got it. I may look scrawny, but I actually quite like breaking a sweat under the hot sun. Careful you don't hurt your back, okay? Right, enough of my old man spiel. I'll go to the shrine, too, as soon as I've changed. Me, you do your best, too. Bye-bye. Dude, I feel so bad right now. This is like, it's just not good. Mion waved vigorously to us as she left. And as far as I could tell from her gallant retreating figure, she seemed to have recovered from the weak state she was in yesterday. She had yesterday. I don't know, it's like weird writing. I'm sorry. I'm having a stroke and I can't read. Girls are quick to get over things. Mi's already fine. Right. Her switching back to normal so cleanly really makes it easy for me to talk to her. It was kind of funny though, wasn't it? Kind of like Cinderella. Like you can't meet her anymore once the magic wears off. Rena began to giggle a fair bit in amusement. Did she like this sort of thing? Incidentally, me, going along with it, gave me a weird expression. Hard to describe feeling. Did I turn myself into a plaything, or did they do it for me? If you think it's so funny, then you should try pretending to be a different Rena too. Yeah, that sounds fun. Keiichi, what kind of Rena would you want to meet? One with a bust size of at least 90, huge knockers that you're okay with me touching. Oh lord. I can't do that. She'd be great at cooking and make me lunch, and come to see me in the mornings. I do that already. True. I pull Rena's head into a tight grip and start to pet it. You're Rena Ryugu, right? Rena, not Reina. So you just stay as Rena forever, got it? Thanks. Have fun helping set up the festival. You got it, let's meet up tomorrow. I got changed right away, and slinging a towel around my neck, like Mion suggested, I set off for the shrine. At the shrine, there were more people than you'd even imagine live in Hinamizawa there. all cordoning off areas and setting up tent frameworks, chatting amongst themselves as they did so. Alright, where's Mion? The liveliness of the throng didn't make it easy to look for her. I searched around as if I already worked there, and suddenly the principal called out to me. If it isn't Maebara, interesting. Have you come to help with the Watangashi setup? Hello. Yeah, I was just wondering if there was anything I could help with. How commendable your attitude is. Feel free to sweat to your heart's content. Haha. Spurred on by the principal, I came upon a group of people setting up tents. Oh, what is this? It's Maebara. Did you come all this way to help us? I hadn't found Mion yet, but I supposed I'd just get in her way if I ran into her. Yeah, I'm here to help. Just tell me where you need me. You young ones have all the vitality. Here, grab some work gloves. Ever built a tent before? No, never. It's pretty easy. Delighting in teaching a new skill to someone younger, plenty of people happily taught me all sorts of things. Okay, kid, go inside the tent and tie up just the cords for the top. After that, we'll stand it up and tie the rest of them. Butterfly knots are okay, right? There and there. All done? We're standing it up. 1, 2, 3. What was once nothing more than a collapsed tent was raised on 4 splendid legs before my eyes in mere moments. Whoa, seeing it put together like this is actually pretty moving. Come on, no time to stare and wonder. We got a lot more to do. We packed the tents into the truck, so go get them from there. They're heavy, so take someone with you. Nah, I'm good. I may look scrawny, but I'm actually pretty strong. Whoa. They look light enough, so I thought they were, but they're heavy. That's why I told you to have someone help. Come on, said the man, lifting it up with a grunt and taking it away under his arm. Either I'm weak, or these old guys all have superhuman strength, or alternatively, you're like 15. Let's go. You're the youngest one here, so we're gonna make you sweat for it. Do your best. Beer after work is the best. I'm a minor. Well, they don't have to know that. Sweat dripped from my body. I had been fully and completely absorbed in helping them. I would never have thought the cold barley tea from the Women's Society could taste this delicious. You're so young. Make sure you drink a lot. Thank you. It was then that I realized a crowd had formed near the shrine a ways off. It's probably Rika practicing, right? When I took a closer look, I saw a girl dressed in shrine maiden garb and a handful of old men looking like they were preparing for the ceremony together. Is that Rika? Hey, Rika, do your best. I shouted, and it seemed like she heard me. Rika, positively exploding with vitality, answered with a smile. The older guys with me watched Rika as well, with distant gazes. Rika is doing a great job. She seems far more used to this than she did last year. The old lady, who gave me the tea, clasped what looked like prayer beads in her hand and said, Rika, we thank you, and just like that, began to respectfully pray to her. Huh? I just remembered that they called it Furude Shrine. Wasn't Rika's full name Rika Furude? The man standing next to me answered my question. That's right. Rika's Furude clan is ancient and honorable, and has worshipped Oyashiro for generations. Huh? I'd always gotten the feeling she wasn't quite your average person, but it turned out she was from an esteemed family. And her father, who was the shrine priest, died the year before last. She's really been doing her best to learn the rituals. I wish the priest could have been here to see how wonderfully she's grown up. What? Rika's father passed away? Okay, break time's... Of course they're like sweeping it under the rug. Okay, break time is over. Let's get the chairs we're not using back to the gym in Okinomiya. Maki, pull the truck around here and take a few people with you. Alright, Maebara, let's get to work on one last job. Ugh, you're gonna make me do more work? I can't tell if they know I'm a minor or not, but the older men all cheer me on, encouraging me to do my best and that the beer will be great. Sure. Okay, working hard, I see. I passed by Mion. She was carrying a big cardboard box. It looked like she was right in the middle of working as well. Judging by the sweat seeping into her shirt, it seemed I wasn't the only one with her hands full. Yeah, I'm working my ass off. You work hard too. The beer's gonna be great. Ha ha ha. We worked to the bone until the sun began to set and it started cooling off. Okay, dude, you got some skeletons to dredge out of a closet now. You gotta fix this. 'Cause you fucked up. Ugh. One second. One sec. I'm gonna go refill my water and I'll be right back. Be like 2 minutes. One sec. Okay, I'm back, sorry. It was soon full-fledged night, and the clear sound of the Higurashi eased the moderate pain I felt. The older guys began their night before drinking party in a tent a fair bit off, causing quite a ruckus. The shrine grounds, on the other hand, had turned into a lonely road, tickled by the cool evening breeze, despite being so festive just a little while ago. The wind felt good. I leaned on one of the stone guardian dogs at the front of the shrine. I gave my legs a good stretch as I let my mind wander, and suddenly, a paper cup filled with barley tea was thrust before me. "Okay, great work. Here's some tea for you. You're so considerate. Thanks, me." Her voice sounded exactly the same, but it felt somehow different. "Wait, you're..." "Hey, it's Shion. Don't go giving Mion all the credit. She isn't considerate at all. Don't get us confused, okay? Shion, you little... Now that I've caught you, you're not getting away." "Ahaha. It was your mistake, Kay. I never said I was anyone other than Shion. I guess I can't argue with that." "Hee hee. That's right. You're no match for my older sister, so I can't let you be a match for me either. Anyway, your tea. It's gonna get warm. Come on, please cheer up. I'm trying to make it up to you with this tea." Well, she did come all the way here to give it to me. I guess I'll accept it. I took the cup and downed it, in one gulp, and then suddenly, I heard a loud shout and it got stuck in my throat. "Which one is it this time? Is it the real Mion?" "Shion, why are you hanging out with Kay again?" "Because unlike you, I'm very considerate. Kay was so sweaty, I couldn't leave him alone, so I brought him some tea. By the way, why are you holding 2 cups of tea?" Mion's face went bright red. Oh, stop, dude. You guys are hurting my heart. You can't do this. Mion's face went bright red as she tried to hide the paper cups behind her back. Well, this is... There's no way you, such a rough, timid, good sister of mine, would ever briskly bring a male classmate tea, is there? Dude, she's terrible. She's so mean. Why is she putting down her sister like this, man? So what are they? What are those 2 cups of tea? These are, well, right. I was just so thirsty I figured I'd drink too. That's so like you. Come on, chug chug. As Shion cheered at her, Mion downed both the cups of tea, one after the other. What a fabulous drink that was. I expected nothing less from you. Okay, you give her a hand too. Wait, suddenly the situation has got unbelievable. Mion doesn't usually get manipulated so easily like that. I've known for a while now, but Shion is terrifying. Mion, you can't hold your own against Shion? I hate her. And lately I hate her even more. I agree. Just then, I heard the snap of a camera shutter. Oh, great, look who it is. Our to-be victims. Good evening. The festival's coming up tomorrow. Thanks for all your hard work setting it up today. Good evening. Oh, Shion, it's quite unusual for you to come here. Oh hey, it's Tomitake and Takano. Good evening. It's been a while, hasn't it? So you're that transfer student I've been hearing about, Keiichi Maebara, right? You really did a bang-up job today, I'm impressed. I feel like I've seen this photographer guy before. Have we met before? I'm glad you remembered. We've passed many times on the road, Keiichi. I'm Tomitake. I'm a freelancing photographer from Tokyo. Good evening. Do you recognize me? I'm sorry, but I don't. She's Mio Takano. Do you remember when you were at the doctor's office when you had a cold, Kay? Mio is one of the worses who works there. Did I say worses? I'm having a stroke now. I gotta slow down. Call me Takano. I'm pleased to meet you. Tell me, when you're coming in for treatment, I'll prepare a huge needle for you. It's very thoughtful of you. Tomitake seemed to be quite entertained at the Sonozaki twins being in the same place, and he took picture after picture. Wow, I heard you two were identical twins, but it really is quite something to see you side by side. You really do look exactly alike. We're not just alike on the outside. See, our underwear matches too. Yeah, you idiot, what the heck are you doing? Things have never been as lively as when the two of them are together. I thought they were exactly the same at first, but I've started to get a handle on which one is which. Mion is Mion, and Shion, well, she seems a far better actor than Mion was. In the first place, somebody that could spurn Mion so easily wouldn't have shown such weaknesses. Fuck, why can I not read today? In the first place, somebody that could spurn Mion so easily wouldn't have shown such weakness to those lard buckets at Angelmort. If that was the case, then the cowardly behavior from that day was all a complete act. They were even more alike when they were little. I heard even their parents had a hard time telling which was which. It's really easy to imagine. I totally understand why what they must have gone through. Takano gave me kind of an odd look, but explaining would have been a pain, so I didn't bother. Tomatake, are you going straight back to Tokyo after you get your pictures of the festival? Yep, thought I would rather just stay here forever. Fuck, I can't read! Why am I reading wrong? Yep, though I would rather just stay here forever. Silly adult things, that's all. I hope your photos win a fabulous prize soon. I've been praying for it. Thanks. Next time I come, I'll bring the pictures I took of you all today. Maebara, you did a lot of work today. You must be tired from all the physical labor you're not used to. Huh? Well, I'm tired, but it was still pretty fun. Ah, youth, I'm so jealous. Takano smiled with an adult elegance that no one in my circle of friends possessed. The wind caught her hair. She gives off an intelligent beauty. I don't really like her. She seems evil. Oh, why hello everyone. Seemed like our merry crowd was standing out. This time, an overweight Professor Oak addressed us. And again, it was someone I thought I knew. If I recall correctly, he's a policeman, isn't he? Oh, Oishi. Good evening. Doing a preliminary security inspection for tomorrow? Something like that. Oh, if it isn't Tomatake. It's certainly been a while. I'm honored you remember my name. You really do love Hinamizawa, don't you? The apartments around here are far cheaper than the ones in Tokyo. You should just move here and get it over with. I know a realtor I can introduce you to. I appreciate the thought. I'd very much like to follow up on that. Alright everyone, have a good year. And Happy New Year to the Sonozaki twins too. Happy New Year, Detective Oishi. We appreciate your work. We'd like to end this year's festival with the least amount of inconvenience possible. That's pretty strict on me. Detective Oishi left us with a low laugh and headed off to talk to some police officers standing a ways away. I gave Mion a glance and saw her making an annoyed face, as if she were glaring bullets at someone she hated. Yeah. It'd be nice if the police didn't have anything to do during Watangashi this year. Ahaha. You like this place too, don't you? Oh, you mean to say you dislike Ajiro? I quite enjoy such fantastic stories, you know. Especially with the times being so dry and uninteresting. The curse of Oishiro, you mean? Curse. Tomatake used a troubling word. Then suddenly someone tugged on my arm. Okay, I'm pretty hungry. Want to go to the tent with the drinks and have some candy and sweets? I'm up for that. I've gotten a little hungry as well. Okay, let's go. A moment later, Shion said something to Takano and Tomatake that stung my ears and gave me a start. I wonder who will die and who will disappear this year. I pulled back from Mion's grip and stopped abruptly. Shion, what did she just say? Yeah, so in this timeline, they aren't really hiding it. Dude, my lip is so chapped, it's bothering me. Ugh. Ow. Okay, 1 second. Sorry. My lip is really bothering me. I gotta fix this. I'll be like 2 minutes. Okay, sorry, I should be good now. Felt like the air around us dried out all of a sudden. So now I'm starting to think about the first game, right? Or not the first. Yeah, I guess I should say the first chapter, not the first game. I'm starting to think more about the whole Mion-Shion dynamic. I wonder if Shion was present in any of Chapter 1 that we just, like, totally weren't aware about at all. We know that Mion doesn't seem to believe. I don't know, I'm very confused. I'm really sad. I hope that we patch things up with Mion, because I really, really, really love Mion, okay? She's the best. She's the best character. And her sister has hurt my heart by betraying me, okay? Let's continue. Felt like the air around us dried out all of a sudden. Let's go, Kay. They're talking about something silly anyway. You still haven't told Kay? I make it a point not to spread stories like that. Shion's cold and quiet tone and Mion's harsh voice were quite the contrast. Hey, wait, hold on. What are you talking about? If you know something, then tell me. It doesn't feel right being the only one left out, you know? I don't understand this. Someone explain it to me. However, Mion didn't seem to be at all willing to grant my request. She squeezed my hand in hers a bit, but when she realized I would hold my ground on this topic, she let go. I'm gonna go to the drinking tent first, then. If you don't come soon, Kay, there won't be any left for you. I get it already. I'll be there soon. Mion left, trotting towards a particularly noisy tent on the other side of the shrine grounds. Before she got there, she stopped and turned back around. Man, dude, my guy's fucking up hard, man. Can tell you if you haven't heard, I suppose, but it might be smarter not to ask and go with her to eat dessert. Hey, now, you already got my full attention here. I'm not gonna leave without asking at this point. I think Kay has a right to hear this, too. My sister was just stealing that from you. Shion's voice was bristling with thorns, as if somehow blaming Mion. What on earth are you talking about? I don't really like people acting so self-important. Takano, realizing how prepared I was, looked across the group. After confirming that there were no objections, she opened her mouth. Do you believe in curses, Maebara? Curses? I think they're interesting, but I don't really... I felt their cynical stares and winced. Yeah. Dude. This just hurts my heart. My guy just needs to trust in Mion, okay? It was like they were telling me it was stranger to not believe in curses. You're not wrong, Kay. Curses are just superstition. It's only natural that you wouldn't believe in them. Besides, you can take all the time you need to decide whether to believe in curses after you've heard us through, said Takano, giving a little smile. They're trying to scare me. At least that's what it feels like. Alright, I'll start. Keiichi, do you know about the Hinamizawa Dam project? Oh yeah, the other day at Angelmort, Shion or Mion rather told me all about it. You mean the plan for the giant dam that would flood all of Hinamizawa, right? That's right. Residents of the town banded together to fight it, and a fierce battle with the government unfolded. I've heard that too. The entire village united, using all the power at their disposal, mass media, political influence, and other things, and fought the country. The way Mion described it made it sound like a boast. Oh, you know quite a bit about it. Yeah, you're right. It's practically an epic tale, how just 1,000 or so villagers banded together and rejected the government's plans. Did you hear this from my sister? She likes those kinds of epics, you know. Yeah, she told me. There was, however, an office for the Hinamizawa residents' opposition faction. It was this shrine. You know the assembly hall? That's where it used to be. Now that the whole thing is over, the senior citizens just use it for group activities. At the time, though, it was their last bastion. Takano explained this, pointing a finger towards the assembly hall. I'd been carrying things in and out of there all day. I mean, I would understand if they put an office like that in the mayor's house or something, but having an office on shrine grounds made it feel kind of like a base camp for Sengoku period warriors. True. That was basically the mindset, though. Placing the main force in the shrine, dedicated to Oyashiro, Hinamizawa's guardian deity, was like a prayer for victory. Oyashiro. That was definitely it. They mentioned Oyashiro's curse before. Is it the same Oyashiro? I see. I think Takano knows more about the rest. Tag, you're it. Well, that's generally the whole story. Oyashiro is an ancient god passed down in Hinamizawa, and the villagers say he has been protecting the sanctuary from the poisons of the outside world. So essentially, he's a basic standard guardian deity. I guess you can find that sort of god anywhere you go. There's research into whether worshipping Oyashiro is a manifestation of a kind of elitism, too. What I mean is that the worshippers might think of themselves as chosen people. Yeah, probably. Believing yourself chosen, a nationalistic belief that you are part of the superior race, or that you're a special clan chosen by the gods. They believe that they're a superior clan, so they believe strongly in cooperating with others, but they also end up being exclusionary towards other clans. I won't go into too much detail, but it's the sort of national and religious ideas that lead to war. Yeah. Of course, that goes for Japan, too. A long time ago, the people of Hinamizawa strongly believed themselves different from humans, that they were above them. They believed that the interactions with the lower world would sully their souls, so everyone believed that if one from the lower world would come to the village, they would be sullied and suffer the wrath of Oyashiro. Apparently, that kept everyone away. So here we go. We're getting sort of a... I'm going to write this in the theory real quick while I remember it. Okay, sorry. Apparently they kept everyone away. Villages that hate outsiders come up all the time in mystery novels. This was once a classic example of a xenophobic village. Well, they'll deny it to preserve their pride. It was a long time ago, after all. Things are different now. Shion followed up quickly, having sensed the thorns in Tomatake's words. Tomatake, embarrassed at what he said, scratched his head. So this shrine worships Oyashiro, thinks of Hinamizawa as holy ground, and it's a symbol of their traditional hatred of the outside world. I get it. So that's why they chose the shrine of Hinamizawa's guardian spirit as their base of operations, to resist the sullied dam construction project that came from outside. Correct, smiled Takano, pleased. She must dislike stupid people. Well, I think a lot of people do. Superstition, every last bit of it. The villagers gave everything, desperate to oppose the dam construction. And right in the midst of it, the incident drove home the finishing blow. Oyashiro's curse. The person managing the construction site of the Hinamizawa Dam was murdered. 4 years ago, I believe. It took the newspapers by storm. Do you remember it? No, not really. He had a fight with a subordinate and was beaten to death with a pickaxe. His limbs and head were torn off and the remains disposed of. The construction manager was murdered and dismembered. Such a gruesome incident. But it was just that. An incident. A person caused the incident after all. Should they really put it down to the curse? Then the following year, the man who had organized Hinamizawa's group of dam proponents, he fell from a cliff while on vacation and died. Apparently it was an accident. Of course, most of Hinamizawa was hostile towards him. The police were all over the case as if it were a homicide, but in the end, it was judged to have been an accident. Now it's an accident. This is the most curse-like one, but it's still far-fetched. And then, on the next year, this time the priest of the shrine contracted an unknown illness and suddenly died. This may sound a little rude, but the old priest was kind of a wait-and-see type. The whole village was in an uproar about the dam, but he kind of didn't seem to want to bother. The shrine was the symbol of the opposition movement, and its priest, well, his attitude worked against him. The villagers at the time had hoped for a leader, but their hopes were betrayed. Some people were apparently pretty angry too. So, at the time, all the older people were like, "This is Oyashiro's curse." Oops, I didn't mean to skip that. That's what they said. It did seem like every year, dam-related people the village had resentment towards were dying. It was pretty creepy. To be fair, at the same time, though, I don't know how big this village is, but, like, someone's gonna die. Like, I don't know. Sorry, that kind of came out wrong. Depending on the size of the village, it's not surprising that people would die. I guess obviously surrounding the dates and the, like, through line through all of them, that it's like, Oh, and also, it's interesting. All these incidents and accidents always happen on the night of the Watangashi festival. What? See? Starting to sound like a curse now, isn't it? Then the year after that, in other words last year, the sister-in-law of the man who was the leader of the dam proponents, the one who accidentally died, was discovered dead, having been beaten to death. Of course they caught that criminal. The big thing I'm trying to focus right now is to see if there's any inconsistencies between the explanations that they gave us in the first chapter and now, and so far there's not. So far it's been consistent. So, see? Really seems like a curse, huh? 4 years in a row. Each one of the incidents and accidents were relatively commonplace, but every single one of them happening on the night of the festival worshipping Oyashiro, that's not normal. The old folks have been blindly accepting Oyashiro's curse because of the incidents the past few years. Even younger people, too. At first they thought it was stupid, but now nobody makes fun of it. Even me, even if I didn't think there was a curse at all, thinking about all the incidents like this makes me feel like maybe it's real. For example, just look at the preparations for the festival you were doing today. Everything might have gone crazy during the battle against the dam, but just a few years ago, the Watangashi festival was never this well attended. Well, I guess you're right. Ooh, wait. Wait. This gets the gears turning in the kid's head. Could it also not be? Because this feels like the best explanation. Could it also not be potentially that the merchants of the festival are the ones that are behind it? Because then, or whoever's behind the festival, I think the merchants, because they seem to be the ones who would benefit most, but really it's anybody who seeks, any group who has a benefit from running the festival. Would it not make sense if they're the ones who are doing it, because it drives up attendance, which gives them more profit? I'm writing this down. This is a good thing. Shion remarked that attendance has shot up due to the superstition around the curse Sorry, I'm just writing this down in my little theory notepad. Okay. Save that. That's a good little splur to write. Let's continue. There's a lot of people who say that infidels might be punished, so they really need to go to Oyashiro's festival. Shion nodded, as if she were mocking herself. It's like, I gotta fix my monitor there. There we go. So how about now? Keiichi, you're starting to get the feeling that maybe, just maybe, the curse is real, aren't you? I mean, you can't just laugh off people related to the damn construction project all dying like that. If even I feel like this now, then the more superstitious members of the village must feel stronger than that. Well, I mean, I still don't think it's a curse. I can understand those that believe there is, though. Wow, okay. You can really keep a cool head about this. You know what they say, cooler heads prevail. Shion grinned, realizing I'd rejected the curse. If it's neither a curse nor a coincidence, then what should we make of these incidents? Well, it's like I said the first time around. I think it's most likely that it's most likely that it's people who are acting in a way to confirm that the curse exists. But now there might be an outside benefit to some people. One sec here. Sorry, I'm just trying to check something. There's a UFC event going on. I just wanted to check the card real quick. UFC Fight Night. Wait, what the fuck? They had a fight listed here that's not even happening. What? Oh, the fight got called. Never mind, sorry. Something happened. I was like, why is there not results for it? Sorry, that was totally pointless. Let me focus up here. If it's neither a curse, I think I read this already. Takano said, smiling playfully, as if posing a riddle. Neither a curse nor coincidence. But every year someone dies. What should we make of that then? Also, to catch anybody up with what's happening, if anybody wasn't here, really not a whole ton has happened. However, we did find out that Shion and Mion actually are two different people. Before we were memeing, and the game was kind of leading you down the path of saying that Mion was pretending to be Shion the whole time. It's not actually. They literally are two different people. It sounds crazy, but yeah. And now we're kind of just rerunning all, and also my guy hurt Mion's feelings because he keeps treating her not like a girl, and she's hurt by it. So I've been feels bad manning because I need him to bridge this gap. And at every opportunity he has to make it better, it feels like he's just like driving a stake further by not being proactive about it, and it's really hurting my heart. Because I'm a Mion shrimp. But let's continue. Tomitake, catching on to the fact that I had no idea what to make of it, opened his mouth and came, that's sort of a phrasing, to my aid. Takano was suggesting that it might be the work of real people. Huh? Simple process of elimination would have gotten me there. I was a little taken aback at not having realized the answer immediately. And now, right now, because the chapters are different, right? We're being reintroduced. The Watangashi is tomorrow, so someone's about to die. I'm assuming it'll be our friend Tomitake here, considering he was the guy that died the first time around. And I'm assuming it'll stay the same, because it seems the major events seem to fall in line. But we're getting reintroduced to the idea of the theory, and we're getting a little bit more of the background. The one big thing to note was that the people, we kind of heard about this the last time but didn't get a full explanation because there was a few things that was left out. We knew that Hinamizawa was a village of people who thought that they were like chosen because they were protected by Oyashiro. Because we learned about the history in the past about how like they worship demons on the mountains and they thought that they weren't human, blah blah blah. But the one thing that Shion talked about was that the attendance for the Watangashi shot up in recent years due to the curse, or at least the public belief of there actually being one present. And because of that, it got the gears turning, and I'm using the detective brain, you know? People always say follow the money, and that's what we're doing here. If we follow the money here, there is a potential that maybe someone who's behind the Watangashi, like whoever hosts it, has some vested interest in getting people to has a vested interest in getting people to show up to the festival. You know, if you're like a stall manager or if you're like a merchants association that works with the festival, driving up attendance leads to more profit for you. So, just we're getting the brains working. Let's think about it. If it's neither a curse nor coincidence, then people must be willingly carrying it out. It's the only explanation, right? Press Takano. I smiled bitterly in spite of myself. Here I was, just a few minutes ago, thinking the very concept of a curse was absolutely absurd. When she suggested it was a person's doing, I ended up thinking there wasn't any way it could be a person. But Takano was right. It was either a curse or it was a person's doing. Yeah, I mean, this is sort of the conclusion we came to at the end of Chapter 1. It's hard to say, but it seems more and more like this is just a people-perpetrated thing, but there might be a little weird, like, demonic influence thing. I think this is still, like... Because the way that the game is posing it, I think they're leading me to the conclusion I'm at, because they're making it seem as though... Because when they say it's a curse, it's like a guy has, like, a hex placed on him and he just, like, starts rotting away and dying or something. It's not like that. It's not like there's, like, an ethereal curse that's killing him. What it seems like right now, at least, the event is carried out by real people, but the people that are carrying it out seem to have, like, a demon-possessed nature to them. So, like, yeah, it literally is being done by human hands, but it seems like there's, like, a supernatural twinge to it, you know? If unrealistic things like curses didn't exist, then the obvious next step would be to start thinking it was people behind it. But if that was the case, I glanced at Shion. Also, Shion is like a cold-hearted bitch. Like, I respect it, but I'm actually hurt that she's so mean to Mion. And the only reason why I liked Shion as much as I did was because of the dynamic of, like, thinking that her all along was Mion, like, hiding and showing, like, her more feminine side. And now, I find out it was actually just a different person all along. And it almost feels like Shion was doing this the whole time, just in spite of Mion, like, to hurt her. It feels so bad. It actually feels so fucking mean. Like, I'm genuinely a little bit hurt. If the culprit is a person, then they'd have to be someone from Hinamizawa. That's what the police officer, Oishi, thinks right now, too. Hey, wait. That can't be. I thought I now knew the reason Mion didn't want to talk about this. If Oyashiro's curse really existed, then that's fine. It would be divine judgment for the damn project business. However, if Oyashiro's curse didn't exist, which it obviously didn't, this is a video game, dude, watch out with your obviouslies, then the culprit would most likely be someone from Hinamizawa. The villagers had worked desperately to oppose the damn construction project. I knew they had used all sorts of methods to fight against it. If one of those methods was, maybe, a scare tactic and murder. People whisper that Oyashiro's curse could be the doing of a secret group in the damn resistance movement. Yeah, we said that at the first, that there was like a weird village cult going on. I don't know if that's exactly the takeaway. It's hard to say for sure, but Shion dryly put words to my exact thoughts. Of course I didn't expect it. She was from Hinamizawa, so I didn't think she'd come out and say it herself. If you calm down and think about it, anyone would come to the same conclusion. That's sort of the reason why, though, I think that this is not the correct path, because it feels like in mystery games, in general, if you're getting railroaded in one direction to, like, you're getting railroaded down one train of thought, it sort of starts to feel like it's probably not it. Because the whole point of a mystery is that it's not supposed to be obvious. It's supposed to be confusing. You're not supposed to have all the details. Obviously, a mystery makes sense when you have all the details, but we don't have all the details. Definitely, we don't. Yet, for some reason, they keep pointing us down the same path, which makes me kind of think that it's not that. But that's just like my way of wrapping my head around it. That's my rationalization of this. There wouldn't be a motive for anyone but the people who benefit. Exactly. That's what I was saying. I guess that's true. Admitting to the existence of a darker side of the damn conflict would be rude to Mion, who spoke of it so highly. So I couldn't just accept Shion's seemingly logical viewpoint. One more thing. The police probably don't know this. There's proof that someone from Hinamizawa committed these crimes, and the people of Hinamizawa know it. What? Shion rebukes me to keep my voice down. Sorry, but this proof, what is it? It's the fact that one person dies and one more person disappears. Did that mean that someone besides the one who died from the curse was a sacrifice? What do you mean by disappear? They just vanish and you never see them again? That's right. Suddenly and without a trace. As she spoke, Shion pretended to do a trick with her hands like she were making a magician's hat disappear. Well, actually, Hinamizawa has this one really old legend. It's about how people offer sacrifices to Oyashiro to calm his wrath. Oh. Sacrifices? Yes. They say they used to wrap a living person up in bamboo mat and let them slowly sink down into a bottomless swamp. That was the Onigafuchi. Takano, though explaining something pretty terrible, had a look of glee on her face as she did, so... As far as I can glean from the literature, it actually took 3 days and 3 nights for them to sink. See? Even people a long time ago like symbolism. Okay, I gotta write this down. This feels like there's gotta be some significance to this. So, apparently, the fact that one person dies and one goes missing is proof that someone from Hinamizawa is committing the murders. Apparently, the villagers used to offer sacrifices to Oyashiro by wrapping someone in a mat and letting them sink into the bottomless swamp. Apparently, it took 3 days and 3 nights for them to sink. I don't know what the symbolism of 3 is, but there's obviously something to it, so. As the body sunk, Oyashiro's anger would be quelled. Both were submerged into the deep. Hee hee hee. Takano was the only one laughing at this. Was she telling a joke or something? Shion didn't move to deny it, but I felt a difference in temperature between her cool expression and Takano's. This whole conversation, well, I think you can imagine after hearing it, but it's the secret history of Hinamizawa. Everyone who has been in Hinamizawa for a long time knows it, but they don't talk about it. Takano's not from here, but she knows quite a lot. She really likes local history, folk legends, stuff like that. She learned about it all by herself, too. I'm really not that amazing. Just curious, that's all. Like a child. I just want to see scary things for the fun of it. Tomatake laughed, a little bit embarrassed. Wait a minute. What does that mean? The other person who disappears during the incidents, you're saying they've offered as a sacrifice. So I'm guessing the argument behind the missing and the killing being proof in Hinamizawa would be that only someone from Hinamizawa, or who is very closely has knowledge about the place's past, they would be the only person that would know about these sacrifices that they used to do. And by that logic, oh my god, what is this video? And that One sec, I gotta download this Twitter video real quick because I think the guy might delete it, and I think it's funny. Boom. Okay, I got it. I'll show you this in a minute. I'm gonna have to eat dinner. I'm probably just gonna eat dinner and watch a video, and then we'll continue this because I'm gonna be doing a really long stream today. Because we're completing chapter 2. I don't care how long it takes. Because this is the last day I got. I got a midterm on Monday. Okay, we're wrapping this. We're like, this will take 10 hours. I don't give a fuck. We're doing it. Sorry, but to piggyback back on what I was saying, the idea is that it would have to be someone who's from Hinamizawa or who has very deep knowledge about the history of Hinamizawa, which most likely would have to be a villager. And because of that, they're the only ones who would know about the sacrifices, which means that the disappearance is likely a sacrifice. Thus, it would make sense it could be anybody if it was like an outsider or some serial killer who came from outside to kill someone every year at the same time if it was just a death. But you would have to have knowledge about the village to do the second part, which I'm guessing is what they're getting at. Yeah, Shion answers in one word before anyone else can speak. Someone dies and someone disappears. Which is funny, because again, if we remember, because I remember them saying this, they did say that the first guy, the first killer, or the ringleader from the first killing, drowned in the swamp, right? Perhaps he wasn't drowned. Perhaps he was sacrificed by people. Maybe those other 5 people that turned themselves in, maybe they were the ones that killed him, you know? We don't know. It's hard to say. There's a lot of little things going on, you know? Okay. Well, whether they actually get sacrificed or not is a different issue. But every time something happened in the past, one person died and another one disappeared. For example, the first one, the dam site manager was killed. Apparently one of the people responsible for that still hasn't been arrested. Couldn't that just mean he managed to get away? I don't see why we should treat him as a sacrifice. That's basically what I think too. There was also the year after that with the leader of the dam proponents. But remember, they said his wife drowned in the rapids, in the muddy rapids. He said he fell from a cliff and died while on vacation, right? Apparently his wife fell as well. The police investigated fervently, but they were never able to find the wife's corpse. The river under the cliff was actually pretty high at the time though. She could have just been buried under the sand at the bottom of some lake downstream or something. The perpetrator of a dismemberment like that wouldn't want to be caught, so they'd be desperate to run away and hide too. Though I'd heard about cases where the corpse wouldn't surface after the person drowned in a swelled river like that. She vanished because of an unfortunate accident, but I still didn't see the connection to sacrifices. If you took each of the past incidents in turn, none of the disappearances evoked that terrifying of an image. The year after that, with the priest suddenly falling ill and dying, is much clearer. His wife left a suicide note. They found it in their house the night his priest died. It said something along the lines of her quelling Oyashiro's wrath through her death. So that one literally might have been a suicide. It makes sense, though. Because if the guy dies from illness, right, there's your death, and if she's openly saying she was a sacrifice, you know. The curse seems to turn up in this one, though. Well, we may never know the truth of the matter. The swamp the wife drowned herself in was the giant bottomless one Takano mentioned before. The police investigated it, but all they could find were several of her possessions. They never found the corpse. The police suspect it was a faked suicide, and they're still investigating it now, so they're saying that, you know, she threw her shit in and then she just fucked off. Someone dies every year, and in the same way, someone goes missing every year. Is she trying to tell me that everyone who vanished was kidnapped by some extremely efficient means and dumped into the bottomless swamp, still alive, and drowned to death? But a curse? That's unbelievable in its own right. In the next year, what was it? The dam proponent's sister-in-law. She was killed. So at that time, someone else vanished. Someone did disappear. It was a boy around my age named Satoshi Hojo. He's the nephew by marriage of the woman killed. Shion cut in with a slightly strong tone of voice. She knew the boy who had disappeared pretty well, at least that's the vibe I was getting. It's funny how my guy didn't put together the last names there. That about sums everything up. One person always dies, and one person always suddenly disappears. Leaving the suddenness aside, The fact was that each incident involved one person disappearing. So that means the first person who dies is because of Oyashiro's curse, and the second person who vanishes is because of the villagers sacrifice them. Is that it? I read that wrong, very weirdly. Okay, there is no curse. Somebody kills the first person under the guise of a curse, and someone takes away the second person to be a sacrifice. Yeah, that's what I said. But Shion, that means there's a criminal in this village. That's what I've been guessing from the start. It's pretty shocking though, you know? We live in the Showa period. It's kind of hard to believe people are committing murder like it's nothing, using some ancient justifications, huh? It didn't have anything to do with our discussion, but I got the feeling that maybe Shion didn't like Hinamizawa very much. Mion enjoyed talking about Hinamizawa and its epic tales. So she avoided talking about Oyashiro's curse, which didn't paint Hinamizawa in a good light no matter how you looked at it. Yeah, so my take on this is that Mion just really cares about the village, you know? That's it. I mean, she just wants people to like the village that she likes so much. Shion, on the other hand, was somehow different. She wasn't rejecting the concept of a curse to purge Hinamizawa of its bad impression, but rather because she strongly believed that a member of the village was the criminal behind this. Her conviction seemed a bit removed from the tight sense of community held by the people of Hinamizawa. Well, again, remember, Shion is not as much of a member of the community as Mion is. She doesn't even live in town. She doesn't go to school in town. She goes to Okinomiya. Like, she's not really like the same type of deal. She's just not. So it doesn't really make sense that she doesn't have this big of an attachment. I mean, Mion lives in Hinamizawa. Clearly she likes Hinamizawa. Shion doesn't give a fuck because she has no reason to care. Still really hurt by how mean she is to Mion though. So her conviction seemed a bit removed from the tight sense of community held, blah 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 blah. Once upon a time, they looked so alike you could mistake one for another. But talking to her now, I was getting a powerful feeling that Shion had a completely different personality than Mion. Wow, you just put that together? Than everyone else. They all think someone from Hinamizawa did it, right? Neither Shion nor Takano answered that. The deafening silence told me all that needed to be said. Then let me ask another question. If someone from Hinamizawa is the culprit, then who is it? Neither Shion nor Takano had a reply to that question either. Though it may have been rude to ask, I had hoped they wouldn't have one. The reason I was to argue that their explanation was the culprit was from Hinamizawa was nothing more than one possibility. Shion caught on to my plan. She gave a pained smile at my petty spite and opened her mouth to speak. All I said really just amounts to circumstantial evidence anyways. If any of us knew who it really was, we'd have gotten them into police hands already. But see, this is the weird thing. They say that, but at the same time, Shion is so very clearly like... She is so very clearly like rude to the police. Like she has a disdain for them. So the question is, if you have like such a disdain for the police, why does it sound like you're like all fun, like you're all cool with them? As would anybody. Then what about Takano? She too smiled dryly as Shion had and opened her own mouth. Well, I'd like to clear one thing up. I'm not a detective or anything, alright? In all honesty, I'm not really interested in who the culprit is. Ahaha, Takano, you sure are a handful. Tomotaki gives a bitter laugh at her surprising opinion on the matter. You see, I just like cruel and atrocious ancient traditions and fairy tales. I only enjoy them from a curious onlooker's perspective. So even for this string of incidents, it's not so much finding out about who the culprit is, but enjoying thinking about how the old traditions displayed by the incidents themselves still seem to have some pretty deep roots around here. Though she described herself as nothing more than a curious onlooker, her smile was as sharp as the tip of a blade. Women like her felt very strange and a little scary to me, Squad W. Maybe it's just that I was in fearful awe of the person whose emotions I couldn't comprehend. Well, I don't think any of this is interesting at all. The Watangashi festival is coming up tomorrow, but I don't want anyone to die or disappear. Tomorrow, huh? That's right. It had completely slipped my mind. The string of murder incidents people attributed to Oyashiro's curse wasn't over. If last year's incident wasn't the end, then tomorrow night at the festival, would someone die and someone disappear? I do wonder who will die tomorrow and who will disappear, though. Takana said, running a comb through her hair with elegant movements, with a thin smile and a voice that nearly made me shudder. She almost looked like she was enjoying the thought of the incidents that could happen tomorrow. Then out of the blue, we heard a loud round of applause. They seemed to be ending the drinking party early. Right, I was making Mion wait this whole time, wasn't I? I should go back to her soon. You're teasing the kid too much, Takano. Now Keiichi thinks it's all true. Hee hee, I apologize. It's that bad habit of mine again. Said Takano, sticking out her tongue bashfully. The strangeness in her expression was nowhere to be found. When Takano sees an innocent child like you, she can't help but wanting to poke fun at them. It's a real bad habit. Keiichi, you listen to everything so earnestly that she ended up getting carried away. Unlike Takano, Tomitake seemed like a totally normal person with common sense. Dude, this guy is... Now my guy is squatting. They were apologizing after reeling some kind of impression they gave me. Holy fuck, I just had a stroke. The stuff Takano said is all fiction. If it made you harbor any bad impressions about Hinamizawa, then we apologize for that. Jeez, Jiro. You apologize too, Takano. Tell him you're sorry for scaring him. Takano and Tomitake were arguing and messing around now. The strained air around us had already disappeared. Oops. Okay, you should get going soon, too. Mion is the jealous type. If she sees me, she'll probably start a fight, so I'll just be going home. Really. So I'll go see what Mion's doing, and apologize for making her wait, I guess. Sorry for being such a nuisance, Keiichi. Can you tell Mion we're sorry for borrowing you for so long? Ah, yes, I don't think telling her will make her feel any better, but sure. Tomitake and Takano, standing next to each other, both began to chuckle. Okay then, Kei. Let's try and run into each other at tomorrow's festival. We'll see each other. I mean, it's us we're talking about, after all. With making so much trouble, it'll be hard for you not to find us. Shion and I said our goodbyes to Tomitake and Takano. Before we could leave, Takano called out to us. Thanks for listening so earnestly to what I had to say. You're just so good at listening. I had a great time talking to you. Good at listening? No, not at all. I was just in a state of perpetual bewilderment from all the shocking topics being thrown at me one after another. Did you like my story today? Well, it was pretty interesting. Then I'll tell you some more sometime, okay? There's a lot of pretty interesting legends and fairy tales about Hinamizawa. Of course, a lot of strange and creepy ones, too. I'll choose a bunch of my favorites and tell you about them. I was kind of happy, but kind of worried. I can't help but smile dryly and scratch at my head. Keiichi, you can go now. Takano's just messing with you. Okay. No, my girl. When I went to the tent, Mion was waiting for me, and she was nowhere to be found. I made her wait so long, maybe she got mad and went home. After asking some adults passing by, I heard that she went home, talking to some relatives. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. See, my guy's just doing everything wrong. He's like, man, I feel so bad for leaving Mion hanging out to dry. BRB, let me hang her out to dry. It's like, what do you... Like, are you good, bro? But my regret for having made Mion wait wasn't enough to triumph over the impression Takano and Shion's uncanny story left on me. Serial murder incidents had happened 4 years in a row. Would tomorrow's events make this the 5th, and the possibility that someone from Hinamizawa was carrying this all out under the guise of the curse? The queer tradition of ritual sacrifice, entirely unbecoming of the Showa period we lived in. I regretted it a little, though it was too late. If none of those creepy stories had anything to do with me, then I should have let Mion pull me away from that crowd. I felt a little ashamed about letting my cheap curiosity get the better of me. You better go to her home and fucking apologize, bro. Holy fuck. Dude, I feel so bad. Like, my guy is literally just hurting me on, like, consistently, over and over. And it hurts my heart. How can you hurt the best girl like that? Oyashiro's curse. In the ancient Onigafuchi, the anger of Oyashiro, his curse, was feared above all. However, it is seldom stated anywhere that what eventually happens, and what sort of divine judgment, curse, befalls them when Oyashiro is angry. From various reports, all hell will break loose, demons will come flooding out, the miasma from hell will flood outward and kill every villager, letting not a single one escape. Okay. The ones evoking images of the village being annihilated stand out the most. These terrifying ideas of divine punishment are in alignment with many other religious beliefs regarding the apocalypse, and it's easy to imagine that they are just ways of convincing people to obey the teachings in order to prevent such an end. The conditions for inciting Oyashiro's wrath are likely the same as the taboos in Onigafuchi village. I believe that was when an act was performed that violates one of these taboos. Oyashiro was termed angry, and in order to quell his anger, they would perform the aforementioned sacrificial ritual. Okay, look. We'll finish reading this. Then we're gonna watch a video or something for a little bit while I eat, and then we'll get back into this. I want to end the stream because, like, I want to finish this. I don't know what we'll watch, but we'll find something. The human sacrifice ritual. The sacrificial ritual was a simple drowning involving plunging sacrifices into Onigafuchi swamp, which was considered hallowed. Of the rituals of Onigafuchi village, this one was unique in that the sacrifice would sink slowly over the long course of 3 days and 3 nights. I believe that it wasn't so much the killing of the sacrifice that was important, but rather the symbolism of them sinking as the submerging of Oyashiro's anger. For that purpose, they must have had a passion for learning various methods for keeping the sacrifice from sinking too quickly, to force them to sink more slowly. Unfortunately, as far as I can tell, from the records, those methods were not recorded. My thoughts are they may have used logs or some similar material to create a raft, then set up a scaffold on there, hung the sacrifice up with ropes, and let them sink little by little over time into the swamp. However, if that were the case, it would not be strange if the ritual implements used for such a ceremony were honored as holy and enshrined somewhere. So that was just saying, like, they're confused about how the actual sacrifice goes about. Okay. Implements used for the ritual. Ritual tools utilized for ancient religious ceremonies are commonly referred to as implements or ritual implements, and even now, some of them are enshrined on the property of Furude Shrine and the Three Families. However, the identifiable tools are all decorative, and none appear to have been used in rituals governing the dark side of Onigafuchi village. As the Edo era came to a close and many traditional rituals were lost, they were lost as well. Or perhaps buried in the darkness. I don't believe so. Both the implements used on the night of the feast of and those used during the sacrificial ceremony must still exist, enshrined away from the eyes of the masses. Without a doubt, they exist here, today, at this very moment in Hinamizawa. Also, I'm nearly certain where they've been enshrined. What was once locked steadfastly has for some reason changed its ear to a cheap-looking padlock. He may be able to do something about such a lock. However, it is not far from the assembly hall, nor is it ever far from the presence of people. However, I will not give up. The night when it becomes a blind spot to every villager in Hinamizawa is coming soon. Soon it will be Watangashi. So there's a place somewhere in the shrine where we can find the implements. Rabble, rabble, rabble. Hey, are you worn out already? Tomorrow's the real thing. We're gonna be partying until morning, until the very end of it all. Got it? Got it. I'll give it everything I've got. Haha, alright, youth is the greatest. Good work, everyone. Tomorrow's the Watangashi at last. Let's get some shut-eye in and save our energy for tomorrow night. Tomorrow is finally Watangashi. Festivals are split into 2 groups, those who enjoy them and those who support them. The former only need prepare their minds, but the latter need not only that, but also painstakingly crafted plans and preliminary arrangements. While the general majority attending goes about enjoying the festival without a care in the world, we'll be strained the whole way through. Why? You sure as hell know why, because the beer after everything's over is the best damn beer you'll ever have. At times like these, it's best to have energetic, physically fit people. It wouldn't be worth it if you didn't do your best until the end, enjoying it the whole way. Oh, he's here. Oishi came in. Everyone hurried to stand up. Hello, everyone. Excellent work out there. Ah, you can be at ease. Thank you, sir. Not even my seniors, who usually talk big about themselves, can hold a candle to Oishi. We all bow as if we were one of those cheering squads of old. Kurado Oishi, a detective just waiting to retire, one who doesn't pay much mind to rules and regulations, and doesn't do too much in the way of real work. He looks like a rotten old man with a penchant for dirty jokes. My seniors, though, tell me he was a real fighter in his younger days, and that he may or may not have had quite a heroic legend trailing behind him. Anyway, he surely had much more dignity and presence in the room than the section chief who came in with him. Everyone, I really, really want to thank you for your hard work on the preparations for the festival tomorrow. Everyone present stands upright and lends their ear to the chief's directions. We're on heavy alert for any thrill-seeking criminals expecting another incident like last year. I need all of you to focus your energy as much as possible in your mission to prevent any crimes from happening. Yes, sir. Of course, it would be best if nothing happened. However, everyone, please assume that an incident will, in fact, occur. Prevention is number one, but it probably won't be enough. This year, too, someone will die and someone will disappear. There's really no doubt about it. Everyone apart from the section chief smiled painfully. Oishi, that won't do. We need to be more serious about this. The important part isn't to get past the night of the festival. It's to be able to quickly, swiftly, and aggressively pursue whatever does happen tomorrow. I won't tolerate anything less than your best. Clench those cheeks. We're gonna rip all the skin off the ghost of Oyashiro's curse. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna grab my food. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a little text thing here. Eating dinner, watching videos, continuing. I think that's how you spell continuing. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Is this too big? No, it's not. Awesome. I'll just move it up more. Okay. So 1 second here. I'm gonna go grab my dinner. Then I suppose we'll figure something out. Figure out what to watch, I should say. So I'm gonna mute my mic. I'll be back in like literally a minute, and we can do something. Okay, I'm back. Oh, so first things first. Let's mute the game. And let's find something to watch here. Let's see here. Look, let's watch this video. I've been meaning to watch it for a while. And then I'll also... Let me throw out my display capture. Okay, awesome. Now you can also see the video I was talking about. This was the video. I thought the person was going to delete it. It's just fucking... Stupid ass cat. Okay. So we're gonna watch this.
Just let me know.
Oh wait, my text thing. I need to...
Of all the species to have ever lived, all but a tiny fraction have gone extinct.
I'm gonna mute my mic for this because I'm eating. I don't need you to hear me slopping
At
about.
some point in the future,
I'll
the
unmute
same
if I have anything to say.
fate will befall humanity. It may take centuries, it might take eons, but extinction is unavoidable. The future is fraught with uncertainty, and the apocalypse never seems too far away. Nearly 800,000 years ago, an approximately 1 kilometer wide asteroid collided with Earth. The crater has yet to be located, but fragments from the impact have been found scattered across the eastern hemisphere, an expansive strewn field that covers up to 30% of the planet's surface. Our distant ancestors were not only alive to witness this event, but managed to adapt and survive. Impacts of this magnitude occur roughly once every 500,000 to 2 million years. More devastating impacts, like the one that nearly wiped out the dinosaurs, are far less frequent. Possibly striking once every 100 million years. Whether a collision
Holy
of
fuck,
this
I didn't realize
magnitude is
the asteroid that
survivable
killed dinosaurs was that
is a
big.
matter of debate.
I knew it was kilometers. I didn't know it was that big. Holy fuck.
The kinetic energy released upon impact would be equivalent to the simultaneous detonation of billions of atomic bombs. Those who survived the initial blast would be subjected to unrelenting earthquakes, firestorms, and tsunamis. A thick layer of smoke and dust would quickly envelop the globe and blot out the sun. An impact winter that could last for months or even years. Darkness, freezing cold, and global famine would throw the world into chaos. In spite of this, long-term survival is not inconceivable. Small pockets of humanity may take refuge underground and would at least be given a chance to rebuild civilization. But make no mistake, it would be a close call. The survivability of an impact also depends on how much time we have to prepare. More than 90% of nearby asteroids and comets larger than 1 kilometer have already been detected. If one of them were on a collision course with Earth, we'd know for decades or even centuries in advance. But this was not always the case. In 1983, a 9-kilometer wide comet was only spotted 2 weeks prior to its closest approach. That's 2 weeks of preparation had it been aiming for Earth. While things have significantly improved since 1983, space is impossibly vast. In 2019, an asteroid capable of leveling a city was detected a day before it flew 5 times closer to the Earth than the Moon. While the odds of an extinction-level collision are remote, it's not impossible. There is a class of objects known as Damocloids. Damocloids are typified by their highly eccentric orbits and low reflectivity, meaning they periodically pay us a visit and are extremely difficult to detect. We're currently tracking about 200, but there could be hundreds more tumbling through the solar system. Damocloids are, on average, 16 kilometers wide. If one of them were on a collision course with Earth, there might not be any warning. When massive stars die, they explode. If a star went supernova within 30 light-years of Earth, it would be cause for concern. Fortunately, more than 90% of the stars within this bubble have already been discovered, none of which are at risk of exploding anytime soon. But some supernovae can still pose a threat from thousands of light-years away. It's a gamma-ray burst, produced by only the most violent explosions in the universe. Instead of a spherical blast, a gamma-ray burst will channel the explosion into 2 highly concentrated beams. More energy is released in a few seconds than the sun will radiate in its entire lifetime. The biological effects of a nearby supernova or gamma-ray burst are poorly understood. We do know that the atmosphere would absorb much of the high-energy radiation, but this may also strip the Earth of its protective layer of ozone. If so, harmful levels of ultraviolet radiation from the sun would penetrate down to the surface. Certain chemical reactions may also darken the sky and induce global cooling, a cosmic winter of sorts. This could last for years and would be lethal to many plants and animals. In fact, a gamma-ray burst might be responsible for a mass extinction that killed roughly 70% of all marine species nearly 500 million years ago. Now, humanity could easily protect itself against ultraviolet sun rays, but living through a mass extinction would not be a pleasant experience. While some authors have painted a far bleaker image, with one hemisphere effectively sterilized by intense radiation, these findings have been contested in recent years. The latest research identifies ozone depletion as the primary threat. Nevertheless, a gamma-ray burst sniping the Earth from across the galaxy is extremely improbable. All of them have so far been extragalactic in origin, much too distant to pose a threat. While there are a few potential candidates within the Milky Way, none of them appear to be directed at Earth. Apart from impact events and stellar explosions, the foreseeable future is free of cosmic threats. Other eventualities are either too improbable or won't happen for millions of years. Ample time for us to prepare, other calamities permitting. Around 74,000 years ago, a large volcano erupted in Southeast Asia. It is the most powerful volcanic eruption in human history. For up to 2 weeks, it spewed enormous quantities of ash and dust into the atmosphere, enough to block out the sun and potentially cool the planet. A volcanic winter. But there's great uncertainty about the effects of the eruption on both the climate and humanity. It ranges from severe to mild, with the latest research supporting the latter. In either case, this is good news. It means that supervolcanic eruptions pose little to no threat to human existence. After all, if early humans stood a chance, then so should we. But there is something even more destructive than supervolcanic eruptions. It's known as a flood basalt event. The largest one occurred 250 million years ago. An enormous outpouring of molten rock covered a region of Siberia the size of Europe. And it just so happens to coincide with the deadliest mass extinction in history. The good news is, flood basalt events are both rare and slow. Instead of a singular event, it's a series of eruptions taking place over thousands or even millions of years. As such, even if one began tomorrow, it might just be slow enough for us to adapt and survive.
These are really interesting. I was learning about them in my natural disaster class. Pretty interesting.
Throughout the centuries, pandemics have exacted a heavy toll on humankind. Among the worst was the Black Death. In less than a decade, it killed between 25 and 60% of the European population. The total death count is unknown, at least tens of millions. The Colombian exchange of diseases and the Spanish flu claimed the lives of many millions more. The tragedy of these pandemics and epidemics notwithstanding, they never came close to extinction. None of them killed more than a few percent of the global population. For instance, the Spanish flu infected nearly 1/3 of humanity, yet the vast majority of cases did not result in death. A pathogen that not only infects but also kills every single member of a species is difficult to imagine. In fact, there are very few examples of infectious disease driving a species to extinction. With that being said,
Because the problem
it's
is,
not
to give a little bit
inconceivable.
of a bonus to this, I'll pause real quick. Problem is, if you've ever played Plague Inc., you should know this, because this is a big part of Plague Inc. If a virus is too deadly, it can't spread, because anybody who gets it dies. So, the funny thing is that the most deadly viruses are actually those that are not extremely deadly, probably like less than 5%, maybe like less than 10%, but they can still spread. So the majority of people still survive because, of course, think about like Ebola. I think Ebola is like the best example. The reason why Ebola realistically never posed a serious threat to humanity, even though the disease is like extremely horrible, Ebola has like a 70% fatality rate. Nobody is passing that on. Like, they get it, they die, and that's it. But whatever, I'll continue now.
For instance, pathogens that can pass between multiple species can be far deadlier than those limited to just one. The H5N1 avian influenza, also known as the bird flu, is one such virus. So far, it's transmissible between humans and birds, but it can't sustainably spread among humans. However, laboratory experiments have shown that it may eventually acquire this ability through natural mutations. If so, it could easily become the worst pandemic in human history. But even this horrifying proposition does not come close to extinction. In a worst-case scenario, most of humanity would still survive. Pandemics are complicated. It's a topic that's more relevant now than ever before and cannot possibly be done justice in a few short minutes. But in the narrow context of human extinction, it seems unlikely for nature to stumble upon that perfect storm. Apart from volcanic eruptions and natural pandemics, the Earth has no inherent means of eradicating the human race. No other form of natural calamity is powerful enough to threaten our existence. As such, the most immediate threat to humanity has for a long time been, and continues to be, humanity. While nature may struggle to devise a world-ending pandemic, it may not have to. Biotechnology has now advanced to a point where we can engineer pathogens in a laboratory. While this can greatly benefit our understanding and treatment of infectious diseases, it's not without risk. Accidental breaches of containment have happened on multiple occasions, and these experiments are not always conducted in the name of science. These engineered microbes are concerning because their destructive potential far exceeds that of their natural counterparts. They can be deadlier, more transmissible, and less treatable. And the rapid pace of technological progress is constantly lowering the threshold for bioengineering.
His biggest concern was, he said it in so many words, that a small group of dedicated scientists could create an altered biological agent that could wipe out humanity as we know it.
Technically speaking, you can do almost anything with a microbe. The real question is, will you end up with a microbe that functionally will do the things that the concerned person at your hearing said, namely, essentially wipe out everyone from the face of the earth? Again, that's conceivable, although it's inconceivable, but it is, in fact, anything is possible. It would be very, very difficult to do that, extraordinarily difficult, even in the best of hands, to not only do the engineering to get a microbe that has the characteristics, but be able to spread in a way in which it has virulence, transmissibility, and the ability to go in a sustained, transmissible way. Not impossible, but very, very difficult to do.
Okay, I'm done eating. We'll keep watching this because I think we're close to the end.
A
anyways.
nuclear holocaust is among the most infamous doomsday scenarios.
Probably the most likely. At least in the immediate future.
Since the end of World War II, we have on numerous occasions been driven to the brink of nuclear conflict. Sometimes by accident, sometimes by very intentional brinkmanship. The nuclear stockpile currently stands at more than 13,000 warheads, the vast majority of which are owned by Russia and the United States. In the event of an all-out nuclear war, these thousands of bombs could instantly vaporize hundreds of millions. But the explosions are only the beginning. The real danger of a nuclear conflict is the aftermath. Much like an impact event or supervolcanic eruption, a thick layer of smoke and dust would quickly envelop the globe. A nuclear winter that not only blots out the sun,
a lot of natural disasters, real big fans of winter,
radioactive fallout.
Maybe we should have
Firestorms,
listened when they said
radiation
winter is
poisoning,
coming.
and mass starvation could easily claim the lives of billions. However, because humanity is not evenly distributed across the planet, some regions would be less affected than others. Island nations like New Zealand, for instance, are all but certain to survive. While the effects of a nuclear holocaust are almost too dismal to contemplate, it is not typically regarded as an existential threat.
Well, yeah, but it could be. not existential in the sense that it's like guaranteed to happen, but this is the
Artificial
scary
intelligence has had a profound impact on modern society. From self-driving cars and virtual assistants to social media algorithms and facial recognition. But some experts are concerned about the future, a future in which intelligent machines become more intelligent than humans. The concern is not so much about evil robots as it is about misalignment. A misaligned intelligence is one that's not properly aligned with human
humanity's
goals
goals,
and
yeah.
values. A system that becomes dangerous not due to any malicious intent, but due to an oversight in its programming.
Yeah.
An unforeseen loophole.
I don't want to go into it too deeply because I'm assuming he's going to give the example here, but there's one like really funny example, even though I don't like him. I think it's from Elon Musk, or at least I know I've heard him say it before. That one of the scariest things with about how robots think is they think in such a hyperlogical, or not robots, I should say programs. They think in such a hyperlogical way just because of the necessity of how they're programmed. So you'd be scared, like, let's say you made an AI that was to treat, like, sickness. Like, it was like a medical robot, like, oh, it helps treat people who have disease. Well, you could think about it, one of many roundabout ways to totally combat humans with disease is to just remove humans from the equation at all. Because if there's no humans, nobody can get diseased, and then nobody has to be fixed. It's the most efficient way that task can be done. And so it's a fear that by programming something in such a way, it will go the path of least resistance instead of the path that you want it to go. But I'll shut up.
That allows it to do things it was never intended to do. If such an entity was sufficiently intelligent, it could become unstoppable. Another concern is known as the intelligence explosion. It's a machine that can upgrade itself and thereby increase its own intelligence at an exponential rate. Moments after creating such a system, it could far surpass the combined intelligence of all humans that have ever lived.
Yeah.
Such an entity may have little to no regard for human affairs. Not unlike humanity's disregard for species less intelligent than us.
Very true.
With that being said, these concerns are far from universal.
Yeah,
In
it's quite
2016, a
debated.
survey of more than 300 machine learning experts was conducted. On average, they gave a 50% chance of an artificial intelligence surpassing all human abilities by 2061. But as you can see from these faded lines in the background, there's tremendous variation between individual
I mean, one guy here is literally
respondents.
saying, like...
Some think it will happen in a few years. Others believe we're more than a century away.
The problem is it depends necessarily what you're talking about, because I'm assuming the way that this question was posed is it's talking about, like, artificial general intelligence, not a specialized tool. Because there's been specialized programs in AI for any number of given tasks that have been way smarter than any human ever. Forever. I mean, look at, like, not exactly the same, but look at a calculator, right? Like, calculators do make some odd errors, but for the most part, a calculator is better at math than, like, 99.99999% of people. Most math that we do, we have to use calculators as a tool. But I'm assuming in this case, they're talking more about something that is a general intelligence, not something that is a task intelligence, because if you're talking about task intelligence, it doesn't really make sense, because they already exist.
When asked about the impact of this technology, the majority of respondents believed in a positive outcome.
Yeah, because most likely...
Extinction was only given a medium probability of 5%.
I mean, it's not that it's not possible, but there's a lot of, like, weird thinking that goes into this.
Artificial intelligence
actually really
is
interesting, with a
not
lot of
the
philosophy.
only emerging technology with the potential for human extinction. But the problem with assessing their risk is that we have no precedence. We can estimate the likelihood of an asteroid impact by surveying the geologic record and our cosmic neighborhood. But there's no historical context for artificial intelligence or self-replicating nanomachines. When the first nuclear device was detonated in 1945,
It was way
there was a
stronger than
genuine
expected.
concern that it would ignite the atmosphere and incinerate all life on the planet.
Yeah, that was one of the reasons why they were telling them not to launch it.
In fact, one of the observers was so taken aback by the enormity of the explosion that for a brief moment, that's precisely what he thought had happened. While this doomsday scenario did not come to pass,
Monka fucking ass.
it's a cautionary tale. No one really
Hey, cover up
knows
his
what the
pee-pee.
future
Thank you.
will bring. All we can do is proceed with caution and hope for the best.
I like the little AI thing there. That's pretty funny. This is the
Over the
most
past
certain
few
one.
decades, species across the plant and animal
It's not the
kingdoms
sexiest
have
one in
been
the terms of like it's
disappearing
not
at
like
an
the
alarming
most like
pace.
whoa, but this is like the most
Some
guaranteed
10
one.
billion trees are cleared every single year,
Yep.
while animal populations are rapidly declining.
Seems like it's flatlined a little bit. Probably because it's
Many
gonna
species
flatline
are
more
also
because you
going
have more
extinct.
species that are
The
more
global rate of
adapted
extinction
to,
is now tens or even hundreds of
more
times
adapted to
greater
the way that
than
humans
before
do shit.
humans conquered the planet. And it's accelerating.
Pee-pee
Upwards of
hands.
1 million species are now
Motherfucker
threatened
really threw a
with
plant in there
extinction.
thinking that we would care. Oh, Megalo. South Helena Gumwood, my ass, dude.
At the core of this immense loss of biodiversity is overconsumption driven by
love frogs.
overpopulation. Humanity is now depleting 3/4 as many resources as the Earth can naturally replenish, meaning we will soon need a second Earth just to break even. From deforestation and defaunation to pollution and climate change, no shocking graph nor depressing slideshow can fully convey the totality of our destruction. Our relationship with nature is so utterly broken that many fear we are now heading for
I want to read this here. How likely do you think that climate change will cause the extinction of the human race? Very likely. Funny, look at us Westerners. These are the K-Kona bros right here. What do you mean doesn't exist, brother? Hell yeah.
extinction. That this unraveling of nature will be mankind's
This seems to
undoing.
be the most accurate one, I would say.
While some of the most comprehensive
The pessimist
assessments to
gang.
date do indeed paint a truly dystopian image of the future, none of them forecast total annihilation of the human race.
Well, no, it won't, but it's going to
We
be
may turn
massive.
the planet into a living hell, but a livable hell it would seem.
This is fine.
However, some scientists argue that these assessments are severely underestimating the gravity of this crisis, that the sheer
Yeah.
magnitude of our destruction is difficult to grasp for even well-informed experts. Some have also voiced their concerns about potential tipping points, a threshold that once exceeded may trigger an irreversible decline of ecosystems around the world, a global ecological collapse from which recovery becomes virtually impossible. But it's not all doom and gloom. While the rate of deforestation is alarmingly high, it has been slowing down over the past 3 decades.
Yeah, because we've done a better job at trying
While
to
the
curb
transition
that.
has been infuriatingly slow, more and more countries are phasing out fossil fuels in favor of renewable energy sources. So in no way should human extinction, which is the most extreme outcome, be regarded as inevitable. Climate change mitigation and nature conservation efforts are all but certain to prevent
The
that from
climate
happening.
degrading to a point where it kills us all is not
But
inevitable,
at
but
the
at this
same
current
time-
rate, it is.
That's how low we've set the bar.
Yeah, like... Is this the plastic island thing that they talk about? It's in, like... I want to say this is Indonesia. I think this might be it. There's some place in Southeast Asia where there's just, like, a disgusting amount of, like, plastic buildup from the currents of the ocean.
What surprised me while making this video is just how difficult it is to truly wipe out everyone. Many catastrophes can drive us to the brink of extinction, but
Okay, we get it. Very good video. Very interesting. Let's get back to our video game. We can listen to the cicadas cry as our planet heaves and hoes its last fucking breath. Okay. So we know bad stuff's... Oh, I really meant to say things differently. I really didn't want to feel this way. Miscommunication drove in the wedge. Those stuck in apprehension driven to fear. This sounds like me not closing the bridge with Mion. Nobody can stop it now, as cold hard emotion claws deeply and cruelly at my bared heart. Naga siren? At that time, why did I whisper in remorse. But now those words simply rang hollow. Wah! It's Keiichi. Good morning, good morning. Rina was ecstatically, I always say ecstatically, but I guess it's ecstatically waving her arms at me, already brimming with energy. What do you mean, good morning? It's already evening. Just say hello or something. But this is the first time I've seen you today, so I think good morning is right. It's right. I got it. Okay, then good morning. It is. Good morning, Rina. I grabbed Rina's head and rubbed it with my hand. Uh-oh. She squirmed, reveling in the motion like a cat. Hey, okay. Sorry about yesterday. I left without telling you. No, it's my fault. Sorry for making you wait so long. Are you talking about setting up for the festival yesterday? How was it, Keiichi? Did you do your job properly? The slight muscle pain throughout my body and my sluggish movements were already obvious. I did great. I'm pretty worn out now, though. I grin dryly and the three of us break out into laughter. Where are Satoko and Rika? Are we meeting up with them at the festival? Yep. Rika's actually been there since yesterday because she has such an important job. I think Satoko stayed with her, so they're already at the shrine. Right, I just remembered. Today was Rika's big performance. She'd been practicing especially hard for this day. As her friend, I needed to make sure I went and cheered her on. Alright, let's go right away. Yeah. Dude, we better fix what's going on with Mion, because I feel extremely bad. Like, extremely fucking bad. Not only was there a terrible misunderstanding, not only is Shion trying to drive a fucking gap between me and her sister, but my guy is like fucking and flubbing at every opportunity to make things better. As we got closer to the shrine, we started passing by more people and seeing a lot of parked cars. It began to get noisier too. I thought I could hear something like a Bond dance song. Without being able to restrain my impatience, I dashed up the entire flight of stone stairs. Keiichi, you're going too fast. Wait for me. Man, Kei, you're such a little kid. Whoa, the shrine grounds. They were packed with people. It was a festival if I ever saw one. Wow, they went all out this year too. Amazing, amazing. They're coming from Hinamizawa. Huh? The old man from the Kimiyoshi branch family is here too. He'd been struggling with health issues since Watangashi last year, but it looks like he got better. Yeah, there were a lot of villagers here that I didn't really know. They must have all been pouring in just for today. Oh, it's Satoko. Hey. Oh, if it isn't everyone. Yeah, hello to you all. Yo, Satoko. There's a lot of people today. Don't get lost in the crowd, okay? Who do you even think you're talking to? Satoko, too, seems somehow energetic. Of course, I'm the same way. Huh? Where's Rika? She still has free time, doesn't she? Rika was giving her respects to the mayor and other important people. She shall come before long. I see, Rika's the shrine maiden for today's festival, after all. It's probably a pain for her to say hello to all the elders. It really is a pain. Hello, everyone. How? Rika? I want to take you home. Rika wore an immaculate shrine maiden outfit that looked fresh off the shelves. It was a perfect fit for her somehow mystical appearance, almost an experience. How does it fit? It's not too long, is it? My grandma gave me some safety pins just in case the sleeves are too long. It's alright. It really is comfortable. As she spoke, she began to do some twists and stretches. It's great, it's so cute. There was approximately one person here getting a nosebleed from watching Rika move. Keiichi, don't you think she's cute? Don't you? If you don't, then she'll be all mine, and I'll take her home with me. I think she's really cute. Totally cool. Even though I want to pretend to be her big brother or dad and take pictures with her. We take a picture from two different places and make it stereoscopic. We can eat, or rather stare at, a real-life Rika at our houses whenever we want. Yikes. Oh, that sounds great. That sounds fantastic. Rina's eyes and mine glittered with stars as our noses bled and we drooled. Weird. Rika, you'd best stay away from them. You know what, Satoko? That's the first, like, true LW you've said in this whole game. Yeah, sir, I might get locked away in a basement somewhere. You look like you're enjoying it, though, Rika. Me, you're being harsh. We all laugh together again. Okay, let's not hang around here long. Let's get to the festival. There's not much time left until Rika's big debut. You're right. Great, let's go, everyone. Yeah. Yo! That isn't the daughter of Sonozaki. Eat up. The yakisoba's packed full of pork. This year we filled it up as much as we could. We even put in fried calamari. Gotcha, old-timer. The yakisoba this year looks like quite an achievement. You have squid too. You put a ton of time into this, didn't you? Wow, it's tasty. It's tasty. Yeah, the squid is delicious, but the aroma is just fantastic. It wonderfully compensates for how soft it tends to be. There's a delightful aroma of squid and pork in it too. Yep, not bad at all, I say. Huh. Okay, you sound like you could walk into a cooking program and become the host. Yeah, when I see Keiichi acting like it's good, like it's so good, it somehow tastes even better. I don't discriminate among delicious food, so anything that I say is tasty has got to be worth trying out, right? Then Keiichi, please give us your opinion of this yakisoba again. I'll do it in 2 words. Fucking delicious. Basically what I said. If I had a second stomach, I'd buy another right now. Having heard my 3-star rating, a whole line of people suddenly formed in front of the yakisoba stand. Wow, that's amazing. Kei said it was so good that a little crowd started to form. Not bad. There's nothing to brag about, but I still decided to stick out my chest and put on airs. Oh, is that so? Then perhaps I shall try it out. Mister, could I perchance bother you for 1 takoyaki? Sakoto brought a stick of takoyaki, balls of fried octopus. I didn't actually know that's what takoyaki was. Whenever I played Persona, they talked about it. I didn't know what the fuck it was. I was just like, oh, takoyaki is takoyaki. From the adjacent stand, and after blowing on it, put one of them into her mouth. How is it, Satoko? If you give it a good rating, then Rina will buy it too. Chomp chomp, chew chew, gulp. Now it's time for Hinamizawa's very own food critic, Judge Satoko Hojo, to give her impressions. Though she was all for it a moment ago, Satoko hesitated to give her thoughts. Hey now, what's the matter? Everyone else takes one of their own and puts it in their mouths. Huh? Rina got gipped. Or I should say gypped, but mine's bad too. There's no octopus in it. This takoyaki vendor. Could this be some sort of summer festival only octopus-free takoyaki stand? An evil takoyaki stand that skimped on the octopus because they figured it would make them good money today. Ah, mine has some. Yeah, it's pretty good considering there's octopus in it. How am I supposed to explain that this octopus-free takoyaki is any good? Everyone wondered about that. Our quizzical looks seemed to be drawing equally dubious stares from the people in line. How about this? Takoyaki without any octopus is really healthy. And even people who don't like octopus can eat this delicious takoyaki. Can we stop saying takoyaki? I feel like I'm going crazy. After hearing that, several surprised guests left the line. It had the exact opposite effect. Alright then, I'll give it a try next. A self-inspired take on takoyaki, in which you can clearly taste the simple flavors of the flour, green onions, and pickled ginger. The unaffected taste is bolstered by the absence of octopus. It wasn't half bad, but after hearing there's no octopus in it clause, even more people left the line. Rika, any good comments? You can be honest. 400 yen is too much for this. Oh my god! That was too honest. Even more customers leave the line, dealing a lethal blow. There were other takoyaki stands around after all. Well, I mean, we might not want to be doing this. Hey Satoko, you started all this, so give us a great big turnaround. I can't do it. How do you expect me to lavish praise upon takoyaki without any octopus? You idiot! Satoko's angry outburst was a finishing blow. The customers are all gone. Huh? This guy's staring at us. Why is that? Why is that? There's no saving this crowd. Perhaps I, Keiichi Maibara, will lend a generous hand. Keiichi, you can do it. Oh my god, I need to slow down. We want you to save the takoyaki vendor who didn't put any octopus in. Don't smile as you say something so bitter. Alright, fine. This may be the only chance you'll get to see a pro at work, so watch carefully. I shoved the stick into an octopus-less takoyaki and crammed it into my mouth. As before, there wasn't any octopus in it, but Mion's had some in it. That was the important point. The man who runs this takoyaki stand, he truly loves takoyaki in every meaning of the word. No, it could even be said that he adores it. Huh? Everyone gasped in surprise, including the takoyaki vendor glaring at us. This man truly does love takoyaki, and because he loves it, he doesn't want to create half-hearted random ones. Isn't that right? The takoyaki vendor looked down, unsure. Those watching were listening intently, wanting to know why octopus-less takoyaki deserved such a high rating. Keiichi, if he really and truly loved takoyaki that much, why did he make takoyaki without octopus at all? Is he not betraying that very takoyaki? It's like I asked them to stop saying this word, and so they repeated it more. You may be right. In one sense, it is a betrayal. However, it's the best possible compromise this man could find. This man is making real takoyaki today, as he always does. However, only one or two of them on each stick are the real ones. Well, you're right. The ones I ate had octopus in it. And considering it did actually have it, it didn't taste bad at all, you know? Right. That was a bona fide takoyaki. And as for the older ones, it was the biggest compromise he could make against the biases of the general populace, who all think that there need to be 8 pieces on the stick, or else it's not real takoyaki. Huh? Keiichi, I don't understand what you mean. Why is one of them the real thing and all the other ones are fakes? Why? The secret lies in the octopus. Mister, this octopus. It's true Akashi octopus, isn't it? In recent years, the number of octopuses caught in Akashi has decreased, and their prices have risen drastically. The prices are now so high that you wouldn't think of using them in takoyaki. Then the man who had been looking down this whole time mumbled. Yeah, that's right. Akashi octopus, very expensive. But this man absolutely had to have the Akashi octopus. He could have bought much worse quality octopus for cheaper, as much as he wanted, and would have still been able to fool everyone. There are plenty of other scamming takoyaki vendors who claim theirs are from Akashi even though they're not. But this man wouldn't accept it. He wouldn't tell lies. Akashi octopus are supreme. He would never relinquish this one stubborn conviction. This man loved takoyaki, and that's why he never lied. Yet there was one point that he absolutely had to compromise on. What might that be? The number. The popular opinion is that a stick of takoyaki should have 8 pieces on it. Even if it's real Akashi octopus, he couldn't charge 400 yen for just 1 piece, could he? If he didn't have 8 pieces, nobody would buy them. This man wept over it. In order to make just 1 true piece of takoyaki, he wouldn't ever let himself lie through the other 7. Wait. Oh, lie, I see. Oh, whoa, the octopus-free takoyaki vendor burst into tears. I gently clapped one of his shoulders. No matter what anyone else says, I'll never forget how genuine you are. You, sir, are a true vendor of takoyaki. You are the only one in the world with the right to call himself that. As I embraced the shoulders of this man, shedding his manly tears, those watching delivered a round of applause, moved by my speech. Everyone, I beg of you, please eat some of this true takoyaki vendor's takoyaki. If we don't treasure genuine men like this, then how can we protect the true path of the takoyaki? If nobody else will eat them, then I will eat them all. Wow, everyone's lining up. I'm gonna turn my light off here. I'm gonna do a little trick with my mic stand, so prepare your ears. There we go. Oh, you did it, you did it. I think it's more they thought Kei's propaganda speech was interesting rather than takoyaki actually looked good. Okay, you could probably sell plain old rocks if you tried. You would do well at product demonstrations in a supermarket. I suspect he would be good at selling off suspicious wonder knives. Absolutely stunned at my successful pitch, the guy manning the stall next to this one called out to me. Hey, you guys, do that for my sweets too. Great. You all get the gist of it, right? It's your turn this time, Rena. Okay, I'll do my best. How? When apricot sweets are cold, they are very, very good. The apricot is sitting so quietly and nicely on top of the syrup. How? It's so cute. I want to take it home. It looks like she lost herself in this midway through, but a girl giving it such a natural praise was itself bringing in some customers. A line was quickly forming behind Rena. Next up is the okonomiyaki stand. Satoko, you're up. Well, The crunch of the fried tempura batter mixed with the yakisoba is simply to die for. With a huge piece of bacon laid on top, when you bite into it, it all comes flooding out. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Yeah, that's freaking great. Now I want to try some too. Then a huge line formed at my words. What on earth is this? So basically, all these onlookers are just following us around to all the stands. When people hear about food from others and then try it for themselves, it tastes a lot better than it normally would. So that's it. Even Rika was gorging herself on the food, getting sauce on the bib she'd put on to prevent her shrine maiden outfit from getting dirty. Imagine she just spills like fucking barbecue sauce all over her fucking thing. She's like, oh, sorry, I just really want to have buffalo wings before the fucking ceremony. Nice, the older guys are getting into it too. Okay, Kay, which one should I do? Right, Mion, you go into the stall next to that. Show them the depths of your power. But Kay, the stall next to that is... Whoops. A goldfish scooping stand. A bit out of our element. No. As club president, I won't flee no matter who or what my opponent is. Let's get started. I look forward to a splendid performance, Mion. The onlookers were also watching Mion with hopeful eyes. Welcome, welcome. Here's your net and bowl. Okay, here we go. The goldfish are energetic today. They really look delicious. What the fuck? Small things like these, you can crunch them down whole. Mutter, mutter. Mion, what in the world are you saying? Me, you eat them? Did you eat the one Rita caught last year too? No! I didn't say anything like that. Mion's face went red and she shook it vehemently in denial. Well, I mean, you just said so yourself that they looked really delicious. Oh my god, it was her fucking sister again! Dude, stop! Stop cucking my girl. I'm gonna fucking destroy myself. You did indeed say so. My sister is omnivorous. She eats anything that can go in her... If they taste good, then maybe I'll try one next time. No, Rika, don't. You'll get sick. Wait a second. Hey, what the hell? Shion, how long have you been here? Hey, Kay, Mion, everyone, good evening. Where do you come from, Shion? I've been here since the bit with the yakisoba. You were all so loud that I found you right away. Jeez, you've got nothing to do with this, do you? Go somewhere else already. Jeez, Mion, don't treat me so cruelly. Yeah, says the girl who always treats her cruelly. Man, if I don't get my redemption arc from Mion, we're not completing this game. I'm telling you that right now. I won't let them disgrace her. I will go full shrimp. Don't make me. Jeez, Mion. Oh, I already read that. Right, Kay? You're okay with me being here, right? She asked, grabbing my arm and pushing her chest onto it. Bounce. Oh, I wonder what bounced. Keiichi, you're a pervert. Your nose is bleeding. When you squish a jelly donut, the jelly comes out, right? It's the same. This isn't something I have any control over. Huh, is that right? Will more come out if I squeeze harder? Shion, her cleavage, it's right up against my chest. Drip. Is this like a Japanese thing, like getting a nosebleed when you're embarrassed or something? I've never heard of this before. Shion, what the heck are you trying to do? How vulgar. I seem to have misjudged you. What about my flat chest? Oh, Lord. Dude, she's like 7. I'm not entertaining this. Rika, clasp onto my other arm, too. I'm not reading those. You can... Shion, Rika, and I, our faces now bruised, fell to the ground, limbs sprawled. Nice job, Rena. Everyone's so dirty. Rena punched me. It really hurts. Rika, you get what you deserve. Sheesh. Now that Shion was here, the energy around us had increased by 120%. Your friends are so much fun, Mion. I never get bored of them. Ah, right. If you weren't here, it'd be way more fun, you know. Aha! I want to stay with you all, but if I continue seducing Kay, my sister looks like she's literally gonna bite my head off. So I'll retreat for now. I'll be back. See you, Mion. Don't be back! Get the salt! Someone get the salt! After teasing her older sister so much, Shion ran away into the crowd of people and disappeared. I feel that I have borne witness to a rare side of Mion. When Mi is with she looks kinda cute. Rena smiled happily, earning her a whack on the head from Mion. Don't say dumb stuff, let's get to the next stand already. We went about just like that, really noisy and lively to the other stands. We were paying money to towards the beginning, but midway through, the guys running the shops thought we were just too funny, and we ended up being able to fool around without paying much more. You guys should be ashamed of how you're treating me on. Thump. The vigorous sound of a big taiko drum echoed throughout the air. Rika, it looks like it's time. Yep, looks like it. Right, it's just about time for Rika to appear in the offertory dance. I don't think I've ever seen that word. I'm a little nervous. Believe in yourself. All of your sweat will definitely amount to something, Rika. Mion slapped hard on Rika's back. That's right, you'll do fantastic, Rika. I'll do my best. Yeah, that's the spirit. I ball my hand into a fist and raise it into the air. We're rooting for you, Rika. Go for it. Yay, remember? Rika gave the best smile I'd ever seen, then pivoted on her heel and ran off. Okay, we should get going too. Right, let's go cheer her on. You mustn't. You must keep silent during the performance. I got it, jeez. I rubbed a hand through her hair. She was worried about her good friend up to the end. God, some of their adjective use is really hurting my brain. Then we better hurry. All the good spots will be taken. Come on. Mion ran off, and everyone else followed a moment later. A large amount of people had already clustered into the tight space to watch the edifying dance. Now this is a lot of people. I turned around to look at everyone else, but nobody was there. Where'd everyone go? They probably got lost among all these people. You might say that they got lost
Among us?
Finally, I spotted the back of Mion's head on the other side of the crowd. It definitely doesn't look like I can get over there. Well, we got separated. No big deal. We can just meet back up when Rika's dance is over. I gave up on finding the others and wandered around, trying to look for a place where I'd be able to see better. It didn't take long for me to realize I'd have settled for watching between the heads of the people in front of me, though. Thump. Once again, an even louder taiko drum resounded. This one was to announce the beginning of the dance. I couldn't see very well, but it seemed like Rika had come on stage with the elders, who were in priestly garb. I heard low exhalations of admiration, and the seniors rubbing their prayer beads in gratitude. Everyone's heads were in the way, and I couldn't see. It was really frustrating. We could have cut playtime short and come here just to get good spots earlier. After Rika intoned the prayer, she took the festival hoe, again, I've said this every time, you can stop referring to Rena like that, and walked to the pile of quilts stacked on the altar. That's right, the point of the ceremony was to purify bedding and to hold a memorial service, wasn't it? Then the solemn offertory dance began. She had practiced using a mochi-pounding mallet. The awkwardly shaped festival hoe Rika held seemed really heavy. Back and forth, up and down. It was doubtlessly difficult to even lift in the air, but she sweated and waved, raised, and dropped it again and again. She couldn't just deal with it and do it grudgingly. As the Shrine Maiden, she needed to retain the dignity and solemnity, I think that's how you would say it, present at this festival. Or solemnity? I don't know how you'd say that. There must be a ton of pressure on Rika's shoulders right now. Damn, why am I cheering her on from a place I can barely see her? I'm her friend, so I should be right up in the best spot rooting for her. No, dude, stop! This woman is like a siren. This wench, okay? You must be free from her clutches, okay? Squad fucking W, stay away from her. I knew this was gonna happen. God's sake, just let me have my alone time with Mion. I don't want to be with this girl. Over here. Someone tugged lightly on the back of my shirt collar. It was Shion. She beckoned me outside the crowded ring of people. She had a mischievous grin on her face, and I took it as her saying she knew a good place nobody else knew of. Shion, what's up? Shh, just be quiet and come with me. After she told me, she ran in a big detour around the throng. Man, it's great to have someone who knows the lay of the land here at times like this. Impressed though I was, I nearly lost sight of her right away. No more getting separated from me. I ran after her so that I wouldn't be left behind. As I wondered in anticipation what kind of secret spot Shion had in mind, we left the crowd of people and went around to the back of the shrine grounds. Hey, wait, where are we going? We're getting further and further away. Shh! Just stay quiet and follow me, you'll understand soon. Shion gave me a wink that reminded me of Mion as she said that. No sign of people, and not much moonlight. It was dark. We'd gotten plenty far away from the crowd of people on the shrine grounds. How are we supposed to see Rika's dance from here? I see, there's some high spot around here, isn't there? Like a rooftop or somewhere we can look down at it, right? What? Why do I have to climb onto the roof? Well, how else are we supposed to see Rika's dance? You really want to see Rika's dance? Okay, could it be that your strike zone is really low? I don't think we're understanding each other here. Weren't you gonna show me somewhere I could see Rika's dance from easily? What? Who made that promise? What's going on? Why me? Why do I always misunderstand Shion? Is it my fault? Am I just reading the wrong things into it? Then why did you call me all the way out here? With an expression that indicated she wasn't fooling around, she pressed her index finger to my lips and said slowly and quietly, "This place is a dark, dead, empty spot. You can't see it from the festival grounds, and now a male and female of the same age are alone here together. Could this be Shion? She's not planning on something crazy again, is she? Shh! Look over there. See?" Shion whispered, pointing into the dark underbrush. And there we saw two figures. One male and one female. What's that? It's Toмотaki and Thing, right? We're right at the scene of a rendezvous, of course. See, look closely. Can you tell who they are? I peered intently into the dark at Shion's suggestion. Oh, it's Toмотaki and Tanako. Were they going at it? The two of them were clearly breathing quietly and glancing around to make sure nobody knew they were there, as I crouched before the entrance to a wooden storehouse-like building. Wait, Shion, could this be what you wanted to show me? Okay, you can see Rika's dance any year, but you won't ever get another chance like this, okay? I thought the Sonozaki sisters each had their own personalities, but at times like this, they seemed all too similar. I'm going back. Don't call me for something like this again. If you move now, they'll see us. At our noisy argument, Tanako suddenly turned around. Oh my, who might that be? We held our breaths and tried to wait it out, but it seemed like Tanako... I kept saying Tanako, dude. I'm getting tilted that I can't read today. I've had a stroke today and the last time I played. I was chilling for the first, 5 streams, now I can't read. But it seemed like Takano was now acutely aware of our presence. Shion and I exchanged glances, then gave up and climbed out from behind the bush. Well, hello there. The moon sure is beautiful tonight, isn't it? My, but isn't Shion and Maebara? Good evening. Yeah, the moon certainly is pretty. What's this? Keiichi, you sure are smart, you know that? Having a secret date in a place like this? Then I guess we accidentally interrupted something important. You're the ones who were meeting up secretly. Toмотaki and Takano laughed to themselves, and it got on my nerves for some reason. Wait, so you two weren't having a little rendezvous then? Of course we weren't. Though I don't dislike that kind of romance. Hee. Unfortunately, this wasn't the location of a rendezvous either of you would want to see. Sorry for not living up to your expectations. If it wasn't a rendezvous, then what were you doing? Toмотaki, were you messing around with the padlock on the door just now? Huh? After she said that, I looked at the two of them again, and I definitely saw it. They were hunched in front of a warehouse door, fiddling with a pretty heavy-looking padlock. Guess we've been found out, huh? We were trying to break into the warehouse, but don't tell anyone, alright? Don't tell anyone. Are you thieves or something? I demanded unthinkingly, just because of how absently Toмотaki was grinning. Nah, never. Thieves are people who steal things, right? It's not like we were trying to take anything out of here. I see. Then why are you trying to unlock the door? This is the forbidden storehouse for ritual tools. They say only the Furude family and a mere handful of others are allowed in. Forbidden storehouse? I took a few steps back at that and looked on the entire warehouse. It certainly looked like one, built removed from any signs of people, almost as if in secret. Wait, this is the title card. This was the title screen. I just realized this now. This is the title screen for this episode. It was filthy, revealing how little it was ever opened. And it was built to be durable, giving it a strange, overpowering impression. Now that I looked at it more closely, it was certainly different than normal warehouses. Yeah, I mean, it looks like a pagoda, it looks like a shrine. This place? They're called ritual implements. Basically, this is a warehouse where they store such tools used in rituals. Well, more accurately, maybe it's a temple where the implements are enshrined. The ritual hoe, Rina, that Rika is using for the offertory dance was inside here until today. Of course, if anybody but the Furude family enters, they bring impurity into it. So absolutely no one is allowed a single step inside. Oh my god, wait, this makes sense. Note that she used the word impurity. And remember... Oh, sorry, I'm stretching. That Oyashiro's big thing was curbing impurity of the villagers. Because that's what she told us last time. That the reason why the curse happened to people who came into the village was because they were impure and they would sully the people of the village. So I think that even regular people of the village could be considered as bringing impurity into the village or spreading impurity if they were to go into this. So do we think that perhaps, I'm going to put this in my theory book, do we think perhaps that, as Takano said, entering the ritual implement storehouse brings impurity on the tools enshrined there? Perhaps Takano and Tomitake were killed in the first chapter for entering it. That's my current running theory. Which also means, if we care about our skin, we probably shouldn't enter this. However, Takano was wearing a childlike expression, an innocent smile at best, and a terribly cruel grin at worst. I told you I was researching Hinamizawa's folktales and legends out of interest in them, didn't I? A lot of the answers to questions I'm curious about are hidden away in here. I've waited all this time until today for this chance. A chance? Everybody's eyes were fixed on the dance at the shrine grounds today. This was the ultimate blind spot. Huh, I see. I didn't know you had lockpicking skills, Tomitake. Stop it. I don't want to be doing this, okay? Sorry for taking you along with me, but this is all thanks to you, Jiro. I really am grateful. Sheesh. This is the only time, understand, Takano? I don't want to be sneaking into places like this. You really are a good person, Jiro. Kerclink. Tomitake undid the padlock and placed it to the side. It's open. Monka ass, dude. Thank you. At long last. Oh, with an unusually excited air about her, she gave the heavy door a shove. The sharp smell of mold and dust flowed out from the gap in the doors. I had claimed curses didn't exist, but in this situation, I could believe in them. If we went into such a holy place with our shoes on, it feels like we could be punished somehow. How about it? You're accomplices too. You came all the way here, so why not come in and take the tour? It'll be a little field trip to a museum of precious cultural artifacts that conceal the secret history of Hinamizawa. And it's only open today. We're not accomplices or anything. Aren't you interested, though? Come on, let's take a peek. Shion said, predictably, linking her arm with mine. But we definitely shouldn't be doing this. This is a holy warehouse, isn't it? You said ritual implements, right? I really feel like we shouldn't go in. I'm a part of the Sonozaki family, so I have a good guess as to what we'll find in there. But I want you to see it too, Kay. You want to show something to me. Though it was just a ploy, I thought it was just a ploy, but Shion's eyes looked entirely serious. Of course, she was the sort who could lie with a straight face. I don't like Shion at all. I actually kind of dislike her for what she did to Mion. It was very fucking rude of her. Very conniving, and quite hurtful, actually. She did all the shit in this entire chapter so far just to hurt Mion. Like, what a bitch. How could you do that to the best girl? Of course, I was an average boy, too. My curiosity was at least twice that of a normal person. Sleeping forbidden treasures, never to leave this warehouse? Chances like this don't come around too often. If I had to choose, then I want to see. Until the locked door is open, though. I don't know about this. If you're not interested, Kay, then you can leave now. I think you'll wonder about it later, though. Tomitake spoke after listening to our discussion, himself having sat down on the stairs to take a short rest. I'll keep watch here. Go in and check it out with them. I'm not too interested. But it might be pretty interesting for a young guy like you, Keiichi, he said, laughing mischievously. There was no ill will in his laughter. Tomitake, do you know what's in here? Kind of. Takano told me all about it. Must be a pain to have to go along with your companion's unique hobbies, huh? Tomitake didn't answer that, only responding with a pained smile. Like she'd drop absolutely everything else for something she had an interest in and go straight for it. But Tomitake, on the other hand, seemed like the gold standard of what a normal person should be. Having him tell me so frankly to go check it out suddenly made the guilt feel lighter. Okay, but just a little. You're fucking up, bro. If it's not interesting, I'm leaving. You got it. Shion gave me another Mion-like wink. Looks like we're decided. Shall we go inside? Jiro, we'll leave this to you. Tomitake waved his hand to see us off. The inside was pitch black, but Takano turned on the battery-powered lantern she'd brought, revealing a pretty cramped front room. There was bodies everywhere. It's so dark in here. Everyone take care not to trip over anything. I appreciate the concern. Okay, doorman, keep a good watch. We're shutting the door now. Takano smiled spitefully, as if leaving Tomitake out of something fun, and began to close the door. Man. Alright, everyone, have fun. Of course, the one guy with a camera didn't come in. There was a low, heavy, and loud noise, and we were completely cut off from the outside world and covered in silent darkness. Takano's lantern was the only light we had. It'll be fine. It's an outdoor lantern with backup batteries inside. It won't go out or anything, okay? Looks like Takano noticed my uneasy expression. I couldn't help but blush a little and avert my gaze. Deeper inside, there was a heavy and old but sturdy door with solemn decorations on it. It was the last door sealing away what was within. Strange how it has an antechamber, even though it's just a warehouse, isn't it? I believe it's set up this way, so that you open one door at a time, never letting the room with all the tools be seen from the outside. Takano explained this, awfully impressed by the construction. I wonder if these tools we're going to find are going to be, like, stained with blood. But still, it's really dark in here. Huh? That over there, it's... I spotted a circuit breaker hanging from a clump of wiring, clumsily attached to the wall. Oh, here. Isn't this the light switch or something? You dumb fuck. You probably shouldn't be turning on the lights in there. I flipped the biggest switch I can find, and with a click, the pitch-black room was illuminated by an old, bare light bulb. Everyone scrunched up their faces at the sudden strobe-like brightness. Don't! Before she even finished, Shion slapped my hand and flipped the switch back. There was another loud click, and the room returned to darkness, with only the lantern for illumination. Ow! You can't, Kay. We snuck in here, remember? If you turn on the light, it might give us away. I was scolded by Shion, fairly harshly. It looked like she was worried about whether someone had seen them from the momentary light. It's all right. It was only for a moment. Takano remained a relaxed adult. It seemed like she was confident she could talk her way out of it if someone didn't see us. Let's go in. Here we go. There. The even heavier door opened, and this time, it wasn't just the dust that came out with the air. There was also a nasty smell. One smell was like opening a dust-filled cupboard in the back of a kitchen that hadn't been opened in years. And the other smell, the nasty one, was hard to explain, but it was like the raw odor of a fish market. From how the sound echoed, this room felt far larger than the first. Takano held up her lantern and revealed the contents of the expansive room. Whoa! At the back wall of the storehouse, right in front of us, was a Buddha-like holy object, standing there, looking down at us. I was taken aback by its unseen force, lit up by the slender beam of the lantern. Oops. That's the guardian god of Hinamizawa, Oyashiro. It's far grander than the one at the shrine. Oyashiro. So this is the spirit protecting Hinamizawa? The one guarding the holy land of Hinamizawa from the impurities of the outside world, and the one delivering punishment after punishment upon those who attempted to sully the land with dam construction. I'm just trying to, it's hard to see because they're in the way, but it looks like we have, a fucking Iron Maiden here. Obviously, this is, Oyashiro. We have buckets. We have clamps. Is this a torture room? We have cages hanging from the ceiling. It looks like there are far more tools stored here than I thought, but this is so sad. None of them have been maintained. How unfortunate that they're in such a state. Here we go. Now let's look. This is a fucking torture room. Look at this. What is this? This is not an Iron Maiden, but it looks like one. Because an Iron Maiden, I think, has spikes on the inside. This doesn't, obviously. This just looks like an odd-shaped coffin. We've got... I'm guessing this is the hammer that she was practicing with. It kind of looks like just a weird, odd-shaped hammer here with a weird handle. I'm trying to... That's just a cabinet in the back. But these here... I don't know what this looks like a grind wheel, but the reason why I don't think it's a grind wheel is the fuck is this like basin here or this thing? It doesn't make any sense, dude. Grind wheels are usually just like, if it was a grind wheel, this bottom part wouldn't exist. And there's chains on it. Is this to like put somebody up against and like... Even in the dim light, I could see a lot of strange objects lining the walls, ceilings, and shelves. Takano, speaking as if in a trance, was infatuated by the various implements filling the dark room. Yikes. They weren't very festival-like or traditional, but instead, this was more like the work of a blacksmith or a carpenter. There were a lot of large wooden and metal tools packed in here. Putting it bluntly, it was all pretty boring stuff. I'd imagine there would be more artistic things in here from the high-end period, but these are a far cry from being cultured artifacts. My expression betrayed my dashed hopes, and they caught on right away. Oh, is this not interesting for you? I'm not into literature or arts, so I can look at this stuff, but I don't really understand its value. Keiichi, you really do look like you don't get it. I guess that's only natural. Takano reached into a paper bag that she'd been holding the whole time, took out a worn scrapbook, and began to flip through it. So, the scrapbook from the tips was hers. I'm gonna put a little note here. When we entered in, there was a ton of what looked like torture devices. Then for you, Keiichi, I'll tell you an old story. It's a common tale in this region. If you go to the library, it would even be on their recommended reading list. Telling stories in such a dark, creepy place? She must have a horror story in mind. Shion's face belied nothing but calm. If she had the same personality as Mion, she'd have found fault with me being scared. I'll endure it for now and pretend to be calm. Okay? Alright, I'll read it. After confirming I was going to be quiet and listen, she began to speak softly, like a kindergarten teacher reading a picture book. Long, long ago, in a certain village in the mountains, there was a swamp. This swamp was very, very deep. Some even called it bottomless. People said it was connected to Hell, the land of the demons. The rumors said that it was deeper than the ocean, and that anyone it swallowed would sink into the underworld, a bottomless swamp. Its name was Onigafuchi. Wait, I thought back to the story I heard yesterday about sacrifices sinking into the bottomless swamp. Could that be the swamp she's talking about? And we live in Onigafuchi village, which they call Hinamizawa. So then the village was Hinamizawa, right? You catch on quickly. That's right. Though it was called Onigafuchi at the time. Yeah, because that's what I assumed when they were bringing it up earlier. Onigafuchi village. It's a pretty inauspicious name. It evokes quite the image, doesn't it? I hear the name was changed in the Meiji period. The name of the swamp connected to Hell was called Onigafuchi, which meant the demon's abyss. And the true name of this village, Hinamizawa, was Onigafuchi village. The villagers belonged to that abyss, or to Hell, in other words. They lived their lives worshipping the swamp, said to connect to it. But then one day... Yo, it's Berserker from Fate! Yo! What's up? It's Hercules! I'm just gonna add a little note in here. I kind of knew this, but just for the future. Oops. Okay. Demons began to appear one after the other from deep in the swamp. The villagers feared that hell was overflowing. The demons mercilessly attacked the villagers. They could only watch in fear. They could do no more than hide themselves and tremble. So did someone exterminate them? Unfortunately, there is no Momotaro or Superman in this fairy tale. Then did the whole village get together to fight them? Heavens no. The villagers weren't nearly strong enough to fight on equal terms with the demons. And the only recourse would be to flee the village. They couldn't do that either. To the villagers, it was their beloved homeland. It didn't matter how terrifying the demons, they wouldn't have run away so easily. Then what did they do? Wouldn't they just get wiped out? Unable to fight and unable to run, all they could do was wait for the village to be destroyed. Then, when everyone had lost hope, their god, Oyashiro, descended onto them. Or unto them. Okay. I see. So Oyashiro came down from the sky and beat up all the demons then. You're such a boy, Kay. You always jump straight to using force to resolve things. Shion sighed, a little annoyed. Embarrassed, I held my tongue. The thing about Oyashiro, he wasn't a violent god who would beat them up like you're saying. He was a kind god, filled with love and benevolence. The strength of Oyashiro descended from the heavens couldn't be compared to that of the demons. They didn't even fight. They simply prostrated themselves before his radiant authority. Oyashiro urged them to go back to hell from whence they came, but the demons wept and challenged him, saying they could never return. The world of the demons, too, has harsh commandments. They claim that they had been banished from hell. Demons, who didn't have a place to go, neither in hell nor in the human world. Of course they were at fault for attacking the village. They deeply reflected on it and were sorry. Okay, I'm gonna call one theory here. Before they say it, if it does become true. I think that somehow the demons became intermingled with the villagers, and I'm starting to think that the real truth of the nature is that the people who were born in Hinamizawa are not just demon-possessed. They literally are demons. Like, they might be like half demons, like part demon, part human. Which is why they have those weird forms that they slip into. Because it's when they let, like, the demon within come out. Because I'm guessing that Oyashiro, considering they're saying that he's a benevolent god, would let them live among the humans. As the villagers conversed amongst themselves, little by little they came to pity the demons, and there it is. After talking with everyone in the village, they decided to live alongside them. A lot of fairy tales have them being exterminated or driven away, but you don't often hear ones where they live in peace. You're right. Demons are supposed to symbolize all evils. A story where they decide to live together with humans is certainly strange. Okay, well, I'm gonna put my theory down in the book. Okay, sorry, I just had to write that in. When the demons first heard the villagers' invitation, They doubted their ears, but soon burst into tears of joy. The villagers had given them a place to live. It was said that in payment for the good deeds, the demons shared their many kinds of powers and secrets with the villagers. Oyashiro was very pleased with this happy exchange. He gave the demons the bodies of humans. There it is. Yep. Okay, so then let's wrap this all together. Very clearly, it would seem to insinuate that someone like Mion, someone like the people that had those demon eyes, because they actually are the descendants of demons. So all I gotta say, Mion, I don't care that you're a demon, because you're a demon after my heart. Let's continue. Oyashiro was very pleased with this happy exchange. He himself decided to stay on the surface and watch over the everlasting peace between them. A land in which man, demon, and god live together. I thought the word demon was a noun meaning evil that needs to be exterminated. A god may have mediated for them, but you don't often hear happy endings like that where both sides live in harmony. I see. I guess it is kind of interesting. Although the normal fairy tale ends here, it was revised quite a bit during the Edo period into a much longer story. After that, the humans and demons intermixed, and eventually there was no difference between them. So the demons ended up disappearing. No, not at all. Half of them stayed just as they were. The knowledge the villagers had received from the demons basically made them into something inhuman, what people call transcendent. They were well aware the power they had was heresy, and that those below, and as those below worshipped them, they lived out their lives in secrecy. My dad's being very loud for no reason. The story is the root of many derivative tales and pieces of fiction. It's the foundation, They're making my dog howl. I wonder if you can hear them. I'm muting because I'm not letting you hear this. Okay, this story is the root of many derivative tales and pieces of fiction. It's the foundation, the basis. What do you mean by root? She means the part about the villagers having demon blood. What I mean is, all of the legends from around here are based on the premise that the villagers are descended from demons. There was a hint of amusement in Shion's face as she said that. It was like she wanted to say that she, too, had demon blood in her. Is there any proof, though? Maybe it's somehow rooted in historical fact beyond just fairy tales. Oh, Maybara, then do you believe that demons really did come out of the swamp and breed with humans? Well, it's not that I don't believe it, but when she said demon, she meant the ones from hell, but in ancient Japan, the word wasn't necessarily used to denote only that kind, right? The more well-known use involves the drifting foreigner theory. As the story goes, Westerners who were shipwrecked in nearby seas had such markedly different customs that they were called demons. Japanese people were relatively similar in appearance to other Asians, but fuck, they're being annoying. But everything about those from the West was different. Their physiques, their faces, their skin color. In Japan, terms like red demon and blue demon evoke images especially of Westerners. Lacking in skin pigments, Westerners would sunburn easily and turn red. Being fair-skinned, I think blood vessels appearing on their skin would look blue too. A handful of accidental aliens would drift into Japan and came under persecution, being called demons. They would flee into the mountains to survive, turn into bandit groups, and attack villages for food and the like. How does that explanation sound? Maybe it's a bit childish. Takano gave me a weird smile. Having come up with such an impromptu hypothesis, I unconsciously followed up with self-deprecation. Still, she didn't smile as to make fun of me. It's not ridiculous. There are a lot of people who subscribe to the drifting foreigner theory. Even so, nobody actually knows what happened. Were they groups of foreigners who had turned to banditry, or were they really demons who came from the bottom of the world? Okay, sorry, I'm just updating my notepad. Then Takano, which one do you believe? The truth of the matter aside, I'd rather believe the more fantastic explanation. It's more fun that way, isn't it? Her answer made her sound a wee bit like a romanticist. Here I thought she'd reject unrealistic stories like that. Now then, this is where the fun begins. Takano brought an end to her storytelling and waits for a moment as if to tantalize us. Suddenly, Shion looked around as if something caught her eye. Her head bobbed to and fro, like she was making sure nothing had changed. What's wrong, Shion? I'm sorry. Please don't worry about it. She pretended as though nothing had happened. Takano also made sure nothing had happened, then cleared her throat and broached the next subject. I explained that half of the villagers have demon blood. That blood, they actually say it's the blood of the kind of demon that eats people. Man-eating demons? That escalated quickly. Uncle W? That blood still runs through the villagers' veins. They say that sometimes the blood awakens from its slumber. Mocha W? I thought the fairy tale had a happy ending, with the humans and demons living in peace, but it began to suddenly change into a brutal, bloody story. Well, they eat people. They say that every decade or so, they can't help but want to feast on human flesh. The villagers can't eat other villagers. So when that happens, it's said they descend on the human villages and conduct onikakushi. That's the demoned away. They said that the villagers of Onikafuchi would overwhelm unfortunate human villagers in order to kidnap sacrifices. Okay, now we gotta update this again. Okay. Holy fuck, this is like a huge info dump. Takano's explanation was plain and simple. When I imagined what it must have been like, it was terrifying. They lose their human reason. The villagers turn into real demons en masse. They attack the villages they loathe in the dirty world of the masses below, and they kill and eat their sacrifices. So they're no different from demons at all. What did Oyashiro do? Wasn't he supposed to be staying in the village and watching over them? Oyashiro knew about it, of course. Onikakushi isn't indiscriminate. The villagers apparently never kidnapped anyone other than sacrifices decided upon by their god. In the text, it's usually one or two people. A village inhabited by those both human and inhuman. It was like the heartwarming episode's colors had inverted, like negative film, revealing the painful and ugly truth. So on the nights when they stole away villagers, they would feast on their kidnapped sacrifices, which is why the nights came to be known as Watangashi. Tonight's festival was Watangashi. I just couldn't reconcile the fun festival with the horrible tale Takano was telling me. Watangashi, well wasn't it about giving thanks to the futons we use over winter or something? Okay. Wata has another meaning, you know. It means entrails. Shion, who had been silent up until now, spoke. Entrails? Oh yeah, I guess that's true. Like fish guts. Wait, what? Like a jigsaw puzzle, the fun times I had today and Takano's grotesque tale clicked together in my mind. Watangashi. So gut spilling. It's another thing. Okay. I didn't think saying that could ever feel so nauseating. Yeah. So as you imagine, Meibara, right now, the Watangashi Festival might just be a somewhat early summer festival occurring every June, but it used to be different. It used to be a ghastly, cannibalistic feast, held on the night the villagers had collected their unfortunate dinner. That can't be true. I had no reason to say that, but I couldn't help it. Meibara, you said the Watangashi is a ritual about purifying futons, right? What do you think the futons filled with cotton with wata represent? It's probably the beds of the people they ate, right? Futons are futons. They're beds. They're the things for sleeping in. What else could they possibly represent? I was rattling on, desperately attempting to deny the horrible festival that Takano was describing. Deep down, however, I found myself understanding all too well what she meant. Futons stuffed with cotton. People stuffed with guts. Ripping out the guts? Yeah. If the cotton represented entrails in both pronunciation and meaning, then the entrail-filled futons would have to be humans. Why don't you think back to the offertory dance Rika performed? Do you know what she was doing up there? She was hacking up a body. No, I don't. I didn't even watch the whole thing anyway. Shh. Okay, you're getting too worked up. Shion grabbed one of my ears, reminding me that this wasn't somewhere I should be raising my voice. Even so, I still can't suppress this agitation I feel. Rika was carrying a festival hoe. You probably realize it already, but that's not a hoe for plowing fields. It's a tool for dissecting human bodies. I didn't see that dance all the way through, so I don't know what kind of performance Rika was putting on after I left. When I told this to Takano, she kindly explained Rika's dance to me. To summarize what she said, after what I'd seen, Rika would pierce the futons with the hoe, cut them open, and pull out the cotton inside. She'd cut the cotton out, one bit at a time, and set it afloat. That's the kind of ritual it was. Broadly speaking, it was quite the bombastic ceremony, where they'd rip out the guts and throw them into a basin, and then the ritual was over. It's thought after that, the villagers, each with a different role, dismantled the flesh piece by piece and feasted upon it. Hee hee. At Takano's strangely happy giggle, I felt for some reason violent displeasure. Rika, every day during our lunch break, she'd take a rice-pounding mallet into the schoolyard, and she'd work so hard, sweating bullets to practice for the offertory dance she had done today. All that effort, all that work. Takano disgraced it, even though she worked so hard to practice for today. Takano, I think you should choose your words more carefully. Kei's pretty naive, so please don't tease him so much, says the girl who in the same scene is freaking out. The moment before I opened my mouth to express how angry I was, Shion stopped me. Shion must have been fully aware of how that story made me feel. I'm sorry. I thought you'd like a story with that sort of shock value since you're a boy. Takano spoke without a hint of malice as she smiled gracefully. After hearing all that, did you figure out what kind of stuff is in the storehouse, Kei? See, look. Shion pointed out one of the walls, vaguely illuminated by the lantern's light. There was... Mere moments ago, they hadn't held my interest. They were just boring-looking tools lined up on the shelves. Ugh. All those uninteresting tools that I didn't understand how to use, they all suddenly took on a new meaning, and I couldn't help but let out a groan. At first, they'd look like carpentry tools, like chisels or planes. However, when I thought back, I'd seen pictures of these sorts of tools before. Yeah, they came up in Japanese history textbook. On the page introducing the Kaitai Shinsho, or the new text on anatomy, these sort of things. They're printed realistically in the literature of Germany, capital of the medical world. These aren't carpentry tools. These strangely strangely shaped tools. They're for dissection. Everyone knows that in the Edo period, they would dissect the corpses of those who had been put to death in order to gain knowledge about Western medical techniques. Illustrations of the dissection tools they used at the time came up in textbook supplements. The things hung up on this wall all looked exactly the same as those. If you want a scary way of looking at it, think of them as cooking utensils. Takano, holding the lantern, the only light source in the room, led us along the wall. She had the only light, so I had to walk after her whether I liked it or not. Look. Takano illuminated a coiled chain, which left a bigger impression than the other things we saw. The chain itself was nothing unusual, but further along it were metal fetters that were like hinges, clearly meant for binding people. Guessing that's this. Kei, look at that. Shion tapped me on the shoulder and pointed to a restraining table that was clearly shaped like a person. My spine froze. My blood felt like it was turning into a sherbet. So I always forget, because there's one of these it's like sorbet. I think this might be it.
Sherbet.
Never mind. But you can call it a sorbet. Who cares? As I crawled up my back, On each of the joints, there were things like chains and iron balls attached. It was like the table was searching for its next sacrifice, ready to spread their arms wide and close them in. It's probably a chopping block. I think you'd strap the sacrifice down to prep them for eating. The words chopping block sent a jolt through my body. When I looked more closely, there were many dark slices carved into it, as though from a knife or a saw. They were the most clear-cut signs of usage you could ask for. It proved these tools weren't just for show, they were used for their original purpose. If someone was strapped tightly onto this table, they probably wouldn't be able to move a muscle. Their guts would be defenseless. You'd take one of those eerie cooking knives lined up over there, stab them with it, and then you'd slice open their belly and dissect them. I had heard stories, but this is incredible. Before coming in here, Shion had mentioned she had a good guess of what was inside, but it seems to have exceeded her imagination. There's still more. How about it? More fascinating than a wax museum, isn't it? Takano had this happy expression, like she was visiting a toy store for the first time. I don't get it. This Mio Takano person has nerves of steel. Are these bizarre, grotesque objects that fascinating to her? I, for one, was not enjoying myself. I'll be frank. Who's Frank? This was all too weird for me. Still, there was something even more horrifying than all this. That would be none other than Takano herself. Takano, holding the lantern, giving off such a thin beam of light. If she suddenly turned it off, then I would... What would I do? The next moment, everything went totally dark. That's why I was scared. Takano had the only light. And anyways, I was scared. At some point, Shion had started holding on to my shirt sleeve. It was a little annoying to walk like that, but I didn't shake her off. That minor sensation allowed me to feel the presence of an ally here and now. Before we even walked halfway through the storehouse, the air I felt on my skin changed completely. These cruel tools lined up, all crammed together in this place. Some were horrible ones made to take away sacrifices' freedom, and some were tools made to efficiently disassemble and prepare the bodies for consumption. Those were just the things I understood. There were plenty of other strange-looking objects that I couldn't even guess the purpose of. Now that I was here, I didn't have the slightest desire to hear the details about what sort of terrifying reasons they were meant to be used for. At the very least, they were all completely different from the sort of clean, simple, killing function of a katana. Tools to kill people were obviously constructed in such a way that they could kill people. If that was the goal, then the person you used them on would obviously end up dead. These kind of tools here, however, were different. The tools that were here were for cutting people, for crushing them, for boiling them and cooking them, and for grinding them. They were tools of torture. They weren't made to kill people. People dying was just an incidental result, or incidental results. Actually, they might not even kill them. If the sacrifices could die during such a horrifying ritual process, that'd be nice, but they don't even die in the end. They remain in a state of hellish pain. Perhaps they were only being allowed to live. Only now in this moment did I fully realize just how terrifying and fearsome that difference was. People, you see, most of these wouldn't kill them if used properly. Takano, as if reading my mind, displayed a shocking smile. Burning at the stake, the famous method of execution for witches, will kill the person immediately. Well, not immediately. Yeah, quite quickly, but not immediately. When the body suffers extreme burns on the skin all over, the decomposition of the skin's chemical makeup produces poison-like symptoms and causes an immense shock to the victim. Though I suppose it's still very cruel, compared to the guillotine, you have to wait far longer for that to happen. She described such horrors in a strangely medical way. Shion immediately answered the question I had. Takano is a nurse. There's a saying that nothing can scare a doctor. I guess that's true. Oh, and also, there was a method of execution in ancient Rome where they would grill the person. Yeah, wasn't there one where they would put them in like an iron... I think it was an iron horse. And then they would heat it up and the person would like burn alive inside. Just like a barbecue. They would cover the person in wire netting and slowly cook them over a charcoal fire. To think the memories of when I went to a day camp with my family, it was a bull? Okay, it was a bull, yeah. I knew it was some animal, would come rushing back now, of all times, so vividly. That was what it was like. I was thinking of, the fucking horse of fucking Troy. That's what it was like. Apparently they wouldn't die too easily for some reason. According to one source, even if they roasted one side of a person to a crisp for an entire night, they would still be conscious and able to speak fluently. That's insane. You'd grill someone the whole day, and they'd still be conscious? It's said that ancient Rome, famous for their executions, thought of plenty of ways to execute someone while having the victim stay alive for as long as possible. Among them, there was one method where they would open the gut, pull out the intestines like sausages, pull them up with a winch, and put them on public display. Shion was behind me, clinging to me. Not just because she was scared. She was protecting her stomach. You would think someone with their intestines pulled out would die instantly, right? Well, no. I mean, it's kind of fucked up, but people say this, like, one of the worst places if you're concerned about pain and not necessarily like the fact that you're gonna probably die either way, one of the worst places to get injured is your stomach. Because, like, it's really painful, but it's not your heart, it's not your brain, it's not your liver. You're not gonna, like, have some omega insane, like, body response and die, like, instantly. Like, you're gonna sit there for a long-ass fucking time if you're getting a gut injury, and you're just gonna sit there in pain. You think someone with their... Yeah, okay, I already read that. Actually, as long as you do it tenderly and thoroughly, it's apparently possible to pull them all out while a person is still conscious. Now, this is fucked up, and I don't know if this is real, but I remember hearing... God, I don't remember where I heard this. I don't know if this was... It was in World War II, and I don't know what side did it. It was either Americans did it to Japanese prisoners of war, or Japanese people did it to American, or I guess Western prisoners of war. Most likely American, considering the Pacific Theater. But one of them was that they would cut their stomachs open and have dogs eat their entrails while they were alive, because they wouldn't die. If I remember, I don't know who did... I mean, this sounds like a very American thing, but it's also probably bullshit. Weird what this makes you think of. It was like my organs were coiling up just from Takano's stare. Though, pulling them out with a winch was a rather exaggerated method. In a more barbaric way, they might slice open the gut, then cut the intestines out and throw them everywhere. It's quite imaginable that they did dreadful things like that too, isn't it? However, those being put to death are conscious. It must be far more terrifying than painful. She spoke with pleasure, as if she had come here on a sightseeing trip. I heard Shion gulping multiple times near my ears. Perhaps Hinamizawa, or rather, Onigafuchi Village, did something like that for the Watangashi festival. Listen, if you try hard, can you hear it? I wanted nothing more than to hear anything at all. So why? Why only at times like these do I begin to hear things I shouldn't be able to? It's Santa! He's coming! Takano, having realized she'd scared Shion and I enough at this point, smiled soothingly. Then, she turned on her heel, raised the lantern, and began to walk again. If Takano left us here, we get even further away from the light. Shion and I, no matter how scared we were forced to follow Takano along on her field trip through the ritual storehouse. I suppose we've seen a bit of everything. See? This place is interesting, isn't it? She says, raising the lantern high in the center of the storehouse. The dim lighting didn't change, but for some reason, it felt like I was able to see all of those horrible tools at once. Kay, look up. Shion stammered while grabbing the nape of my neck. I couldn't tell because it was so dark, but there were a lot more tools hanging from the ceiling as well. They all looked like they were made of iron bars, but then I figured it out. Cages. For cages, they were very small. Cramped cages just for one, like a casket. If you got locked up in there. No, you wouldn't get locked up inside it. It was another tool meant for restraining people, where the iron bars would squeeze you tightly. So many big and large, things of all shapes were hanging down. Takano's mention of execution by grilling crosses my mind. We weren't just surrounded on all sides by these terrifying instruments. Things crowding the ceilings were even hanging over our heads. There are many of these sorts of bird cages among European torture devices. I'm surprised to see them here in Japan as well. Kay, is there something in there? A person? A mummy? Where? Shion desperately pointed to one of the many human-sized bird cages hanging from the ceiling, but I couldn't tell which one she meant. Being that dark, there wasn't any way you could tell if something was there in the first place. I don't see anything. You're sure you're not seeing things? Yo, I have a crazy theory. Actually, no, this theory is really dumb. It doesn't make sense. I'm taking it back. I'm not saying it. Shion didn't seem convinced, but without means to confirm for ourselves, we couldn't do much but wonder. Maebara, after seeing this, have you come to believe in all of it? The countless terrible rituals passed down in Hinamizawa? It's got nothing to do with believing in them. Now that I've been shown the real thing like this, there's no possible way to deny it. Even the nations of Europe, with all their beautiful landscapes and legends, were like a maelstrom during the terrible witch hunts in the Dark Ages. It's well known that the era gave birth to countless gruesome forms of torture and execution. Japan was the same way. Didn't it have its own era of hellscape-like, tortuous feasts because of religion, suppression, and things of that nature? Hinamizawa itself had such a period. It held that much history behind it. Even in Europe, land of the witch hunts, that was all far in the past. No more than a series of historical events, and in this age, nothing that abnormal would ever happen. That must apply to Hinamizawa as well. Just as Europe had its Dark Age, Hinamizawa had one too. That's how this should be taken. Even if all these things really happened in Hinamizawa, they're all long past. They don't have anything to do with the people living in Hinamizawa right now. Maebara, you really do like this village. It didn't sound like she was making fun of me. Takano gave me a light smile. Takano, you're researching whether those customs survived into the present. You are, right? Shion suggested something that made my heart leap into my throat. Are you telling me that all these horrible things are still going on even today? What I'm about to tell you is a secret, alright? I told you Shion because you're an understanding person, but the other villagers don't want to hear it. If things go awry, I could be ganged up on and punished. Shion flashed a devilish smile, as if reveling in the immorality of it. Maebara, you keep it a secret too, okay? If this gets out, I could suffer Oyashiro's curse, or be made into a sacrifice. If it's the curse, then I wonder what kind of death it'll be this year. If it's the sacrifice, then will I be thrown into Onigafuchi's swamp while still alive? It is tonight, you know. The night of Oyashiro's curse. Takano said that, bringing her face right up close to ours, as if to say that if she had the choice, she'd rather suffer the curse. That was what she seemed to be implying. Well, yeah, because you get killed instead of being fucking tortured. What? Duh. Takano took a fairly worn notebook out of her paper bag, then began to flip through its pages. There were all sorts of references and newspaper clippings attached to them, and had all manner of things written inside. The letters were very small and bunched together, so I couldn't tell at a glance what it was about. And she's also like a doctor, so her handwriting was probably unintelligible. So, what I'd really like to do is search through the National Library for newspapers from the era, but here it is. A photocopy of a page from some book was slid into the notebook, and it too was written in small, tight lettering. Like the other pages, I couldn't tell what it was about just by glancing at it. This is a story that actually happened. It was around the end of the Meiji era. They discovered an unknown, mangled corpse, the victim of a murder in Onigafuchi village. The old newspaper clipping attached to the page spoke of something that was no mere rumor or fairy tale. We don't have most police documents from the time anymore, so it's all based on oral traditions and memories. See, it's not very clear, but it looks like a cutout of a newspaper from the Meiji era. Never before has there been a corpse treated with such cruelty and inhumanity. Could it be the work of a demon? Being a copy of a copy, it was very hard to make out, but it was more than enough to make me feel strangely tense. I gotta mute again because they're being loud. Okay, skin had been peeled off the entire body, and there were markings that implied terrible torture in every place imaginable. Not only that, but the belly had been cut open by a sharp knife with the entrails completely dragged out. The police immediately began an investigation, but since they couldn't even determine the identity of the victim, much less the criminal, finding answers was extremely difficult. Do you understand what it must have been like? I couldn't imagine such a strange sight even if I tried. This was the first time I was ever thankful for my lack of imagination. The victim was skinned while still alive, underwent all kinds of torture, and was killed brutally. The author here also thinks that even after the death, the remains were divided and dissected even further, the epitome of inhumanity. I'm of the opinion that the entire process was performed while the person was still alive, though. What do you think? She spoke in a way intended to make me imagine even more vicious things. As my brain was already far over capacity, however, there was no way I could imagine anything more brutal. Then when I broke my gaze with Takano, those strangely shaped weird tools were all around us. I wonder if you could faithfully reproduce the mutilated corpse discovered at the end of the Meiji era, with the tools found in this place. I want to deny it. I don't want to admit that something so terrible could have happened at all. Even so, they were so strange, so terrifying, these tools, and if they had seen through my attempt to escape from them, they did nothing but ridicule me silently. So that creepy incident, what was it in the end? I don't know when the Meiji era was, let's see. 1868 to 1912, there you go. So not extremely old, but still old. The authors say that, regarding Onigafuchi Village's dreadful customs, they've survived into recent post-Meiji days, and that perhaps they lasted until around the beginning of the Showa period. This corpse, at a glance, appeared to have been brutally killed after a period of torture. In actuality, however, it was the pitiful sacrificial remains of the man-eater's terrifying feast. The corpse was just leftovers. It was so fantastic, so strange that it didn't feel real. Was this an extension of the legends too? It happened in the Meiji era though, which is just too recent to be called a legend. Also, there's a newspaper clipping right here suggesting it. Okay, but even if it really happened, it was a long time ago, right? I mean, the Meiji era ended 100 years ago. That's all. Only 100 years ago. Besides, it kept happening even after the beginning of the Showa period. Like with the uproar around the post-war canned flesh incident. Oh, I apologize. That story was taboo, wasn't it? Takano immediately stopped talking, as if worried about Shion. Shion briefly looked somewhat angry, but that expression soon disappeared. Huh? Takano, what did you just say? Canned flesh. Just then there was a huge creaking noise. Everyone whipped around to look. It was Toмотaki who had opened the door slightly. Ahaha, did I startle you? Okay. Let me see, is there anything else that I wanted to write down? Not really. Okay, there we go. Oh, Jiro, can you not resist seeing inside? This is a splendid treasure trove of torture devices. I'll pass on that. I'm bad with this sort of thing by nature. Takano held her stomach and had to muffle her laughter, as if she wanted to make a comment about his masculinity. In any case, the dance and ceremony are over and everyone's going down the stream. The festival will be over within minutes. Oh, that's no good. Maybara's just a good listener that couldn't help telling stories. I'd really rather you not mention me in a place like this. Jiro, could you please wait out front? I want to take a few pictures. There are actually a lot of tools I'd like to bring home, but we obviously can't do that. Takano took out a camera out of her paper bag and began to snap photographs. She looked like she was having fun, like she was on a scavenger hunt. Keiichi, are you leaving too? I've seen enough. Shion, you're good too, right? Let's get out of here. I want some fresh air. I agree. Let's leave. So this doesn't surprise me at all, because we're going to assume that in the first chapter, had Shion and I not been present, that this event still happens, right? Like that Takano and Tomitake still break into this, and that's probably why they ended up being killed, because I'm guessing they're going to get caught. Or someone will notice that something's off, you know? When I thought about it, though, I realized that whatever kinds of evil spirits and ghosts lurked in the darkness, none of them could hold a candle to how scary she was. Even if a phantasm were to appear, she'd be overjoyed and flash her camera at it. Seemed like Shion shared my somewhat rude mental images. We exchanged glances and smiled painfully. We left Takano there, bathed in her strobe of camera flashes, and decided to go leave the ritual storehouse. Yikes. Happy music, woo! Everyone at the festival seemed to have gone to their stream, so their voices were very distant. Say their stream to the stream. The voices of the bugs, on the other hand, were clear, lending an empty feeling of isolation to the place. How was it? Interesting? Tomitake gave us a somewhat mischievous grin. He should have been able to tell by looking at how pale our faces were. I should have kept watch outside with you, Tomitake. Tomitake laughed so delightfully that it wiped away our dark feelings. How did you fare, Shion? Were you scared? I was prepared for it, so I wasn't too afraid, but seeing the real thing was powerful. Shion spoke like she wasn't scared at all. She really had been quite afraid, but seeing as how I was in a worse state than her, I didn't have much room to talk. Way worse state. As Tomitake grinned candidly, my mind, exhausted and locked up by nervousness, began to calm itself. Was Takano an adult about this little expedition? You know how she seems like a child sometimes. I was worried she'd be way too excited. Both Shion and I laughed and left that as our answer. Hopefully, she was only looking at things. I'm worried she'll sneak something out of here, or mess with the ritual implement too much and break it or something. Right, that's quite possible. She is alone in there right now. She might pilfer something small and easily concealed, hiding it in her pocket. Yeah, I can see that. Shion said what I was thinking. You're sure she didn't break anything? I could clearly hear some noises like someone jumping up and down. I was getting pretty nervous. I'm sorry, I ran out of film. Jiro, if you have any more, could I use some? Takano suddenly appeared while we were talking about her, taking everyone by surprise. Tomitake smoothly grinned and responded as if nothing had happened. He's pretty mature. I'm all out of spare film. Sorry about that. Jeez. You won't win any Pulitzer Prize by not stocking enough film for any occasion, you know. I suppose that's it then. Tomitake scratched his head apologetically. Without the film, we're done here. Takano seemed to have given up because of that too. We checked carefully to make sure we hadn't left anything inside, then closed the door and turned to the heavy padlock we'd left beside it. Takano, you didn't sneak anything out, right? How rude. I'm trying not to be that childish. That was not a yes or a no answer. Kerclack, Tomitake set the padlock back on the way it was before. From a cursory glance, it didn't look like thieves had snuck in at all. I mean, you weren't necessarily thieves, but you were breaking and entering. Okay, let's get over to the stream ourselves. If we don't at least set some cotton afloat, there won't be any point in coming to the festival. Tomitake spoke brightly, urging us all on, setting cotton afloat down the stream. I shake my head a few times, driving away my dismal thoughts as to the double meaning. Takano, looking a little let down, kept turning back to glance at the ritual storehouse. Let's just leave it at that, alright? You saw enough to sate your curiosity, didn't you? Oh, not at all. Everything I found only renewed my interest. All those stories and legends suddenly hold water. After today, I'm gonna have to change the way I look at all this. Wow, she's truly indomitable. Her curiosity really is something else. Still interested in all this through and through. Okay. We descended the stone stairs, and all the people crowding the stream came into my view. Near the bottom of the stairs, we could clearly see people receiving cotton that had been cut out for them, then wishing upon the cotton and setting it afloat down the stream. The festival was already over. Damn. I missed my chance to photograph the best part of Watangashi. Oh, but it's not too late. I'm gonna go and set some afloat. Perhaps you could take pictures of me? Takano, with an impish expression, brought her head to Tomatake's shoulder. Despite his age, he looked embarrassed. I felt an honest respect for Tomatake, man to man, for dating such a handful of a woman. Holy fuck, squad W. Goodbye then. May borrow? Shion? We're going down to the stream. Would you like to come with us? No. I couldn't get in your way. Please take your time. Shion waved her hand to them with an expression just as impish as Takano's. Tomatake, on his part, seemed to want us to come, but whatever. Shion gave a big stretch and sat down on the stone steps. I'm pretty worn out. Same here. I'm exhausted too. Okay, this is your first Watangashi, isn't it? You go on, don't mind me. I'm tired, so I'd like to stay away from the crowd. Yeah, if we were to go now, we'd barely slip into the end of the cotton drifting ceremony. My sister and your other friends might be looking for you too. Go on. Oh, yeah, right. They've been by themselves ever since we got separated. I'd feel bad if they were looking for me. Then Shion suddenly got a playful look on her face, then put her index finger to her lips, as if telling me to keep this a secret. My sister is the type that gets really jealous. If she knew I was hogging you this whole time, she'd never let me hear the end of it, so keep tonight a secret, okay? Oh, dude, I hate this. We're being so mean to Mion. I don't even care about all the shit that we learned. I just don't like that we're being so not forthcoming. I'm such a shrimp, dude. Not only because of that, either. Considering what we were doing tonight, we really need to keep it a secret. Oyashiro's curse might happen tonight, and we four would be the prime candidates. The loosening threads of tension became taut again. Shion, however, burst out laughing. Alright. I'm gonna get out of here before I run into my sister. I really am tired, so I don't have the endurance to put up with her anyway. I can't tell if you get along with her or not. We get along. Though as she said that, her vague expression explained that there are a lot of oddities in a relationship between twins. I'm an only child, so I don't really get it. Make sure you get along with her, okay? Right, thank you kindly for your meddling. Okay, I'm gonna go. You should hurry up if you want to make it, Kay. Watangashi really is about to end. Shion stood up and brushed the dust off her backside. After watching her do so, I returned my eyes to the final ceremony of the Watangashi festival below me. Seriously, though. What was that sound, anyway? It's kind of unpleasant and creepy. Oh, Santa? When he showed up? I remember that. Yeah, we heard him. He showed up. He was jingling, making his deliveries. Huh? What sound? The sound. You know, the banging noise. It was really loud, wasn't it? I was giving her a blank expression, so Shion stared hard at me. I stared hard at her too. Sorry, Shion, can you give me the short version? What was making noise? Wait, Kay. Didn't bother you? When all's said and done, it was like we were speaking two different languages. Shion, explain it to me, without jokes, from the beginning, will you? What's this about a noise? Kay, you quit joking around too. Really, honestly, it didn't bother you. Neither of us was giving any ground, and both of us were staring at the other in disbelief. We were answering questions with more questions, and no sign of an actual conversation in sight. Baffled, I held in the urge to shout at her and ask politely one more time. You gonna ask one more time, okay? I'll ask the questions. Shion nodded slightly. Okay, here goes. You said there was a sound. What are you talking about? The banging sound. It was like a kid was jumping up and down on floorboards somewhere far away. That's what they said. That's what, Tomatake said. That's why I was like, when I said earlier. Hey, it's me, Hayes. Thank you for the follow. But when he said that, I was like, huh? Dude, we heard Santa's bells jingling. I didn't hear fucking... I didn't see anybody jumping up and down. It really didn't bother you? It was nothing to be bothered by. When did you hear this? I never heard anything. Wait, Kay, are you serious? Shion, as if she didn't understand my plain and simple answer, pressed me further, her expression serious. I have no clue what she's talking about, but if it has Shion acting so like this, whatever it was, it gave me the creeps and sent a chill down my spine. It was while we were looking around the inside of the ritual storehouse with Takano. About the time she started her stories, I think it was. Little by little, louder and louder, off and on. She heard a banging sound, like a child jumping on distant floorboards. That can't be true. Don't start trying to scare me after all that. I didn't hear anything at all. In fact, it was so utterly silent in there that my own heartbeat was almost deafening. Please don't try to scare me either, Kay. It was like something was making noise in time with Takano's scary stories, and I was totally creeped out the whole time. The chill rose from my spine to the back of my head. My blood turned cold as it crawled up my body. When it reached my head, my mind froze over. You and Takano weren't paying any attention to it at all, so I pretended not to hear it either, but you heard it, right? It happened a bunch of times and it was really loud. Okay, you know what? I'm going to give my theory that I said was dumb earlier that I wasn't going to say. I was going to say is there may be some potential that, like, because Mion and Shion are twins, that, like, one of them got all the demon and the other one got all the human. You know? Does that make sense? I don't think it does, because I was thinking that, like, well, everybody that existed now in this village would have been, like, a half-breed anyways. Like, they would have already been, like, mixed. So it wouldn't really make sense. I don't know. It's what I was thinking when they were talking about it earlier, but because this is the thing that makes me kind of sad, is that, like, we kind of have to take this demon value on its, or this demon thing on its face, at its face value, because, like, we saw Mion do, like, the demon eye thing, right? We saw Arena do it, too. But I mean more so, like, that red-eyed art. We saw Mion, and then we saw the two villagers that attacked us at the dam at the end of the first chapter do it. Which leads me to think, like, okay, well, there is some truth to this. Like, they have, like, demon blood of some kind. It makes me kind of sad, but I still really like Mion, so I'm in her corner, okay? And I'm wondering if, like, she heard a different sound because of, like, for some reason, like, I don't know why she would hear a different sound, but Shion's eyes were begging me to tell her I heard it. Like, dude, you know what? I'm gonna go back to something totally, this is super unrelated. My heart is still so hurt that my guy didn't make it right, that he didn't get a doll for Mion. Like, I'm hurt. I can't believe this still hasn't happened yet. He still hasn't made it up to her. I had no doubt, however, that my own eyes suggested something entirely different. You gotta be kidding me, look. In that storehouse, we were surrounded by brutal ritual tools that looked like they were from another planet, listening to terrifying old stories. The whole time, Shion had been hearing a sound that we couldn't hear by herself. Should that make Shion, who heard it, tremble, or should it make me, who didn't hear it, tremble? I didn't know the answer to that at the time. However, we do know there is some weird contradiction going on, because we do know for a fact Tomatake did hear it. Okay? We know he did. Because he made the comment of the jumping up and down. He's like, it sounded like you guys were jumping up and down with joy in there. So my thinking here is like, something's going on, because two of them heard it and two of us didn't. So let me write this down here, because this might be important in the future. Okay, I've been writing down, like, questions and statements, and then we'll, some of these are already contradictory because I haven't been like revising the old ones. I've just been updating with new info. So then when we're at the end of this chapter tonight, we'll clean it all up. Like we'll make a clear thing. For now, Shion seemed to have made the decision before I did. Ahaha. What are you laughing about? I really got you, Kay. I was fibbing the whole time. She's not, though. Because we know that Tomatake heard it, so this doesn't work on me. I don't like Shion, okay? She's a fucking pathological liar. And it hurts my heart. Give me more Mion scream time, okay? Get this girl off my screen. What? Shion laughed, saying how easily scared I was, and clapped me on the back. Her smile seemed somehow artificial, and actually made me feel worse. Then after leaving me with 2 or 3 generic diplomatic goodbye phrases, she left, almost like she was running away. All I could do was look after her, my mouth agape. At the end of the day, I didn't have a clue about what was going on. Shion laughed it off and said she had been lying, but she couldn't possibly have been lying. Of course not. And now that I think back, Tomatake said the same thing. Exactly. Yeah, I don't need the... Tomatake, the most neutral party present at the time, had said he'd heard something. Then that noise, it was real? The banging noise. Sounds as though a child was jumping up and down on some kind of floorboards far away. Oishiro's curse, which happens every year, might happen again tonight. The most plausible victim candidates were Takano, Tomatake, Shion, and me. The bustling of the people sounded further away, and I would have liked... Sorry, I skipped a word. The bustling of the people sounded further away than I would have liked, and the sounds of the insects sounded too close for comfort. I'm near so much human warmth, and yet I can't ever go back there again. That was the ominous idea that sprouted in my mind. Then all of a sudden, I was pounced on from behind, causing my heart to lurch. Keiichi, we found you! I was hoping it was Mion, and then I could have a joke like, oh, it's actually the best girl, but then it was Rika, so it's not. When I turned around, Mion and Rina were there too. There's the best girl, we finally found you. Now we just need to find Satoko. Everyone got split up this year. We should make sure we have somewhere to meet up afterwards next year. You're right, it's a festival, so we should all be together. I listened to Mion's happy declaration with a little bit of guilt. Keiichi, did you root for me while I was dancing? Oh yeah, I saw it all. You did a great job all the way through. No mistakes either. Yeah, that's right, Rika. She did make a mistake, so. I tensed up as I realized I had made a mistake of my own. Mion slapped a hand on my shoulder a little roughly. A gross sweat broke out over my whole body. Did you do it too, Kay? Did you get some cotton and send it down the stream? You haven't yet, right? Is what I could feel her saying. Without the courage to tell any more lies, I lifelessly shook my head. Huh? You haven't, Keiichi. You should go now or it'll be over. It'll be over. Sorry, this is my first Watangashi, so I don't really understand the rules and stuff. That's right. I'm sorry. Mion took my hand and we started walking down the stone steps. Hey, Kay. What? Monka W? Did you see Shion? My heart skipped another beat. Maybe Mion can sense my surprise through my hand. No, oh well, I sort of think I saw her. You two look so alike, so I thought it might have been you. You wouldn't have gotten that wrong. We're wearing different clothes. Huh? Oh, that's right. Mion's momentary silence was like a death grip upon me. I just can't do anything about that Shion. Well, it's her we're talking about, so we can't just leave that be. Oh, so we can just leave that be. Mion's expression returned to her former usual smile, and we continued down the stone steps, her firmly pulling my hand along. Okay. Whatever you say. Yikes. Fuck, man. Look at me. Look at all the time I took on this chapter. Like 2.5 hours. Holy shit, I gotta speed up. Oh. There's a lot of tips, too. Watangashi. The rite of Watangashi is performed during a village festival every June, even now, but reading back to its origin turns up a seriously sanguine ceremony. Originally, Watangashi would happen at certain intervals, and after receiving Oishiro's trust, they chose a sacrifice. Then the entire village would kidnap, demon away, the person, and ceremoniously dissect and devour them in a feast. The rules that determine the intervals are shrouded in mystery. This is because the ceremonies occurred extremely irregularly. There's a theory that it was determined based on astrological fortune-telling, but it isn't too convincing. The residents of ancient Onigafuchi village firmly believed that they were half man, half demon transcendents, and that they were more valuable than humans were. And they forced people within and without to accept that. Perhaps the act of kidnapping and eating people was done to prove that they were higher up on the food chain. This is just a hypothesis, but maybe the rite of Watangashi was a political event for the purpose of being an outlet for, or outright diverting the attention of, the villagers of the isolated Onigafuchi village. In any case, in case any of their complaints or dissatisfactions grew serious, if that were the main reason these ceremonies were held, then it's easy to explain how erratic they were. It's just talking about the weird thing and how the intervals are very odd. The alleged importance of the implements. I can't find anything that gives a concrete description on what the ritual implements were like. They were, however, real, and there definitely existed a multitude of different kinds. One source states that the implements used in the Watangashi rite alone numbered 200. The obvious question, then, is why they required such a myriad of them. The rite of the Watangashi was to kidnap people through the demoning away, dissect them, and eat them. I believe the tools were for dissection and restraining, but 200 of them is far too many. Generally, tools evolve in such a way as to reach a solution for a certain problem. Once you've reached the ultimate goal, that is, attained a certain level of efficiency, the tool's evolution normally stops there. Regardless, why would they have created so many different kinds? One of the cultural elements responsible for diversification over time is that of entertainment. Tools used for entertainment would evolve over time and branch out. Unlike normal tools, reaching the ultimate goal would be more of a dead end, and in searching for the next goal, they would split into many different subtypes. So then perhaps it's not a stretch to suggest that these 200 plus implements had some entertainment value. This is just a hypothesis, of course, but maybe the human dissection process was viewed as a type of entertainment. The three families of old would develop one new implement, dissection tool, after another, and each was varied, novel, and attracted spectators to keep them from growing bored. It's not unimaginable. All of them have to be enshrined within that storehouse. There isn't much longer until the night of the Watangashi. Though its original intent has been lost, I will reveal the secrets of the traditional ceremonial night within the ritual storehouse. I can't restrain my excitement. Watangashi cannot come soon enough. Yeah, so the question now is whether or not this still happens, which Takano seemed to insinuate quite heavily, or whether or not this is just some ritual of old that nobody cares about after the festival. So now we're going to assume that we find out that Takano and Tomitake are dead again, and this is like, you know, I think about whenever there's like stories that have multiple timelines, the one thing I always think about is in Steins Gate, when they had what they called convergence points. I think they talked about it mostly in Zero, though it was present in the first one, where you have certain events that no matter what the timeline is, assuming it belongs to a certain strain of timeline, like in Steins Gate, whether it's the Alpha, the Beta timeline, or if it's the Steins Gate timeline, there is certain events that always happen. And so it seems like in this story, even though the in-between events, or at least the events that the main character experiences, are different, there is still some consistency between each of the timelines of what events happen. And assuming that that's true, we're gonna see that we're gonna see that Tomitake and Thingy are dead. Okay. Late that night, tensions in the police station were strained. In the silence, many of the staff members' eyes shifted back and forth between the clock and their telephones, counting the seconds in that stifled atmosphere. Kumagaya burst in with a young guy trailing behind him. Oishi, I've got the autopsy results. The court physician just got here. I'm ready to go, sir. I'll head straight to the burned body. Ooh, wait. We have a different method. Burned. Kuma, things have gotten a bit complicated. They appear to be having a very difficult time determining who the victim is. Could they have been dismembered? No. Cooked to a nice light brown. He spoke in sportive tones, but the meaning behind his words was heavy. The staff gave a collective sigh. All the way, head to toe. Completely blackened, it seems. Probably smells terrible too. What a shame it is to be Gifu. Cooked with no possessions, then discarded outside the prefecture. At worst, it would have taken a week for the body to be identified. The fact they'd sniffed it out tonight was huge. Komiyama and a few others are performing a thorough night raid on the dentist in Okinomiya. All we can do is hope a tooth matches some medical records. Sorry, can someone go buy me 2 or so boxes of strong cigarettes? The young guide answered an affirmation and darted out into the hallway. We did an excellent job finding it this year. It could be that people who disappeared in past years were scattered outside the prefecture like this too. Then why not bury them or sink them into the Sea of Japan or Lake Biwa or somewhere like that? Why though? Hasn't the pattern so far been that one dies and another disappears? Kuma, the corpse was inside an oil drum, unrestrained, cooked. They probably burned them after strangling them. They knew it would be found. So what you mean is, from the beginning they didn't want a person to disappear this year? Not so much that as they just aren't related. Not so much that as they just aren't related. The person didn't disappear. In fact, whoever did it seems to have wanted to make a show of it. You mean it could be a warning? He folded his arms and then heaved a long, heavy sigh. That might have been the case had it happened in town. If they'd messed up, taking the victim far away and burning them alive wouldn't have been noticed. If they meant it as a warning, they should have done it closer to Hinamizawa. They wanted to emphasize the fact that they killed the victim, but instead of doing it somewhere for dramatic effect, they did it outside the prefecture. Did they want to emphasize it or hide it? I mean, it's sort of a little bit of both. Boy, I do wonder what Oyashiro is up to this year. A telephone ring cut through the heavy silence. A staff member nearby snatched up the receiver. Oishi, it's Komiyama. They have it. The dental clinic in Okinomiya fixed the wisdom tooth 3 years ago. What about the records? Complete with x-rays. Well, I feel bad for waking up the dentist before dawn. Kuma, get out there as soon as you can and get the records from Komiyama. Will do. Oh, it's the chief. Thanks for coming out at this hour. Oishi, my apologies for my lateness. What's the situation? Well, it's just getting good, you see. We're getting all fired up. Wow. Okay. So someone died and they have a match on a dental record. Okay. Let's keep this fucking ball rolling. Already saved, let's go. I let out a great big yawn. It was like morning had arrived just as I got to sleep. As Mom set up breakfast, she gave me a pained smile. What's the matter, Keiichi? What time did you go to sleep last night? Well, I wanted to go to sleep at midnight, but I had some trouble with that. You were probably all worked up from the festival. No, that's not it. Crunch, crunch. I crunched down hard on the pickled radish to hide my embarrassment. After all that happened yesterday, and our discussion about the sound Shion heard, that banging noise. Oh my god, wait! I just thought what the noise might be! Think about it, okay? Think. They already... Actually, I know this is what it's going to be because they literally foreshadowed it. So, if it's a child jumping up and down on a wooden floor, it'd be a pretty loud bang. It'd be like... Do you think perhaps, as Takano was saying, people who get burned alive don't die instantly. In fact, they take a very long time to die. And they said that the victim was found in an oil drum. Do you think this person was maybe trapped inside an oil drum? Slamming on it? Like, on the inside? Like, God help me! And it's like... You know? I don't know. We'll see. The story wouldn't get out of my head, so I had trouble sleeping. It was a long night, and I kept jumping at the slight sounds of a faraway tree branches, which should have been either unhearable or too insignificant to notice. When I woke up to the morning sunlight and birds chirping, it made me feel pretty ashamed about it, but I felt far from refreshed this morning. Keiichi, good morning. Huh? Keiichi, your eyes are all red. Why is that? Oh, hey, good morning. I didn't get much sleep last night, so I'm sleep deprived today. Oh. The festival yesterday was a lot of fun. Rina's excitement took a long time to go to sleep, so I took a long time to go to sleep too. In Rina's case, her excitement seemed to still be wide awake. They should have this kind of festival more often, so we can have lots of fun together. Again. Yeah. Rina talking about the festival yesterday made me remember everything I had nearly forgotten from last night. And I went into a fucking flashing, blinding light. The inside of the ritual storehouse had been so utterly different from the relaxed, bright, everyday life of Hinamizawa. All these stories that Takano told me, too. The mysterious incidents that occurred on the day of the Watangashi festival every year. The strange incidents where one person would die and one would disappear. The old stories of Hinamizawa flickering like a candle behind them. The numerous and horrifying traditions of Onigafuchi village. The villagers with demon blood in them. The terrible, cannibalistic feasts. The poor sacrifices kidnapped from human villages of the Onikakushi. To quell the rage of Oyashiro, the ritual involving living sacrifices. There were also many, many others. There were so many stories that just remembering them put me in a foul mood. Most of them weren't fiction either, they were true. We didn't need to fear them just because they were real, though, since it all happened so long ago. This guy's coping right now. He's got a high dose of copium. Such a very long time ago. Where's Mi? She's late. Huh? Before I realized it, we had arrived at the place where we'd usually meet with Mion. Probably because I was so lost in thought. We agreed that if she wasn't here by now, we can just go on ahead, right? Should we? Mion being late wasn't too rare an occurrence, but today she was unusually late. A few of the ominous tales from the night before came. If Mion is fucking dead again, I'm gonna fucking cry. Who would die this year? Who would disappear? It couldn't have been Mion. And they were talking about a wisdom tooth removal, which tends to happen with younger people. Oh, God, guys, please, I can't do this anymore. What should we do, Keiichi? If we don't get going, we'll be late. She'll be here. She didn't call to tell us she'd be staying home today, right? Just wait 5 more minutes, okay? Rina looked at her watch and seemed a little worried, but then she nodded with a satisfied smile. We had to wait 5 minutes. We'd have to run as fast as we could to school or we'd be late. As soon as I thought that, we spotted Mion. Okay. Thank God. Mi, you're late! Thank God. Hopefully. Hopefully this isn't Shion in disguise, but... Oh, Jesus Christ. Hopefully she's okay. You waited? You should have just gone ahead. Mion was breathing heavily, and her face was all red. Her house was right down this road, wasn't it? It wasn't far enough away for her to end up like this, was it? Mi, are you not feeling well? Huh? Now that she mentioned it. Rina pushed Mion's bangs away and put her hand to her forehead. Rina, your hand's pretty cold. Mi, you're a little bit warm. No big deal. Give it half a day and I'll be fit as a fiddle. Are you really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know? What's this? Okay, are you worried about me? It's nice of you. That answer wasn't like Mion at all. She must have had it pretty bad. I just think you shouldn't push yourself so hard. You can tell the teacher you had to take the day off. I'm fine. I took some medicine. I think it's already working. Mion forced an energetic expression onto her face and flexed her biceps at us. Okay then, let's go. Don't overdo it, but of course, there's the time. What? We need to run, we will make it. Ha, this morning sure is thrilling. Maybe it's just what I need to shake off the slowness. Let's run. Hey wait, you're sick, don't go overboard. Mion began to run vigorously anyway. Mi is older than us, right? She knows her own body better than anyone. I decided to leave it at that and assume she was fine. Great, then we should get going too. We begin to run after Mion. Began. Who cares? Same shit. The school looked the same as always. The hours passed listlessly, and my lack of sleep took its toll. If there was a sport where people competed by sleeping, I'd be world champion right now. The trick to overcoming this sort of dangerous situation was to hold your pencil upside down. Why, you ask? You don't draw strange patterns all over your notes while half asleep. If you're holding your pencil upside down, that wouldn't happen, would it? I mean, you might erase half your fucking work. Bum bum bum, bum bum bum. Something that felt like an eraser hit me in the head 6 times. Ow ow ow, what was that for, Satoko? I haven't done a single thing. Who else would play a prank on me like this? Oh, it was chalk, not an eraser. Oh, it's the teacher. Behind me, like a female outlaw might hold razors, was a teacher's shadow, holding 3 pieces of chalk in each hand. Rumble, rumble, rumble. May borrow? Go and wash your face. Right. Gladly. That alone was enough to wake me up, but I flew out into the hallway as if shoved out by the pressure exuded by the teacher's sheer power. If I was going to wash my face anyway, then I would rather use the sinks out front rather than the ones in the dark restroom. Thinking that, I left the hallway and went to the entrance. The sunlight was strong. So strong you wouldn't think it was June. I turned the faucet, and with a lifeless bubbling noise, lukewarm water came pouring out. And then it turned red. If I let it run for a few moments, would it get cold? I looked at it absentmindedly for a little while. It's my girl. Come on. Let's put all the bad stuff to rest, please. She's my girl. I knew you'd choose these sinks, Kay. The ones out front just feel better, don't they? Mion. Oh, not cutting class now. I stuck my hands into the water, to find it had gotten so cold that it seemed strange it had ever been warm. I scooped it up and splashed it against my face. Once I was done, I moved out of the way, and Mion did the same. Mion, how's your cold doing? You're sleepy because of the medicine, not from lack of sleep, right? Actually. This is a secret, but after the festival yesterday, I got wrapped up in a party my relatives were having. And well, I had a bit. A bit. She made a gesture like she was tilting a cup into her mouth, which means you didn't have a cold or anything. Oh, she has a hangover. Mion. Are you hungover? How old are you? Give me a break. I really don't feel well, you know? Okay, let's be real here. Unless you are, like, the lightest of lightweights, if you're having, like, 1 glass of wine or 1 beer is giving you a fucking hangover, man. I don't even drink. And I'd be disappointed in myself if that happened. I suppose she'd be feeling lousy either way. Still, you treat colds and hangovers in completely different ways. I was worried over nothing. Man, I guess it's just like you, Mion. Mion scratched her head, a little embarrassed. She didn't seem to be feeling well, but now that I knew it was a hangover, I didn't need to worry much. Too much. It would go away with time, after all. But my head is really pounding, so the teacher told me I should go home early. Ah, you cheater! So you're going home now, Mion. Now that I looked, Mion had her bag with her. She must have been on her way home. Yeah, I feel bad about it, though. I'll get some rest at home like a good girl. Sorry, I can't make it to the club. Will you take over as leader for today, Kay? I don't know if that will happen. We have that unspoken rule where we don't do the club unless everyone is there, don't we? We never did it when you had to go to your part-time job, did we? Mion laughed wryly, saying we didn't need to worry about her. No matter how much fun we have, though, I think that feeling guilty about friends who can't share in it is the sign of a really fantastic friendship. In that sense, the club Mion has created is a wonderful thing. As I thought about it, the moisture on my washed face dried up. I suppose we were talking too much. If I didn't get back to the classroom soon, I could get in trouble. Okay, later. I'm going back. Be careful on your way home. Don't wobble into a sewer or a brook, got it? I left it at that, turned around, and started heading back to the classroom. Oh, one more thing, Kay. Mion stopped me. I turned my head to listen. Yeah, what's up? This may sound weird, but don't think too hard about it. Well, it depends on what it is. Of course. Last night, near the end of the festival, did you see Tomitaki or Takano anywhere? I suddenly tensed up. You know Tomitaki and Takano, right? You remember, Kay, when the 4 of you were talking during the setup the day before? If I could, I wanted to forget about... Now, ready, here's gonna go again. My fucking loser-ass little big bitch boy here is gonna lie to Mion again, digging the hole deeper again, and I'm gonna feel even more hurt again. Okay? If I could, I wanted to forget about sneaking into the storehouse that night as soon as possible. So hearing the names of the people I was with at the time really got to me. Besides that, though, why was Mion asking me a question like that? Ended up staring at her, unable to answer immediately. Was she asking to see if I had seen them or not, or was she asking the question knowing that I had? I couldn't tell. Well, maybe? I might have seen them around, I don't know. My vague response was clearly not to Mion's liking. What answer was she expecting from me? There was no way for me to know. I see. Then one more question. On the same night, do you see Shion? My heart leapt into my throat again. I don't know why the game's being dramatic. I'm assuming it's because of the previous chapter. They think Mion's gonna like pull out a fucking knife and like hack you up. I think she's just jealous. I mean, to be fair though, I don't know why she would. Because look, I gotta put herself in in her frame of mind. If I was her, why would I ask the question? Well, I would ask the question about Takano and Tomitake as a setup, because if I definitely say yes, then she knows that she saw Shion. Like we're under the assumption that Mion saw us, right? So let's do the mind game here to make it make sense. If she did see us all together, she's gonna ask the question because she's jealous, like, "Yo, did you see Tomitake and Takano?" And my guy's gonna go like, maybe, I don't know. And then she's gonna go, "Oh, okay, well, if you saw them, like, did you see Shion?" And then I'm gonna go, no. And then she's gonna go, "Oh, that's sort of weird. I saw you guys together. You're, like, actually a lying, conniving fuck. I hate your guts. I hope you die." And then my guy's gonna be like, "No, wait me on. I love you." And then, well, actually, that's me. But then he's gonna be like, "Oh, it's fine. I like Rina anyways." And then the game's gonna end. So. Also, I think they got their definitions wrong here. Or maybe I've got my definition wrong. Okay. I do have my, So, I was always told, because normally people use jealousy and envy as synonyms for one another. I always remember hearing, though, that envy is when you want something that you don't have, and jealousy is like suspicion or a fear of losing something that you already do have. So in this case, I wouldn't necessarily say that Mion is jealous of Shion, but she is envious of her position. And I would agree. I wish that Mion was in Shion's position. Shion's a bitch. Sorry, let's continue. Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think I told you I wasn't sure if I had or not. Did you? I guess I thought I'd get a different answer if I asked you again. I suddenly noticed something in Mion's eyes, something indescribable. Tomitake and Takano, Shion too. She was asking me about them. There was no doubt about it. Last night the four of us snuck into the ritual storehouse. She knew everything. So what? There's not really a curse anyway. That's right. Even Shion and Takano, I keep on calling her Tanako. I don't know why. Takano said yesterday during the festival that there was no curse. And rather than a curse, it was the doing of the villagers? My blood curdled. Mion was almost without a doubt aware that we snuck into the storehouse. It was nothing strange. I screwed up bad flipping on the light switch last night. If Mion had been searching for me, it was simple to imagine that she had seen that momentary light and come to find out what was going on. Did you really not see her? Why are you so intent on knowing if I did or not? It's not important. It's just that there are some people who are speaking poorly of Tomitake, Takano, and Shion. Oh, Shion and Yuke. I didn't really hear what they were saying, though. Unpleasant sweat dripped down my arms, and the sound of it hanging from my fingertips was so annoyingly... What sound? I don't believe that you were doing something bad. I just wanted to ask about it, so I did. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, okay? I found myself unable to reply. My reaction must have made it obvious what the truth was, and yet I couldn't explain myself. Okay, you weren't with Tomitake, Takano, or Shion, right? Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna cringe if this guy keeps fucking lying. He's just lying himself into a deeper hole. My god, man. He just keeps lying himself into a deeper and deeper hole. I don't even know what to say, man. I don't. I just... Like...
Man. I just... I just... I'm just hurt, you know? Well, guys, I think this is where this is gonna start turning bad. All because my guy just won't be... Oh, I feel so sad. He's so fucking stupid, it hurts. It feels like at every path, he's just taken, like, genuinely just the worst possible choice. He finds a way. It's like he gets presented with two options, and, like, so let's say here, like, what would be... Man. Because I want to believe that my friend group are not evil, okay? And I'm going to keep holding this belief. But I'm just hurt that he's so dishonest all the time. Because what ends up happening is he builds up like a web of lies. And now he's trapped in his own web. And so it makes him lie further. When in reality, he, like... Not only... This chapter's making me sad because not only was he trying to rectify his issues with Mion, then finding out that Shion wasn't actually Mion, and that it was, like, literally entirely pointless, and in fact just hurt Mion even more. Probably. And then now he has an opportunity to, like... Now he has, like, an opportunity to, like... do something. And he's just not. Like, he's just being a fucking idiot. But I can't slow down because it'll take I gotta keep going because we'll be here for 10 hours if I keep talking. I finally rang out an answer between ragged breaths. Mion's expression softened a little. That's good. I'll have to tell them. You weren't involved in anything bad, Kay? So I'll make sure to tell everyone. Yeah, please do. Tell them I wasn't doing anything bad. To everyone. Make sure? Everyone. Who is everyone? Okay, later. I'll be better tomorrow. Bye-bye. Wait, Mion. What do you mean by everyone? Just then, a freezing cold touched the back of my neck. Hey, you're late, Maybara. How long does it take you to wash your face? It was a teacher. I was taking so long she came out to get me. I'm sorry, I was just speaking to Mion. I turned around, but Mion had crossed through the schoolyard without me, realizing it, and was now standing at the gate. Get back to your studies. Quickly now. The teacher was being insistent. We returned to the entrance. I looked back one more time and Mion was nowhere in sight. Keiichi, you haven't seemed well all day. Clearly because you had far too much fun yesterday. I don't want to be told that by the one who got lost. Your face was all red and you were nearly crying. Hahaha. Satoko was so cute last night. Her friends did their best to try and cheer me up, but it didn't lighten my mood. Was it far worse than I thought? Had I really done something that terrible last night? These thoughts remained with me for the rest of the day. I mean, you kind of disgraced, like, the village ritual, bro. Yeah, you did kind of fuck up. Bye, Keiichi. I'll see you tomorrow. By the time I realized it, I was in front of my own house. Me had a cold, right? Could you have a cold too, Keiichi? Could you? Huh? I'm fine. I may look scrawny, but I've never missed school because of a cold. Both of you and me didn't look so good today, though. Thanks for worrying about me. I'm fine. Idiots can't catch colds, remember? Rena smiled, then waved to me and left. Whew. With my shoulders bobbing up and down from breathing heavily, I entered the house. As soon as I got back in, Mom called out to me. What? Keiichi, I'm sorry, but could you go to the library and return a few books for me? I don't feel like it. Your dad and I have to wait inside the house for a phone call right now, so we can't leave. I need to return them today. Could you please do it? Sheesh. Did it have to do with Dad's job? No point in arguing if they bring that up. I guess so, but I don't know where the library is. Oh, you don't? It's a little bit past Okinomiya Station. Just then the phone rang. My parents' faces immediately turned grim. Mom snatched the receiver. Hello, Maybara speaking. Sorry? Yeah, he's right here. Then she thrust the receiver at my face. It's for you, Keiichi. Don't take too long, okay? I tried to ask who it was from, but asking the person on the phone directly would be faster. Hello? Ah, this is Sonozaki. Well, the younger one. Great, let's go spend more time with the sister and hurt Mion even more. Dude, this guy's, he's gotta stop. He literally just has to stop this. Like, please, just, oh my god, dude, please. Just like, at what point do you realize you just need to, like, stop? Like, you've gone too far. Do you have time to talk right now? It was Shion. The older sister had a hangover today, but the younger one made no reference to it. Shion, I thought you'd be sleeping in today with a hangover, same as Mion. What? Mion had a hangover? Huh, that's so like her. She laughed warmly, but Mom glared at me, silently telling me to finish up. Whoops, sorry, my parents are waiting for an important call, so I can't talk for long. What do you need? Something I wanted to talk about, but if we can't talk long, I guess that's that. She sounded a little disappointed. What would Shion want to talk to me about? Now I was interested. And how about we meet in person? If you could show me where the library is too, that'd be great. You mean the public library near the station? Yeah, that's fine. I go past there on my way to work anyway. Okay, then you know where I usually meet up with Mion? At the intersection where the small path from the Sonozaki house splits. Oh, okay, did I not tell you? I don't live at the main house. I live in Okinomiya. If you could meet by the ticket machines at Okinomiya Station, that would be great. Main house? Living in Okinomiya? Now that she mentioned it, it's always seemed like the Sonozaki sisters weren't communicating. Did they live in different houses? Also, now that she mentioned it, Rina said she'd never met the younger sister, despite going over to play sometimes. Okay, so this also makes sense. So the person who brought me the lunch was Mion. She was pretending to be Shion, it seems. I'm just trying to remember, because I was under the assumption they were the same person, and obviously they're not. So I'm trying to remember which ones were her and which ones weren't. So the ones that weren't her were obviously the times that we went to the restaurant. That wasn't her. But there was some actions where it was her, because I'm pretty sure, like, she wouldn't have walked from... Some of them had to be Mion pretending to be her. I don't know which ones were which, because I don't remember the details of all the events, but I think the lunchbox at least was actually Mion, which would make sense judging by her reaction. Now that she mentioned it, Rina said she'd never met the younger sister despite going over to play sometimes. Let's meet at the station then. I'll go there right away. Bye. Set the receiver down and Mom immediately thrust a large pile of library books in my face. 6 volumes of long-form mystery novels. Mom had her own hobbies. Thank you, Keiichi. Be back by nightfall. Got it. Okay, I'm going. I suppose I'd change my clothes and grab my bike key. I climbed the stairs to my bedroom. Shion had been waiting for me already, so meeting up was a smooth process. Wow, Mion never keeps her appointments. I mean, honestly. Dude, I'm fucking pissed off at Keiichi. I'm starting to hate him right now. Aha, making my sister the standard for everything will get you in trouble. Shion seemed a little unsteady too. She was drinking with Mion last night, wasn't she? You didn't get any sleep last night either, did you? Don't try and hide it. You definitely went home from school early. Oh, too bad. I've been home all day in the first place. I'm smarter than Mion, after all. Hey, I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter. You should finish your errand first. We don't have that much time. We're going to the library, right? Yeah, thanks. My mom had to return some books to buy today. Is the library far? No, it's really close by. As she said that, we spotted the signboard for the library almost immediately. If it was this easy to find, then I guess I didn't need Shion to show me where it was after all. We rode around a bend and the building was right there. Shishibon Public Library. We lived in the country, so I hadn't expected too much, but it was pretty big. The first floor was actually a government office, so the library was only on the second floor, but it still looked large enough to fit a decent collection of books. We passed through the automatic doors, and we were greeted by the cool breeze of an air curtain. The cicadas had been loud outside, but it was quiet inside the library. The air conditioning inside was keeping the temperature at an ideal level for the books, which had that mildewy smell unique to old paper. I guess every library is basically the same. If there was one difference, it was that people studying for tests weren't taking up all the seats. I was one of those people, but now that seemed like a distant memory. Hello, I have books I'd like to return? The librarian went through the process of checking them in, and then returned my mom's library card. Shion was going around the bookshelves with a deeply interested look on her face. I almost said fact, I don't know why. Like she wasn't the type who went to libraries very often. Sorry for the wait. I'm all done. Libraries sure are nice and cool, aren't they? I want to work in a library one day. Don't know whether to call that boring or dependable. It's a pretty small dream compared to your sister. Mion would definitely want to be a hardworking employee for an international trading company or some other crazy job that involved her running all around the world. Compared to that, what Shion said is pretty heartwarming. Well, we need to keep our differences dear to us. We're not copies, we're two different people, called Shion and Mion. Yeah, and I like the other one more. Twins have a lot to think about, huh? Still, it sounds like fun. I don't have any brothers, there's just me and my parents at my house. It can get a little uncomfortable. It's the same for me. I don't live with Mion after all. Alright, she said something like that, didn't she? Why though? Sisters living apart is unusual. We were getting tired of talking while we were walking, sorry. We ended up going to the lounge area, which was vacant, and continuing the conversation. Ahaha, yeah. Mion lives at the main house, and I live in Okinomiya. What do you mean by main house? You make it sound like you're nobility. It's just the main house, the Sonozaki family's main house. Mion's the successor, so she lives with Nana and apparently studies all sorts of things as preparation to be the head of the family. Mion, the head of the family. It kind of fit her personality, but kind of didn't, too. Okay, you just moved here, right? This will sound like I'm boasting, but we of the Sonozaki family are kind of... personages? Personages? Not really a word you see too often. You could just say we're sort of important, but... Huh, seriously? The word personage didn't really match the extremely sociable air that Mion and Shion gave off. From what Shion explained, the Sonozaki family goes way back to the beginnings of Hinamizawa. After the war, they had a bunch of successful ventures and extended their influence to a wide area. The Sonozaki house is a foundation under which the entire family cooperates. Though, the current family head, Grandma, was the one who built it. The entire family would provide backup to help one relative with a business venture. They were like a huge living company. This let them avoid tax-related problems and help relatives' ventures succeed one after another using large amounts of money. And if you ever go for a walk through Okinomiya, pay attention to the signboards and stuff. There's a ton of shops that are managed by members of the Sonozaki family. Now that you mention it, the toy store looked like it was managed by relatives as well. Does that mean your relatives operate Angel Mart too? Even what few shops I was familiar with were involved with the Sonozaki family. It was definitely surprising. The family is particularly strong in finance and real estate. Even a lot of members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry either have the last name Sonozaki or are their relatives. There are Sonozakis in the City Council and the Prefectural Assembly too, since they have the Okinomiya area giving them strong electoral support. Wait a minute. This is all escalating pretty quickly. Her relatives operate shops in downtown Okinomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate. On top of that, a lot of those in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and there are even people elected to local offices. So then, the Sonozaki family, it's pretty famous in this area. Yeah, Oishi just butting in. Fat Professor Oak just decides to make his entrance. Yeah, it's crazy. All of a sudden, a cigarette-smoking, overweight old man interrupted our conversation. Wait, I know this guy. Hello, good afternoon. Are you on a date today? Ah, what I would give to be young again. If you thought we were on a date, then why are you bothering us, Oishi? That was it. He was Oishi, a police officer. I thought it was this person who came to my rescue when I got involved with those delinquents before. Now that I thought about it, Mion didn't seem to like him very much. No, I apologize. I heard a familiar voice, so I came over to see. Oishi laughed coarsely, not showing any sign of giving up. As Shion watched him do so, I didn't feel the same sense of malice from her as I had from Mion. Meibara, right? You're one tough guy. Two-timing the Sonozaki sisters, are you? No, I'm not two-timing anyone. I turned around to look at Shion and plead for help, but she grinned and maintained her silence. Her gaze wandered. She looked at the clock. I'm sorry, Kay. I really need to get to my job. Huh? Oh, did you? Wait, didn't Shion have something to talk about today? Now this weird man is here, though. Yeah, dude, he's forcing CDing. He's a two-time. What a champ. Wait, do I have the... Oh, wait, I think I might have disabled it. One sec. Nobody touch anything. Nobody touch anything. Okay? Okay. Now, this is Keiichi right now. Where's the sound effect? Do I not have it set up? No, I do.
Says, I want you to fuck my wife.
Yep, I'll see you later. I'll give you a call after I'm done. It'll be okay to call at night, right? Yeah, probably okay. Then I'll talk to you later tonight. Bye. Shion left so fast she was practically running. Oishi was waving at me with a grin. I felt like I'd been left here as bait so she could get away. Maybe she was lying about having to go to work. You're quite the big shot, being so close to the Sonozaki daughters. Maybe I should rethink how I talk to you, too. Oishi put a coin into a vending machine as he said something a bit appalling. Is iced tea okay with you? Do you want milk in it? Huh? Oh, no, I'll put some in then, alright? Here you are. He handed me a cup of tea, filled to the brim with ice, as I looked on absentmindedly. I don't think I'm obligated to have a guy like this buy me a drink, but he did get it for me, so I'll thank him. Was Oishi just killing time? We didn't know each other well, but he still engaged me in conversation about all sorts of dumb things. When I thought back to how I talked with Shion, this seemed like a total disaster. Meibara, how much do you know about Sonozaki? Other than what I just heard now? Nothing. Until then, I had known anything about either Mion or Shion, other than the fact that they were interesting. Okay, that's a rather tame explanation. I really did only just learn that she was the daughter of some prestigious family. The Sonozakis are a syndicate with this entire region under their thumb. Incidentally, her father is a high-ranked executive in a syndicate association that's well known, even in the Kanto region. Did you know that? What, an executive? Have you ever seen where Shion lives? It's the very picture of a gang boss's house, protected by high walls, barbed wire fence, and security cameras. If you have the chance, you should go and visit her. She mentioned Mion being a successor, but to a crime syndicate. No, not at all. A boring old syndicate isn't the only thing Mion Sonozaki will inherit. She's inheriting the Sonozaki family itself. I'll leave it to you to mull over what exactly that means. Oishi had spoken lightly about all this from start to finish. But what he was saying wasn't light in the least. It was abrupt and unbelievable. If Mion wanted to, she could kill someone in the middle of the street and still cover it up. Not only would witnesses not show up, but she'd put pressure on the police too. Mion would never kill someone. She wouldn't. I'm speaking hypothetically. Your name, it was Oishi, right? Yeah, that's right. Then Oishi. Whatever family Mion comes from, it doesn't change the fact that she's the best friend I could ever have, and I'm proud of that. I don't appreciate people speaking ill of her. I let my quiet anger show through in my gaze as I stared at him. Of course, I could never seem to tell what he's thinking, so I didn't know if it had any effect. Let me be frank. Okay, Frank, what's up? If Mion was suspected of a handful of incidents, what would you think? Suspected? Incidents? You can't just say terrible stuff like that on a whim. And it would be a misunderstanding, of course. Mion may say some dangerous things, but she's not that kind of person who would do something so awful. Meibara, keep your voice down. We're in a library. Oishi shushed me, but in a state of heightened excitement as I wouldn't be calm so easily. Please, calm down. As I said before, the Sonozaki family holds a ton of power in this region, for better or worse, so if anything happens, they would immediately be suspect. I'd appreciate it if you understood that. Well, I know what Oishi is trying to say. Combining it with what Shion told me before, the Sonozaki family is huge and controls everything from Hinamizawa to Okinomiya. Mion, meanwhile, is its successor, who apparently holds strong influence over the entire family. Still, that's all? That's the only reason they're suspecting her. I'm just doing my job here, not to doubt Mion of anything, but to clear up suspicions surrounding her. Please think of it like that. He could talk a dog out of a meat truck. He was a definition of a shrewd, unfair adult. At this point, I began to think that it was no coincidence I'd met him. Oishi, do you need something from me? Yes, I do. Keiichi Maebara. He answered in an absent tone of voice. Mion's being suspected of something, and you came to hear from a friend of hers. Me. Is that it? No, that isn't it. I didn't come to talk to a friend of Mion Sonozaki. I came here to talk to Keiichi Maebara. It probably would have bothered you had I visited your house. To me, what do the police want with me? Having realized this faked coincidental meeting had me as its target, my mood immediately turned foul. Do you think that Shion set me up? No, she couldn't have known. I wonder. Man. Oh, dude. Dude. Oh, man. I don't know. I feel... Look, I'll run you through my thought process right now. I'm worried right now that the character that I like the most in the game, Mion, might end up being, like, a really big villain in the whole thing, because it seems like she's been kind of shifted toward being a villain or a suspect again in this chapter, and I don't like it, and it makes me sad, okay? So I'm running through, like, theories in my mind of how she's not guilty, but then I just keep thinking, like, okay, like, we saw the weird demon eyes in this chapter, okay, like, she showed them. I don't know, man. I'm feeling kind of sad. Just a little bit heartbroken, to say the least. You don't need to be so tense. Calm down and just answer a few questions. Am I being questioned? Let's call it a chat with a guy you happen to run into. Oishi freely suggested that I relax. That said, behind his eyes was a light, which I could only see sometimes, that was as sharp as a hawk. If I tried in vain to run away, he might actually take me in and bring me to an interrogation room or something. That was an undoubtedly unpleasant thought. I'm just really sad, okay? Because... And I'm praying that the game isn't gonna do her dirty. Because I feel like I'm so ingrained in my shrimp brain for her that I don't think I could be mad at her almost no matter what she does. So I'm a little bit worried here that, I'm worried. I'm worried that things are bad here. I'm just, prepare your ears, but, I think it's kind of gonna turn up being a,
What a fucked up day!
That's what I think this is gonna turn into. You had a roaring good time at the Watangashi festival last night, didn't you? I feel like that's gonna be my reaction when I'm done this game because of my simping for Mion. Don't beat around the bush, please. I can't do small talk right now. Last night during the festival. Did you see Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano? Well, dude, I read this as I could plainly feel myself give a shart. I was like, dude, my guy just sharted himself. What the fuck? Where'd I put those pictures? Oh, here they are. He opened a small notebook and removed 2 photos. I didn't have to look. Well, who knows? I might have seen them around. I don't remember. I was asked the same question for the second time today. I gave the same answer for the second time, too. Your memories are blurry. You couldn't have possibly been drinking or anything. Here, too, I got the same answer as I had from Mion. I realized he wasn't taking my vague reply well. Why is he asking me the same thing Mion did? The dark feelings I had nearly forgotten due to my conversation with Shion came rushing back in a hurry. We snuck into a sacred ritual storehouse, a punishable act. It was on a tiny impulse. While it may not count for much now, I do feel sorry about it. I'll ask you again. Did you see Jiro Tomitake and Mio Takano at the festival last night? His tone was soft, but there was a dreadfulness in his voice, clearly different from the first time he asked. I'm scared. That was exactly how I felt. Even if you repeat the question, my answer won't change. I don't really remember. There wasn't any better answer I could give him. I didn't have the balls to say I didn't see them, nor the courage to admit that I had. I see. I just thought that maybe I'd get a different answer if I asked a second time. Which is the same thing Mion said. I'm too scared to look Oishi in the eyes. I'll change the question. Come, Meibara. Relax, relax. Oishi grabbed my shoulder and squeezed them, as if trying to give me a massage. It mostly just hurt, though. Still, why would he ask the same things as Mion? So I'm guessing what the whole... So there's two things that we've learned so far. It seems that the police and the Sonozaki family, at least Mion and whoever she's associated with, are opposed to Oishi, and it seems like in both chapters so far they've done their own digging each way. And they're coming to, like... It seems like my guy has sided with the police both times so far. Man, I don't know, I just feel really bad. I feel like Mion's, like, actually guilty. Kind of hurts. It's kind of really feels fucking bad, man. On the night of the same night of the festival, did you see Shion Sonozaki? Clatter, clatter, clatter. I wondered what that sound was, and when I looked down, I saw that it was the unmelted ice in the cup I was gripping in my hands. My hands were trembling, rocking the ice back and forth. Realizing that, I hastily put the remaining ice in my mouth and crunched down on it. Sorry, I may have seen her, but, well, you know, she looks just like Mion. I might have just mistaken the two. That can't be. They were wearing different clothes, yeah. Suddenly, Oishi grabbed both my shoulders and hunched down to give me a level stare. This must be what it's like, to be a deer in the headlights. I wanted to look away, but I can't. This was the first time I'd experienced such a piercing stare. Mion and Shion wear completely different clothing. You wouldn't mistake the two so easily, I would think. Meibara. His voice was harsh, the same way as when Mion said it. I could feel my heartbeat quickening. When I realized he could feel it through the hands on my shoulders, I got even more scared. Why? Why are Mion and Oishi both asking about last night? Was sneaking into the storehouse so bad? Oh, I shouldn't have let Takano talk me into it. Tomitake casually said to check it out too. So, even Shion, if she hadn't encouraged me... No, I understood. I was the one most at fault here. I shouldn't have let my curiosity get the better of me. I shouldn't have gone into that forbidden storehouse. Oh, man. Oishi. I think that's our cue to get out of here. Yeah, Connor, like, that's kind of the take we're getting here. Like, and we've kind of learned that Oishi is actually, like, a lot smarter than he gets credit for. Like, he seems to be somewhat, what do you call it? He comes off as, like, a very unassuming guy, but he's definitely not. Fat Professor Oak knows his shit. Like, I was even thinking about it a little bit there when he gave us the thing with ice in it. By putting ice in the glass, he could tell if my guy was shaking because he was nervous, right? Because then the glass would start shaking. Yeah, like, he's I don't want to say conniving, because when you say conniving, it kind of has, like, a bad quality associated with it. I don't think he's evil. In fact, if anything, I think Oishi is the only character, and I could, knock on wood, I could be wrong about this. Oishi seems to be the only character who is, like, truly morally good for certain so far. He seems to be on the side of truth. He's not, like, meddling one way or the other. He's just trying to put stuff together. He's not really partial either way. But yeah. A young man wearing a suit came into the lounge. From the way he held himself, I knew immediately that he was Oishi's subordinate. Oh, so it is. Closing time already? I hadn't realized it until he said something. The jingle and announcement telling patrons the library had closed and started playing without me realizing it. I was so irritated, so overwhelmed that I couldn't even hear it. Well then, Maybara, we're out of time, so allow me to take my leave. I'd like to talk with you more about this at your leisure when we have more time. This isn't a joke. If I never saw him again, it would be too soon. Oishi followed his subordinate and left the lounge behind him. However, he spun back around. Oh, right, Maybara. What is it? Those two questions I asked you before, you don't remember well enough to answer either of them correct. Correct, I should say. Just so you know, you saw them all yesterday. You were walking along, the four of you, having quite a pleasant time, near the stone steps. I saw you with my own eyes. Ugh. See, again, turns out lying to a detective is not a good idea. What a detestable person. He knew when he was testing me. We'll meet again. Have a good year. I love how he leaves and he always says have a good year, not have a good day. I sat there like a rock, unmoving, until I could no longer hear the clacking sounds of their footsteps. Man. Guys, I'm actually so hurt. I'm hurt. I keep thinking in my head that they're railroading Mion into being a bad guy, and I'm just sad. I was on my way back home. The cries of the Higurashi accentuated the already lonely evening. More time had passed than I'd thought. The orange of the dusky sky was being chased down, little by little, by an indigo color approaching from the east. Exhausted from the slow climb towards Hinamizawa, without even noticing, I'd gotten off my bicycle and was pushing it uphill. I don't understand any of this. No one has told me to my face. Ooh, wait. I thought I heard a piano key. Oh, I did. Is this a new track? I don't think we've heard this yet. Maybe we have. No, maybe I think we have. I don't know. Sounds kind of new. No one had told me to my face that I'd done something wrong. No, in fact, it might have been much easier on me that way. What happened yesterday really was just my curiosity. The other thing that we haven't got confirmation of yet, which I wonder about, because I wonder if this is like a Steins Gate situation, right? We haven't got confirmation of Tomitake and Takano being dead for sure. I think they are, but we haven't got a confirmation yet, so we're just, It really was no more than a quiet prank. No more than having the courage to cross at a red light as long as you did it with other people. The storehouse for ritual implements, hallowed ground, only accessible to the family of the priest. For sure I'd seen terrifying things I'd never imagined would be there. Thinking of it now, though, it didn't matter what was stored away inside. It didn't make the wrong I had committed any more right. What the four of us did, Mion seemed to know about. For some reason, even the police were trying to learn what the four of us did. Did we do something so bad? Really, it doesn't matter how wrong it was. I did something wrong. It was nothing more than that, and yet, I couldn't accept it. I didn't apologize to Mion or Oishi. All I did was shield myself with ambiguities. I did something wrong yesterday. I set foot into a forbidden storehouse for a little bit of mischief. I'll forget everything I saw in there. I won't ever do something like that again, either. I'm sorry. If I apologize like that, will they forgive me? The suddenly cool evening air left no room for such sentiment, however, as it mercilessly chilled my feet, urging me to head home as soon as possible. In the end, the evening air was correct. If I trudged along such an isolated road, regrets would pile on top of regrets, but nothing would change. Let's go home. I'll go home, to my room, put on my favorite music or something, and go to bed. That might sound plain and boring, but it's probably the strongest I've felt all day. Whew! Now that I've made a decision, there's no point in dawdling in a place like this. I sat back on my bike. I pushed hard on the pedals. I rapidly advanced forward. I steadily gained speed. The wind was cutting and mercilessly cold, but it actually felt good, as if it were softly punishing me. Dude, the weird thing about this this piano track that I like and dislike. Ooh, I didn't mean to do that. Is it's both. It's funny because it starts off very somber, but whoever did the composition purposely plays it off key at random points to give it very. You get like a weird like, because like he'll be playing it, and it's like, blum, blum, and then it fits, and then it's like, and you're like, you good? And then he gets back to normal, and you're like, okay. I didn't eat much dinner before excusing myself early and returning to my bedroom. My mom called me from downstairs. Keiichi, you have a call. It's from Sonozaki. Sonozaki. Also, by the way, if this is a landline like to his home phone, pick up your fucking phone in your room, dog. The fuck do you gotta keep going downstairs for? Just pick up your damn receiver. I just remembered she had something she wanted to tell me today. Oishi had interrupted us, so she didn't get the chance. Shion had said she'd call tonight. Hello? Is that you, Shion? Hello. Ran into a bit of trouble today, didn't we? She said it so plainly that I got a bit annoyed. She was the one who left me there and ran. Don't say that. I gave you the signal to run away with me, didn't I? You just sat there looking dazed, Kay. I wasn't dazed. All of a sudden you left me there, and after that I had to put up with that Oishi guy for ages. Also, I'm gonna make a prediction. It's probably already been happening so far. I don't know how this makes any sense right now. And maybe I'm wrong. But okay, so let's I don't know how to describe this. I have a weird sinking feeling. So, put it this way. The original theory that I had, which the game kind of leads you to believe, was that Shion was a second personality for Mion. That it was like her more feminine side, that she wasn't too keen on showing around to other people, yada yada yada. So I'm under the assumption that's Mion, right? Obviously we find out like towards the start of the stream, they actually are two separate people. They're not the same person, they literally are two different people. Now, we do know, okay? We know already that at a point in this game, even though they actually are two different people, it seems there has still been instances in the game so far. I'm not sure if it goes both ways, but at least of Mion still dressing up as Shion and being confusing. The one incident that keeps sticking out in my head is the bento lunchbox thing, okay? I could be wrong, but like, I am near positive in my heart, if I'm remembering correctly, that we walked Mion, because it would be Mion in disguise, that like, that we walked her back to her house, I feel like. And I could be wrong, but I feel like I remember going to her home and like seeing her off when she was dressed up as Shion in front of her home and her going in. And we know that Shion doesn't live there. She lives out in the city, which we knew from the last thing. I think it was in the last. No, it wasn't in the last. It was just early on in this chapter that Mion told us that she has a sister that lives out in the city. So we knew all along that Shion didn't live in Hinamizawa. So to get to my roundabout point, I think that there is, even though they are two separate people, I think there has been, and might still be, situations where Mion is dressing up as Shion. I think it might be happening still. I'm not certain, because I only have that one incident to base it off of. But I think there's some tomfoolery going on. Because the thing is, I feel like this was Shion today, because we did go out to the station. But I can't put my finger on it, that unless I see them both in the same room, I can't guarantee that it's either one of them, unless I can use context clues. I just have a really sinking feeling that we're getting like a weird switcheroo that's been going on. I don't know why, but that bento incident, the lunch incident, keeps fucking bothering me. There's something about it that's bothering me, and it's because I'm near positive that was Mion, even though she was dressed up as Shion, and they've made a very clear effort. Because you gotta remember, right? Rena talked about this, because even Rena was insinuating at one point that they were, at least it seemed like she was insinuating or implying that they were the same people. Because she's like, oh, you know, I've never seen Shion when I went over to Mion's house. Like, this is sort of weird. And I don't know. Part of me just thinks that there's some tomfoolery. I don't want to waste too much time because I do need to like keep progressing. Because if we want to finish this in somewhat of a decent time, I need to progress quicker. But something's going on here. I didn't mean to skip that. I wasn't dazed. All of a sudden you left me there, and after that I had to put up with that Oishi guy for ages. Don't complain to me about it. I can't believe she passed it off like that. She looks like Mion, and yet inside she's this different. I got a little irritated when I realized it was, somewhere in my mind, hoping for the same reaction I would get from Mion, even though she's a different person. Sorry. Next time I'll run away first thing and leave you there. Hey, it's ladies first. Shion laughed refreshingly. When I heard her voice, I realized that she wasn't really that angry or anything. It was just as she said. The cause of my temper was because it was my own fault for not leaving immediately. I'll stop blaming it on others. Blaming it on others would be... Anyway, you had something to tell me, right? Oh yeah, I mean, if you already know, then it's not something that bears repeating. Do you already know? Oh yeah, is she gonna give us the confirmation about Tomotage and Thing dying? Shion lowered her voice suddenly, as if she were glancing around. I had no idea what I could already know. Sorry, but I have no clue what you're talking about. At least give me a hint. So that means you don't know. She seemed to take my stupid-sounding question as evidence. However, her voice didn't sound disappointed or exasperated in the slightest. Actually, it's about last night during the Watangashi festival. My entire body jolted as I was assailed by a terrible feeling. Is Shion gonna ask the same thing? Hello, okay, are you listening? Yeah, I am. What about last night? The four of us went in there, right? She didn't beat around the bush, whether or not I wanted to admit it. That was the actual honest truth, and I couldn't act like it hadn't happened. Then after that we walked away together, and we went our separate ways near the stone stairs, right? Takano and Tomotage went to the stream, and you stayed there, okay? I went over to see some relatives. Yeah, why do you ask? We won't make any progress if we keep asking each other questions, so let me ask this question first, okay? You mean, did I see Tomotage and Takano last night? Huh? Oh, yeah. Did you see the two of them after that? I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. This is the third time I've been asked that question today. Why? Why the hell? What was going on? Why? Why are you asking me that? No, Kay, I'm asking the question. Please answer me. Did you, Shion? If you answer first, then I'll answer. I hate the main character. This guy's a fucking dumbass. Just answer. Yeah, no, I didn't see them after we split up. There you go. It's done. Like, this is the thing, too. He's not even a good liar. And not to give you a tip on lying, but, like, if he wanted to lie, he could have very easily said this whole time, like, oh, yeah, like, I actually was with Mion, or I was with Shion and Tomotage and Takano. We were hanging out at the festival. And then if they were like, oh, did you go in the shrine? No, we didn't go in the fucking shrine. What are you or the warehouse? No, we didn't go in the warehouse. What are you talking about? Like, we were just chilling out together. We were talking, you know? They were catching me up. They were telling me some stories about the village because I'm an outsider. And they're like, okay. And then they're like, oh, like, did you see them after that? It's like, no, I mean, like, we went our separate ways and I didn't see them after that. And there you go. Like, in the same breath, you have lied because you've covered up the thing that you're worried about being guilty about. But instead, he's dumb. He's just denying, like, he's pissing me off. Shion didn't say anything for a few moments. Just as I was beginning to think I'd really put my foot in my mouth with that response, she finally answered me. Of course I didn't see them. My relatives were with me, and they can vouch for that. I didn't see them either. People can vouch for me too, like Mion, Rena, and everyone else. Now that we knew our answers matched, she let out a sigh that sounded more relieved than anything else. Thank you for answering me honestly. Okay, then I'll tell you. Just tell me that they died. I know they did. It's a... Yeah, apparently last night, Takano and Tomotage died. Sorry, Shion, what was that you just said? Apparently last night, Takano and Tomotage died. Takano was found burned to death. Funny, because she was talking about witches being burned to death. Tomotage was... well, it looked like a suicide. I found out this morning. I heard my dad talking to a relative on the phone about it. Late last night, a police car on its way back from the festival security duty had discovered Tomotage lying in the middle of the road heading towards Okinomiya. God, dude, this just gets weirder because now some of the details align, but the others don't. Oh, wait, no, they might still actually align. They might actually still align. Because they never found, They never found Takano in the first timeline. She was just missing. However, Tomatake has died in the same method as he did in the first time. Seems, considering this is the same background art when they last talked about this, it seems as though he was probably found in the same spot as well. And if you remember, they said that the body they found that was burned was located outside the prefecture, like it had been moved and dumped there. So on top of that, we know at least that if Takano was the person that was inside the drum, the banging that we heard was not a person being burned alive inside the drum, or at least it wasn't Takano inside the drum. There could be another victim. But it wasn't Takano, because obviously we were with her, like she was inside the thing talking to us at that time. But I'm just trying to put all this together. It seems like this is like a Steins Gate kind of meme, where there's convergent events that seem to always happen. He had clawed out his throat and died. What? He clawed out his own throat? That bright and cheerful Tomatake committed suicide? Can't possibly be right. The police did an autopsy. He did it with his own fingernails. He scratched at his throat so hard that he ruptured his blood vessels and bled out. He died in a pool of his own blood. That's what they said. I've never heard of such an insane suicide. You can't just scratch open your own throat like that. I realized I was yelling too loudly, so I lowered the force I was putting into my voice. I didn't want my parents to hear me, so I switched to the cordless phone and ran up to my room. Sorry for yelling. So, was Takano... was that a suicide too? In her case, it's a little unclear. Yeah. So, she was the person they found. Takano's body was found in the mountains of Gifu Prefecture. Employees at a rest stop nearby reported to police late last night they could see flames in the mountains. The firefighters dispatched there were the first ones to find her, and an autopsy concluded that it was a burned corpse of a half-naked female. They initially considered the body beyond recognition, but directly after, there was a request for a dental comparison from the blank prefectural police station, Okinomiya, and the results concluded that it was Mio Takano. The cause of death wasn't confirmed, but it was highly likely to have been a homicide, since she was in her undergarments and her clothes were nowhere in the area. Okay, I'll possibly be suicide. We're gonna die plenty of easier ways to die, aren't there? Can't be suicide. I'm just wondering because of like the weird way that Takano talked, you know? Like she talked at one point about what it would be like to be burned alive. So, you know, I'm kind of sitting here like, you know, like is she just like kind of a fucking weirdo or, you know, like it's hard to say like 100%, right? After the two of us rattled on at each other, there was a silence as we paused to catch our breaths. As we calmed our nerves, right then, I understood what Shion's story actually meant. I think it will end up being Oyashiro's curse. We all did more than enough to deserve it after all. But this is the thing, though. Again, but this doesn't line up with the curse. This is the same problem that I had with, with Keiichi's death in the first timeline. Didn't make sense, because it doesn't line up with the curse. Like, right off the bat, if we're to go with the villagers being demon spawn, which seems to be the more likely of the theories, if that is the case, then why on fucking Earth were both found dead? And neither of them, like, eaten or dismembered. Or just, like, neither of them totally missing. It held true in the first timeline, because Tomatake died, and Takano disappeared. But that doesn't necessarily look like it holds, because we're assuming that the details are the same across both, or at least some of the important details are. Which means that Takano's body probably just wasn't found in the first timeline, but it has been found here. I know, Trial, you were talking, I think it was you, we were talking about playing I. I'm thinking about this in I, in terms of where you go into a somnium, and you make a decision where you pick between, like, you know, believing Iris or not believing Iris. However, like, the underlying details of the case are exactly the same. It's just at that one point something is slightly switched, and I feel like that's what's happening here. Something's off. Shion wanted to see it with me. I just went along with her. I tried to say that, but I fell silent. Nothing would come of me blaming others. It didn't matter how much everyone else encouraged me. I could have put my foot down. I lost to my own half-assed sense of adventure and agreed to go in with them. Yes, it was my fault and no one else's. Shion, last night when we snuck into the ritual storehouse, did you predict things would turn out this way? Of course not. I mean, I thought it was pretty risky, but I never even dreamed something like this could happen. Shion's words were probably her true feelings. She knew she could get in trouble if we were caught, but that was the thrill of this little adventure. It was the same for me. Besides that, Kay, think about it for a moment. Didn't Oishiro's curse turn out a little strange? Thank you, it did. It doesn't line up this year. I mean, they found 2 corpses. Remember what I said? Every other year. It wasn't every other year. It was every year. One person would die, another would disappear. This year is the first time 2 people have been found dead. It may be true, but it's not a huge deal, is it? No, it's definitely a huge deal. The villagers have been doing this in like a ritualistic manner this whole time. There's no way, no reason why they would switch their methods now. It doesn't make sense. It is, Kay. Think about it harder. Listen, if 2 people die because of Oyashiro's curse, then in order to quell Oyashiro's anger, 2 people would need to be sacrificed. Well, yeah, if we're thinking about it like multiplicatively like that, is that how it works? So what? Tomotaki and Takano died, so now 2 people are gonna go missing this year. I don't understand. Well, technically 2 people should have already gone missing if 2 are dead. It shouldn't be like a will go. You gotta remember, you dipshit. It's supposed to happen every night on the festival. The festival's over. The people should be missing already if that's the case. I don't understand why, but when I said that, I felt my spine freeze. I don't think anyone's been confirmed missing yet. I think that those 2 people have yet to disappear. Shion, like me, was obviously getting the same feeling crawling down her back. 2 people have yet to disappear. Shion didn't answer. I couldn't say any more than that either. A chill crept in through my clothes and tried to wrap into a fist around my heart, cold hands feeling about on my chest. Neither of us could say anything. Tomotage opened the lock and he died. Takano exposed the ritual storehouse and she died. If 2 more people were to be sacrificed, yeah, it would be you 2. You guys didn't put that together yet? No, this has got to be a joke. I wanted so much for her to pass us off as a joke even now. That, though, was such an incredibly difficult and selfish request. If Tomotage and Takano had died in a common way like a car accident, I could tell myself it was a coincidence. Instead, he clawed out his own throat and she burned to death, drowned in oil in the mountains. The 2 deaths were so out of the ordinary that I couldn't possibly dismiss it as mere coincidence. It was as if, in exchange for sneaking into the ritual storehouse, there must be someone punishing us. Some sort of cruel will working behind the scenes. Even so, I didn't want to accept that terrifying truth. If I did, then I would have to acknowledge that a horrible crisis was growing near for Shion and I. That's why I argued against it. I argued knowing I was running away. So now I question, like, oh man, I'm starting to think here, right? What would be the intentions behind both Oishi and Mion asking us those questions, right? Like, why would they have done this? My thinking, there has to, like, so for Oishi, it's kind of straightforward. He is just literally at a base level, just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on, right? Mion, on the other hand, her intentions are a little bit less clear. Because when I think about Oishi, I feel like he's probably doing it preventatively, right? Like, he's trying to figure out what's going on, and he's gonna try and stop it from going bad. He's gonna try and keep us safe if he knows that we're like the next 2 likely people that are gonna be demoned away. But the question is, like, what would Mion's thing be? Because she should obviously have inside info about this. So, I don't know, like, in the first place, it's not even in the newspaper, is it? Such a monstrous incident would be all over the newspapers and television. Magazine writers would flood the village too, thinking it'd make for an interesting story. Of course, it's not getting reported by the media. That's how it was in the past too. When the incidents occurred for the 3rd year in a row, there were some third-rate magazines that sniffed out the story and ran issues full of gossip columns. About Hinamizawa. Fearing that the region would develop a negative stigma, they negotiated with the prefecture and the police. Since last year, it became a big conspiracy, where no information about the incidents was allowed to be leaked to the media. I hear the elders and the top brass from the Sonozaki family put all the pressure they could on the police. You mean their deaths are going to be dealt with in total secrecy? Because I actually feel like, oh man, I think that Oishi and Mion are actually both doing it. God, I'm such a fucking simp, man, but I kind of enjoy it. But like, I hear the elders and the top brass from the Sonozaki family put the pressure they could on the police to keep it in secret. Like, clearly the Sonozaki family doesn't want this to get out. We already know that Mion, unless she was lying to us in the last timeline, as I said earlier, said that she doesn't believe in the curse. I feel like she's got to have our intentions at heart. Even though she's, like, mad at her sister, like, I'm sure she still is looking out for us, hopefully. That's how it is. Of course the police are investigating it. That's being performed in secret too, though, so I hear the investigation itself is very restricted in what it can and can't do. You could essentially say they're interfering with the police investigation. Maybe not so much. People die, and yet they don't publicize it and deal with everything in secret. We break it down further. It means that no matter who dies on the night of the Watangashi, it won't go public. That's the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever heard. Okay, before I said how villagers could be the ones carrying out Oyashiro's curse, that's what I mean. At some point, a tradition was created here in Hinamizawa, where every year you're allowed to kill someone on the night of the Watangashi under the guise of it being Oyashiro's curse. That's what I said. When someone dies on the night of the Watangashi, it turns into the curse of Oyashiro. Exactly! I'll literally read my note that I wrote here. What'd I say? Probably a curse with real demon possession. Could just be the work of people confirming a belief in a curse that does not actually exist, such that everything lines up. Right in the fucking pudding, baby. The curse turns into the serial murder incidents. In order to avoid exacerbating the negative stigma, exactly, they're dealt with in secret. Because, you gotta remember, Mion cares about the village. She likes Hinamizawa. She doesn't want people to think bad about it. Like, ow. Let's see. Yeah. That's insane. Dead and missing people turn up every year. However bad the stigma gets, the police have to draw the line somewhere, don't they? You could say the incident's happening every year, and also, they don't want to feed into this more by giving it more publicity. If there is a village curse and they're going to keep perpetuating it, I feel like just reporting on it over and over is only going to make it worse. Not better. You could say the incidents happening every year is mysterious, but the police can get the job done when they need to. After all, the incidents always get resolved individually. It doesn't end up being a string of incidents, you know? It just so happens that something unfortunate happens on the night of the Watangashi every year. That's all it turns into. Most of the criminals responsible for the original dismemberment were arrested. The last one managed to get away and stay away, but the events were totally exposed and elucidated, so it was, in essence, resolved. The dam supporting couple who died in an accident on the second year, that was an accidental death, plain and simple. They made a lot of investigations into the possibility of it having been a homicide, but they didn't turn up anything. It ended up as an accident. It was resolved. On the 3rd year, the priest fell ill and passed away. There were doctors present at the hospital at his deathbed, and they all had trustworthy medical certificates. They even did an autopsy. It was concluded that it wasn't a homicide. That was resolved too. On the 4th year, the sister-in-law of the dam-supporting couple was murdered. The criminal was an abnormal man with a history of regular psychostimulant usage. He confessed that he thought Oyashiro's curse was so interesting that he wanted to try it out. The criminal died of an accident while imprisoned, so this incident was essentially resolved as well. That's right, none of the incidents had any relation to one another, and each was independently resolved. But isn't that a little bit suspicious? It feels like we're being very hand-wavy about them, just like, they're done. Exactly, so then why does the unfortunate coincidence occur every year on the night of the Watangashi? You can try and say it's a string of related incidents, but they're not related. Yet every year someone dies, and someone always disappears. The story Takano told me on the day before during the setup. Now that the curse really had occurred this year, I couldn't just laugh it off. Then does that mean it'll come for us too? Just like how one person dies and one disappears, are you saying that we'll be taken along with Tomitake and Takano in a race too? My lips at some point had become completely dry, and just saying that was difficult. Shion didn't respond. Her silence, however, was the clearest form of confirmation she could give me. Sure we went somewhere we shouldn't have, but we were just looking, right? We didn't steal anything or take anything out. We didn't tell anyone that we looked, right? I was already regretting having committed such a wrong. Even so, was it really so bad that Tomitake and Takano deserved such cruel deaths? Besides, I didn't care about anything I saw in there at all. Takano was the only one getting so happy over it, wasn't she? Takano was the only one at fault. I don't have anything to do with this. I'm not interested. I'm not involved. I don't give a shit about what was in there. I knew saying so wouldn't solve anything. I could feel myself, my cold self in the innermost depths of my heart, disgusted at my pointless howling. However, my emotions had broken through the dam, and I couldn't stop them anymore. I didn't have any interest in any of this from the start, damn it. All I wanted to do was watch Rika's performance. You were the one who pulled me away from that, weren't you, Shion? I don't give a rat's ass whether those two were trying to steal something or try to meet up secretly or whatever. That's right. You're the one who made me go in there in the first place, Shion. You were all, "Okay, you didn't see what's inside," and you convinced me and then pulled me in. Why the hell did you do that? I didn't have anything to do with this. What will you do? What are you going to do, damn it? How are you going to take up responsibility for this? Huh? Hey, are you listening? Click. Without any warnings, the phone cut off with the soft sound of a receiver being slammed down. Shion was just as terrified as I was, and I just said some really self-centered things. Yeah, well, fuck her. Not literally, I mean, fuck her. She's a bitch. She's mean to her sister. My riled up emotions disappeared as if they'd never existed, and in their place there's waves of deep regret at having run my mouth so irresponsibly. I could try to call out Shion's name from beyond their disconnected phone, but it was too late. What have I done? What you've done is not trusted in the cult of Mion, but you've trusted in the cult of Shion, and that's where you fucked up, bro. I didn't mean to skip that. Shion was only trying to tell me as much as she could about this thing about to descend upon us. As for me, I could only whine like a child about it. I wanted to call her back, but then remembered she lived in Okinomiya. I didn't know her phone number. Since I had declared to Mion that I hadn't seen Shion last night, I couldn't just call Mion and ask her for Shion's phone number. I was too scared. I couldn't even call her back. I was stricken with hopeless regret. I returned the receiver to its stand, and I simply prayed that Shion would call me back again. Please, Shion, calm down and call me again. Ring, 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 ring! Hello, this is Maebara. I swept the receiver as though it wouldn't go through if I didn't grab it at the exact moment. Is this the Maebara residence? Excuse me for the late call. I'm Kimiyoshi. Is this the head of the household? It was the voice of a girl who clearly wasn't Shion. All my hopes rushed out of me. No, it isn't. If you need Dad, I'll go call him. I went to put the receiver back down, but the caller stopped me hurriedly. Oh no, if he's busy, then it's fine. This may be a strange question, but is my old man paying you a visit? No, nobody's here at the moment. I see. Again, I apologize for calling you so late at night. Goodbye. I don't know who that was, but what if Shion tried to call while I was on the phone? I thought, bubbling with egotistic anger. Hey, wait, give it a break, Keiichi Maebara. These are the selfish emotions that made Shion mad at me in the first place. The more I thought about it, though, the more I thought that Shion had given up hope in the short time since we had our conversation and didn't want to call anymore. Calm yourself, Keiichi Maebara. If Shion does call again, then first apologize in a calm voice. If you do that, then Shion should understand. However, no matter how long I waited, the phone didn't ring again that night. You know what you could do? You could just go to her restaurant if you wanted to be a creeper and just wait for her. Oh. Yikes. Oh, yikes. One sec. I want to test something here. I have this cup here that I put my water in, and I brought a water bottle out by accident, and I actually don't know how much this cup is in terms of, like, water bottles. So we're about to find out. Okay. This cup is about 1 liter. Because this is a 500 ml bottle. That's about half. There you go. Science experiment right there. Ow. And I just dropped the bottle, too. Awesome. Okay, let's view the new tips. So we got more notes from her scrapbook. This actually might be pretty illuminating. The significance of Watangashi. Watangashi, a festival of hunting for sacrifices and feasting on them. While the festival itself is remarkable, it has come to be considered a form of entertainment as well. Perhaps it was because of the disparity between being both an egregious act and a form of entertainment that the perpetrators began to believe themselves transcendent. However, I found some very interesting literature that appears to raise questions about that explanation. As with most oral traditions, it's not easily swallowed, but it does mention a few things that spark my interest. According to this literature, even the residents of Onigafuchi village felt fear towards this ritual. Women and children would grow pale and trembled, and those of weak constitution would vomit, but it is said that the feast, the dissection, was an obligatory viewing. So is it... okay. This is an extremely curious tale. Until now, I thought that the residents of Onigafuchi village were fascinated by the Watangashi ritual. They looked down on those vulgar barbaric humans, cut them open like fish. And by eating them, they reaffirmed their own holiness. At least that's what I thought. However, if what the villagers gained from this ritual was not fascination, but fear, then that would suggest that the ritual meant something entirely different. There's the possibility that the executions were meant as warnings. Yeah, it's like public execution, encouraging the villagers to strictly follow religious precepts created by those with power for their own convenience. Onigafuchi village has been effectively ruled over by 3 old families, called the 3 families. Fuck, man, they got some good naming teams there. Without investigating the 3 families, I probably won't get any closer to the truth of Onigafuchi village. You don't say. Say you don't say, huh? Okay, scrapbook 7. 3 families. The 3 families refers to the 3 old families who effectively came to rule Onigafuchi village. To break it down, there was the Kimiyoshi family. Yup, who just called. The Kimiyoshi family. I wonder if that's Oishi. No, that wasn't his last name. Oishi is his last name. But I wondered when whoever Kimiyoshi called and said, "Is my old man there?" And I know we've heard the word Kimiyoshi before, and I think it was in these tips. I think it has something to do with Oishi. To break it down, there was the Kimiyoshi family, the Furude family, which is Rika, and the Sonozaki family, which is Mion and Shion, and each of them still exist today. Though they don't have as much control as they did in the remote past, they still hold considerable influence today. The 3 families are considered, by legend, to be those in whom the blood of the swamp demons runs the thickest. Okay. Let me write this down. Okay. Sorry, I feel like this would be important. The Kimiyoshi family appears to have held great power as the head of the 3 families, but it doesn't have that kind of leadership today. The current mayor of the village, Kichiro Kimiyoshi, is from this family. The fact that members of the Kimiyoshi family are elected as mayor every generation is thought to be remnant of the old system. Of course, as no rival candidates appear, it doesn't change the fact that the Kimiyoshi family holds the mayoral office, even through popular elections in the post-war era. The Furude family, the center of the village's faith since ancient times. Okay, this is going to be important. Okay, they were worshipped as the only people to represent the voice of Oyashiro for a long time, but the family branched off after the war and lost most of its power. The main house as well presently consists of only one daughter, Rika Furude, so the lineage may end in this generation. There is apparently an old tradition of honoring females of the Furude family, so the only daughter, Rika, is a subject of much respect among the elderly of the village. The Sonozaki family. It is said that this family had a certain police-like role of protecting the religious precepts. Of the three families, their relatively weak position can be seen from me putting them here last. Of course, today the Sonozaki family is flourishing, and the state of affairs among the three families is completely reversed. Even now, one could say they are in control of Hinamizawa. The three families conferring with each other is similar to the old way. The current head of the Sonozaki family, Oryo, is essentially decides all of the goings on in the village by herself. Okay. That seems very important. Okay, now the last one. Phone's ringing. Excuse me for the late call. I'm Kimiyoshi. Is this the head of the household? Is this person in Big Brother? Yes. No, not at all. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, well, you see, I do apologize for calling at this hour. But I was wondering if our old man was visiting you at the moment. You've got that right, yeah. Once again, I'm very sorry for calling so late. Goodbye. Click. So no good? One sec, I gotta lift my mic up more. We'll get intimate. I'm not sure what to do. He may be passionate about it, but he always at least gives us a call. You called everyone he plays Go with, didn't you? Ring. Hello, this is Kimiyoshi. This is Sonozaki. How'd it go? Have you found the mayor? Oh, Mion, I called everyone I could think of, but I came up with nothing. We can't find him. What do I do? Where could he be idling about? I put a word in with a bunch of people who might have had an idea, but nobody did. I asked Nana about it, and she said we should get the man of the village together to search for him. At this hour, I mean, it's not like he's definitely gone missing. Watangashi just happened. She thinks we should be a little more cautious. If we can't find him, then we'll notify the police tomorrow morning. Whether or not we find him, though, we should refrain from making any false accusations. Oreo said that. Yes, if you can't trust her without hearing her voice, then I can put her on for you. No, that's fine, I understand. We'll get the men together and search. If we still can't find him, then we'll notify the police in the morning. So leave it to you to organize the men. I'll be there as well as Nana's representative. Thank you. I'll get everyone together immediately. Thanks, I'll talk to you later. Okay, the mayor is missing. There's not really much to say. He's missing. Man, I have a lot of shit written here. I'm gonna have a fucking novel by the end of this game. I think I already saved. Continue it is. There was no way I'd be able to sleep. When she hung up the phone like that, I realized for the first time that kind of situation I was in, what kind of situation I was in, as well as who the only ally who would support me was. I waited with bated breath for Shion to calm down and call me back. What would I do if the phone rang while I was sound asleep? No matter how long I waited, however, it never rang. Exhausted, whenever my mind started to wander, I would jolt awake as though I heard the phone ring. In the end, I brought the cordless phone with me into my futon and went to sleep with it in my arms, though it still didn't amount to anything. Morning came, and by that time I was pretty sure she wasn't calling back. That was when a fierce drowsiness assailed me. Damn it. This is no time for sleep, Kate Shimebara. I slapped myself in the face a few times. Then I went to the washroom and washed my face, which was something I usually didn't do. That wasn't enough either, so I even brushed my teeth. I guess he doesn't do that often either. After that, I was finally awake. When Mom saw how strange I was acting, her eyes went wide. What's wrong, Keiichi? Are you going somewhere today? Yeah, to school. Do-do-do-do. Oh, I thought the phone was gonna ring. Please. Where's my girl? Keiichi, you don't look so good today. Do you have a cold? I'm not sick. I just didn't get much sleep. If I space out and start talking nonsense, just humor me. I wonder what kind of nonsense you'll say, I wonder. Now I'm looking forward to it. So this is the other thing, right? If we're going under the assumption from the last game that, like, Mion and Rina are evil, which I refuse to believe on my shrimp shit. Sorry, I'm reading Twitter on my side monitor. I shouldn't. It would seem as though I forgot what I was talking about. Oh, if Rina and Mion are evil, then Rina has been, to my knowledge so far, quite characteristically unactive and not present for most of this chapter. This seems to be the Mion-focused chapter, which unfortunately, at least it looked like it was going to be, and I got very excited and happy. And then we diverted course to the Shion chapter, so I'm quite sad overall. My shrimp brain is not pleased. And, here we are. So I don't know if I buy into the theory that they're evil, because Rina just hasn't done anything, to my knowledge, so far, this whole fucking episode. I keep calling it an episode, but it's a chapter, you know what I mean. I felt utterly shattered. I still hadn't picked myself back up this morning, and for precisely that reason, Rina's honest smile was a sight for sore eyes. Yo, what's up, Kay? Rina? Good morning. What? Me, you look like you didn't get too much sleep either. Mion had gone home early yesterday with a hangover, but she didn't look too good this morning either. Her usual cheerfulness was completely buried in shadow. So I think Mion lied to us about having a hangover. I think she probably just, again, because of her close tie to her grandma, I almost said mom, to her grandma, who's the head of the family, she probably had some inside knowledge about the situation. Her usual cheerfulness was completely buried in shadow. Yeah, I went to bed at like 3. I'm a little tired. 3? Right after yesterday? Hey now, you can't keep staying up late. You probably read the first volume of a manga, thought it was interesting, then read the entire series, didn't you? I understand. I've done that before. I joked, trying to shake off my sleepiness. I was trying to be considerate. However, neither Mion nor Rina smiled. In fact, they didn't even pay attention. Rina's expression immediately darkened. What? Wait, is it about the mayor? He still hasn't been found? Nope. Hey, wait a minute. What are you talking about? You can't find the mayor? Where's the mayor? What's the deal with the mayor? Even the classroom, which was normally bursting with bright, joking voices, seemed filled with a different sort of murmur today. Good morning, Keiichi. Have you heard? It looks like something terrible has happened. Where's the mask salesman from Majora's Mask when you need him? He's like, you've been met with a terrible fate, haven't you? I don't really know this mayor person, but he's an old guy, right? Couldn't he just be wandering around senile? The mayor's certainly not senile. He's a sprightly man who can teach both calligraphy and swordsmanship. He's a true samurai. Probably got lost somewhere, like me. A lost Rika. How I want to take you home with me. Getting lost is only cute because children like Rika do it. A worn-out old man getting lost isn't moe in the slightest. When my mind entertained dumb thoughts like that, our teacher arrived. Everyone rushed to their seats. School was fucking boring, as usual. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. The class greeting was normal, but the atmosphere in the room was heavy. Some of you may have already heard, but last night, despite the late hour, the mayor turned up fucking dead. Is there anyone here who killed the mayor? Saw the mayor yesterday. One or two hands went up in silence, and they told her about having seen him. Oh. None of it seemed to be vital information, however, and everyone began whispering amongst themselves. If anyone has seen the mayor, please tell an adult about it, alright? Now then, let's begin class. After that, the same old dog shit lessons began. The rumors, once quieted, blossomed in flowers again at lunchtime. I could hear a few different conversations. They were mostly related to the mayor's disappearance. Summing them up, I came out with this. Yesterday evening, the mayor went to a meeting at the Shrine Assembly Hall. The meeting ended after the sun had fully set and everybody left. The elder's house was a bit far from the town of Hinamizawa. It was already late, and Hinamizawa doesn't have a lot of lights outside. Nobody saw the mayor after the meeting. However, because he would have been hungry, he wouldn't have taken any side trips. He would have gone straight home. However, no matter how long his family waited, he never returned. Some thought there might have been an accident. They left no stone unturned. They searched from the irrigation channels to the water wells and even in the rice paddies, but they didn't find him. Of course, there was a limit to how far they could search in the middle of the night. The police were going to wait for daylight, then have the young men of the town help search. If after all that they still didn't find him, they were apparently even going to go look in the mountains. Even now, at this moment, the adults were probably all searching for him. The more they searched in vain, and the more time passed, the only thing that came to mind was the curse. But, dude, you know what you should be proud about? If he turns up missing, then you only got a 50% chance. Huh? The rumors of Onikakushi, of the demoning away. Had he become this year's sacrifice to Oyashiro's curse, which had recently been occurring every year? Dude, I gotta get a new cable for my headphones. This one sucks ass. That scary possibility, which everybody thought about but nobody could say aloud, was slowly but surely spreading through the village. Was he demoned away and offered as a sacrifice to quell Oyashiro's anger? My classmates were whispering to each other that the curse didn't happen this year, so there shouldn't have been any sacrifices. I, on the other hand, I knew. The curse did happen again this year, and there were 2 people that died. So this leads me to believe that the reason why Mion acts the way she does is because she, her family kind of was like the police force of the place, so they kind of still fulfill that role even if there actually is a literal police force, which is funny that Mion seems to have such a bad relationship with Oishi, considering that overall it seems like they have a not terrible relationship with the police. I mean, they're constantly in talks with them, it would sound like. Yeah, so it's hard to exactly, pin down who the fuck is going on, Mion and the Sonozaki family in general, their motivations seemed quite odd. The curse did happen again this year, and there were 2 people that died. This may sound strange, but I hadn't exactly thought that the elder would be the one to go missing. My reason was clear. Shion and I should have been a higher priority than him. The 4 of us were thieves that broke the taboo and set foot into the sacred ritual storehouse. If Toмотake and Takano had suffered mysterious deaths, then it should have been my and Shion's turn next. This time should have been Shion and me, eh? I laughed painfully to myself. I'd yelled at Shion over the phone that I didn't want to end up in such a terrifying situation, but... Meanwhile, my guy says this out loud, knowing that he lied to Mion like the day prior about this. But now that someone other than me had disappeared, I could only think that I should have been the first to go. Onigafuchi, the bottomless swamp, said to have been the place where they drowned sacrifices long ago. Just as it ran through my thoughts, the villagers must have also considered the swamp. Maybe police divers were plumbing at its depths even now. They probably wouldn't find anyone. Not a single missing person had ever been found. They'd always suspected Onigafuchi, but not once have they ever turned up a corpse from it. After all, it was a devilish, bottomless swamp, which no one who sinks can ever return. I could hear someone telling their friends that in the classroom. Now that you mention it, Satoshi, he left around this time last year, didn't he? Huh? Satoshi? I've heard that name before. He was right. He disappeared because of last year's curse. The conversation was happening in the seat next to me, so I could hear it clearly. Didn't we search the whole village like this for Satoshi, too? We didn't find him either. What did we decide that was? A demoning away, right? Yeah, I heard he withdrew all his savings and ran away from home. Someone from the police station said there was someone who saw him get on the bullet train at Nagoya Station. Ran away, huh? I wasn't that interested in this reason, or in the reason, which seemed understandable in this case. Everyone else who disappeared had their own reasons, too. Either they were still on the run because they were criminals, or they were a corpse that couldn't be found. It's not like any of them suddenly disappeared into thin air for no reason, but they disappeared. Someone disappeared whenever the curse took a life, as if by design. They may have had various understandable reasons, but they still disappeared. From that point of view, it really might have been a demoning away this time. The mayor's disappearance was the first such incident without a clear reason behind it. Of course, coming to that realization didn't help to resolve anything. It looks like I messed up the seasoning today. Sorry. Normally, Rena's lunch would have been devoured immediately, but today there was still a ton left. That wasn't because Rena's lunch didn't taste good or anything, though. That isn't the case. Your lunch today is as delicious as always. Satoko dips her chopsticks into Rena's bento box and pulls bits of food out one after the other. Yes, delicious indeed. Today in particular, in fact. Chomp chomp. I really don't like Satoko, and I'm very scared that, like, in the future there will be a chapter that's like, hey, this is the Satoko chapter, and I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm gonna be cringing the whole chapter. So, ugh. Okay. Dude, my Steam window keeps popping up. It's fucking pissing me off. Aha. Huh? You know those are pumpkin croquets, right? Are you okay? Yes. If it's your pumpkin, then it's delicious. Did Satoko dislike pumpkin? Regardless, she forced herself to smile and shoved more into her mouth. I fucking passed out and died. Everyone knew. Nobody's lunch tasted very good today. Satoko kept shoveling it down, repeating her remark on how good it was. If it's good, then I guess I've got to have some too. Satoko's gonna eat it all if we let her. It's just so good, so I would certainly like it if Keiichi were to eat some as well. Well, sometimes I have to show my adult generosity, right? Okay, don't hold back on my account. Eat enough for the both of us today. She really hated pumpkin, didn't she? Oh, so she's forcing herself to. That made it all the more touching to see Satoko's own brand of generosity. I grabbed her head and started stroking it. Satoko, in a somewhat exaggerated fashion, was bawling, tears streaming down her face. No way. You'll never grow up if you give away such good food. Rena, you eat too. I only have leftover vegetable stew, but it tastes great after having sat overnight. That doesn't sound too great. Yeah, the daikon radish has a pretty color going through it. It looks delicious. I guess I'll have some then. Rena reached out with her chopsticks, and at last, the usual lunchtime atmosphere began to return. That was only at our desks, however. The dark tales of Oyashiro's curse, which had recurred for 5 years in a row, didn't cease. The whole classroom remained stuck in a somber mood. Oyashiro's curse had happened for 5 years straight. Everyone had wanted the previous year to be the last. What was Oyashiro's curse, anyway? They were going to build a dam in Hinamizawa. The people building it were bad, so they were cursed. I would admit that much. Still, the dam project was frozen years ago, wasn't it? So why was the curse stubbornly persisting? That's what I kind of want to know. I hit myself on the cheeks to perk myself back up. Everyone was trying so hard to brighten the mood. I couldn't go straight back to thinking about the curse like that. The only way I could think is if the demon theory is true. She did say, or Takano did say at one point that, what do you call it? She said that the human eating shit flares up like once a decade. But I feel like it seems there's been some kind of like long gap in time since then. So I'm also a little bit confused because the way that it was posited initially, it sounds like this is the first time this has happened in a very long time. But at the same time, this has been happening for 5 years. It seems like there's been a long gap, basically, between whenever these incidents last happened and now. We did hear a little bit about some World War II memes going on. World War II would have been about 40 years prior, a little bit less at this time, about 38 years prior at this time, I think. Because I believe this is in 83. So, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I feel like this would have been a much more ingrained thing in society if this was something that happened every 10 years. It seems like it's not happening like every 10 years on the dot, per se. So it's hard to necessarily say, like, you know, one way or the other. I don't know. Let's keep going. Everyone was trying so hard to brighten the mood. I couldn't go straight back to thinking about the curse like that. I forced the grim story out of my head. Driving Oyashiro's curse out of my thoughts was actually a good idea. In the end, that meant I would also be driving away the most terrifying thought of all, that I could end up being the cursed next target. Mion's taking a while, isn't she? How long does it take to wash her hands? Mion had said she was going to wash her hands and left, and she hadn't come back yet. Huh. She's probably taking a little afternoon nap somewhere. I think she was up pretty late last night looking for the mayor after all. I smiled wryly and let out a sigh. Today was no good. However much we tried to lighten the mood, things always came back to the mayor. It was just a no-good day. I had just transferred here recently, so the shock of a curse happening 5 years running was an unimaginably big one. Maybe I do need to appreciate that. When Mie was really little, the mayor would always spoil her. When she was going through her prankster phase, he loved her like his own daughter. She's told me that often. I see. Mion was in shock too. Someone disappearing at all because of a curse was a very scary thing. If the sacrifice was someone you knew, though, then the shock must be 100 times worse. Satoko, as if she'd come to the same conclusion, bit her lower lip and looked downward. Satoko and Rika should both know, correct? It literally happened to their families. This should not be like a unknown feeling. They should know what this is like. Oh, Rika's taking a while too. And Rika as well, actually. Actually, literally everybody except for Rina and I have some direct relation to this. Rika's taking a while too. Maybe they're taking a nice afternoon nap together. Rika wasn't out that late. As soon as she yawned, everyone gathered around her and started saying goodnight, goodnight. Now that she mentioned it, there were a lot of old people rubbing their prayer beads in fervent gratitude towards Rika during the festival too. An image of the indulgent elderly came to mind. Had Rika discovered a way to get herself to be pampered like that? Is there a reason the old people treat Rika like an idol? Is she their ideal image of a granddaughter or something? Huh, I don't know anything about that, but I want to see Rika yawning. It's probably all like, fwa, ho, I want to take her home. I don't personally think it's that cute. It's more of a gua, and she opens her mouth really wide so you can see the back of her throat. Rika's giant yawn. How? Rina's handy at times like these. I finally managed a heartfelt laugh. Alright. I'm on day duty today, aren't I? I need to go water the flower garden. The garden is right outside the teacher's lounge too, so they can immediately tell if you don't do it right. I think Satoko is cute. Not only Rika. Giant yawn. Yikes. Can't breathe. How? I got a glimpse. It was so cute. Satoko is cute too. Satoko's cute too. I'm gonna take you home. Rina was strangling Satoko. I don't think that counts as yawning. You know, Rina is... I can't say it out loud, but she's notorious... censored, isn't she? Sweat? What is this text blur? Like... she's a notorious predator? Isn't she? Is that like the... Hearing Satoko make a weird noise like a chicken being strangled was kind of hilarious, and I couldn't help but laugh. At some point, the classroom had erupted into laughter, too. Maybe Rina was doing it on purpose. Even if she wasn't, this nonsense was a welcome sight. Anyway, let's go over to the flowers while I still have time. Slowly and quietly, lest I destroy the room's newfound peace, I left the classroom. Cool, now we can have our makeout session with Mion. Hell yeah. The watering can was hanging up outside the kitchen. This building had originally been an all-male forestry service building, so there was apparently nothing so thoughtful as a garden here before. When they decided to have a school share the space, they built one there as a modest gesture of appreciation. But, well, the flower bed was a little longer than you'd expect. It went all around, all over the place. It was so big, one would need to refill the watering can 5 or 6 times to get it all done. I was doing this together with a kid who was also thankfully on day duty. She was in the lowest grade though, and full size smaller than even Rika. Maybe I've been thinking that Satoko and Rika are younger than they are. I'm trying to think here. 1 second, I gotta think here. Because, like, I'm assuming that this is elementary school, which means that if the oldest person is Mion's like 15, and we're like a year younger. So me, Rena, and Mion are like 14 to 15. Maybe they're like 10. Because there's people younger. They couldn't be like 8, because that means there'd be like nobody younger than them. Like, you'd be getting down to like 5 and 6 is like the youngest, I think. So like, yeah, there's no way. There's no way. They're probably a bit older than I gave them credit for. I would make a kid who would struggle just to lift the full watering can help me with this. If you were placed on day duty with someone who liked this sort of thing, they'd do it all for you, so it'd be cake. No point in blaming her. I give up. I'll just get started. Watering can in hand, just as I was about to leave the building, the old man from the forestry office addressed me. Sonny, there's a vegetable garden behind the warehouse, right? It's all just about dried up. Water that too, would you? Oh, you mean that curry vegetable garden? The one with the potatoes and carrots and other things that are only ingredients for curry? Yeah, I was about to say, stuff for the teacher. It's definitely the personal garden of our curry-loving teacher, but making students responsible for its upkeep is getting them involved in her personal affairs. I couldn't say that to his face, though, so I gave up and decided to carry out my day duties. The sunlight out front was strong. The great chorus of cicadas was strong, underlining how nothing was different today than yesterday. I passed by the classroom, and I don't know how it happened, but Rina and Satoko were in the middle of a huge melee. While I was gone, the kids had arranged all the desks in a circle, forming a ring, while everyone was cheering them on. Yeah, that's how it should be. Once school ended, we would need to return to reality, where talk of the elders' disappearance would once again be all over the place. I wanted everyone to forget about everything and have fun, just like yesterday, if only while they were at school. In that sense, Satoko's whirling elbow and Rina's backward flying spin kick made for a pleasant sight. Dude, if Satoko's throwing fucking whirling elbows, goddamn. Well done, I guess. Damn, Derek Lewis KO'd Curtis Blades. I'm actually surprised, because Derek Lewis is a washed-up fucking bum. Even if, as a result, they flipped over my desk. Ah, it's my pencil box. Just let it happen today. Where's Mion, dude? We're overdue for our makeout session. I set to work, hastily watering everything, wanting nothing more than to be done as soon as possible. That should about do it. No sooner had I thought that than I remembered that I had to water the teacher's curry vegetable garden too. This is such a pain, but I have a feeling that it'll come back to bite me if I don't. I gave up, filled the can with water again, headed behind the warehouse. This was a place students didn't like to go. It was always damp here, and you couldn't discard the possibility of slugs and pill bugs being around. So when I ran across her in a place like that, I was surprised. Whoa! Oh, it's Rika. Don't scare me like that. Rika was just standing there like a puppet, devoid of life. I was the only one who was startled here. Rika didn't even seem to react to my appearance. Rika? Finally, she noticed me. Her expression was clearly abnormal. There was red under her eyes, stained with tears and dirt. There were blades of grass stuck in her hair too, and her clothes looked as though she'd fallen to the ground. Rika, are you hurt? Did you fall? Hick? No, that isn't it. Rika said in the brightest voice she could manage as she rubbed her eyes. She didn't look anywhere near normal, though. What happened? You weren't sleeping on the storehouse roof and then fell off or anything, did you? Don't worry about me. I have something I want to ask you, Keiichi. Rika walked over and clung to me. At first, I thought she was playing a trick on me. Eventually, however, I realized it was so that I wouldn't run from the question she was about to ask. I shuddered. What do you want from me? She looked straight into my eyes. Her upturned eyes bored right into me. It was as though they were trying to pull the answer out of my own eyes without actually asking me the question. It was scary, so I averted my eyes from hers. Keiichi, did you do something bad on the night of the festival? My body gave me a jolt from its very core. Bro, okay. Demon-blooded or not, I ain't taking shit from a fucking 8-year-old, okay? Let's just fucking stop, okay? Like, just not doing this. Like, just not doing this. 1 sec, I'm trying to look up a video of a knockout here in the UFC. You gotta give me like 1 second. I should be able to find it in about 1 second. Yep, I just found it. Ooh, that guy walked right into that. Okay. Very nice. My body gave a jolt from its very core. Rika, who was clinging to me, might have felt my shiver. A nervous tingle crawled up from my feet, and after going up my back and freezing my entire body, it made its way into my brain. Keiichi, do you really not remember? My head began to throb. I don't understand anything. Mion asked me, Oishi asked me, Shion asked me, and now Rika was asking me. We thought nobody knew about what we did last night, but in fact, everybody knew. They all knew, and they came to ask me, again and again until I admitted it. When I thought about it, it was pretty clear the whole thing was out in the open. After all, don't Tomotage and Takano's deaths prove it? Keiichi, how should I respond? We never should have entered the Forbidden Storehouse, and even though I regretted it so much, was she saying it wasn't enough? However, I had all but decided what I was going to say. Not exactly a good kid, you know? I've done lots of bad things, so I can't remember anything specific. Just as I had with all the others, I evaded the question. Rika stared up at me with innocent eyes. Her eyes were so painful that I had to look away. After a few moments of mutual silence, Rika released me. I'm sorry for asking you something strange. Please forget about it, she said, smiling her usual smile. Then tap 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 tap, she went running off as if nothing happened. As she retreated in silence, I could feel her accusing me. Rika, she didn't hear my voice and I was going to give up. However, she heard it. Rika swiveled around and waited for me to continue. I was the one who had questions now. Still, asking any of them could just be a half-assed way of admitting what I did. Hey, Rika. What is it? If everyone knows anyway, then I should be able to at least ask this, right? Why is everyone asking me about the night of the festival? That evening. Had I done something wrong? I felt plenty sorry about it, and I only looked anyway. I didn't break anything or steal anything. Really, I don't even think I touched anything, for any matter. Still, Tomotage and Takano, they died so miserably. Since those two had come to such an end, there's obviously no way it would only forgive me. Or forgive only me, I think is what it said. Rika cutely tilted her head in confusion and waited for me to say something. If I were to admit what happened that night, though, she might suddenly do a 180, as if flipping a switch. That would make sense. Rika was the Shrine Maiden. She was the least likely to forgive me for breaking this taboo, wasn't she? Upon reflection, wouldn't telling her be more terrifying than telling Mion or Oishi? Rika could just give up and leave, couldn't she? But she didn't. She only was quietly waiting for me to say it myself. Say it, Keiichi Maebara. If you really are sorry, then you should say so. Yeah. There's a famous saying where I come from, okay? It's called nut up or shut up, okay? And right now, it's time to nut up. Of course, it's normal to hesitate, given the crazy way Tomotage and Takano died. A pulping machine called chaos was grinding up in my brain. The juice wrung out of it, turned into big droplets of sweat, which began to fall. Keiichi. Rika suddenly straightened up, trying to pat me on the head. I don't really understand what you're worried about, Keiichi. I had nothing to say to that. I lowered my head a little so Rika's palm could reach it. She petted me, kind of like one would a cat. Do you know all about the big storehouse a little behind the shrine grounds? It stores the implements we use for rituals. Yeah, I mean, she's being honest. She's being forthcoming. Honesty is a virtue, as they say. Like, my breath literally stopped. Rika, though, wasn't acting in a coercive way at all. Apparently, on the night of a festival, a cat snuck into the storehouse. A cat? Yeah, a cat. Meow meow. Rika knew. She realized I was in fear. I could tell she was desperately trying to choose the right words so that she wouldn't scare me. The cat always wanted to explore inside the storehouse, but I was mean to it and never let it go inside. So on the night of the festival, the cat couldn't hold itself back any longer and went inside. Cat? I was about to say it, Takano. It's clearly supposed to be Takano. Or wait, was it supposed to be me? No, because it said that the cat always wanted to go in there. You kind of just got roped in, you didn't really, so. Inside, there were actually lots of things that scared the cat. Rika made a cute gesture like a ghost was coming out to frighten me. The cat was both terrified and amazed. It ran away as fast as it could. Clatter, clatter, shiver, shiver, meow, meow. It was terrible. This cat, who are you saying it was? The cat is a cat. Meow, meow. Rika still avoided saying it. The cat, though, was, without a doubt, me. Except it's not, though. It doesn't line up with what she said. She literally said right here. The cat always wanted to explore inside. Okay, buddy, you... Also, I just realized, I don't think I ever heard Rika's voice. So prepare yourself for probably a lot of fucking cringe about to happen.
猫さんはびっくり仰天。
Yep.
一目散に逃げ出して、ガタガタブルブル、ニャーニャーで大変なのです。
Kata kata, buru buru, nya nya. It was terrible. I don't even want to know what Satoko's voice sounds like. Rika, please tell me. The cat, what should it do now? Maybe it was a desperate question to ask. I sort of admitted to being the cat. The cat is just a cat, so it can just keep meowing and everything will be fine. Everything will be fine? That's stupid. Shouldn't it just keep meowing? Geez, Rika and I have put together an entire conversation using cat as a code word. I didn't say it directly, but I had already admitted it. I didn't want to end up like those two. I didn't want to be a sacrifice like Shion said. Yeah, the funny thing is, Rika kind of gave the exact same thing that Mion said initially. In the last chapter, she was like, dude, just do your thing. Let your nuts hang, G. Just keep going about your daily business. Don't worry about it. You'll be fine. That's what I thought. So I stubbornly remained silent. But now that's enough. It can't just keep meowing. The dog saw the cat, making mischief and sneaking inside. The dog? That's right. It was the dog. It keeps coming to the cat, trying to get it to say that it snuck inside. After I said that, Rika's expression clouded over. She was trying to hide it, but I'd already noticed her eyes darkening. Rika. The silence was frightening, so I spurred her on. At that point, Rika grinned. It's alright. I'll protect the cat. Huh? Yo, do we got a friend? You got a friend in me. I thought for a moment that I'd misheard those words, so dependable they were. The cat is really scared, but it really isn't all that bad. I think all the dogs are just misunderstanding. It's not all that bad. The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure. Don't you kind of get like a little bit of a Monka W nature from this girl though? That like this girl is gonna like go and like fucking slash the throats of the dogs or something? If we want to keep with the code words. Rika will do something about it. I don't even know left from right at the moment, so Rika didn't look all that dependable. Might be hard, but I'll do my best. Go for it, yay. She clenched her fist and stuck it in the air. Rika said that the cat can just keep meowing. She said to leave it all to her. That really all it took to resolve this whole thing? Will you be alright, Rika? If I don't do my best, then something bad could happen to the dogs, too. I had no idea what Rika was talking about anymore. So the dogs in this case are the people that are looking for questions and answers. So we're talking like Mion, Oishi, Shion, kind of. Not really Shion. Who are the people that he listed? There was like 3 people that had asked him the question. I think it's just Mion and Oishi. They're like the dogs, because they're trying to sniff out what's going on. That's like the whole joke, I'm guessing. So is there some way that, like, Rika is related into keeping both Mion and Oishi safe in this situation? Like, She'd been talking to me under the assumption that I was aware of certain things, so at first I understood her. Around the middle, though, I stopped understanding anything. However, one thing I did know was to not worry and leave it to her. Rika straightened up once again, patted me on the head and smiled. I was so moved by that reassuring feeling that I couldn't help but start to cry. The cat, it was just a bit of mischief. I didn't think any of this would... It's too much of a scaredy cat. That's why it should never have seen the storehouse. She was right. It was far too shocking for someone to see based on a little bit of interest alone. That's why they made it so difficult to look at in the first place, wasn't it? Rika, what will happen to the cat? 2 of the cats that snuck in, well, that night I'd heard that Tomitake and Takano's deaths were being kept a secret. Rika might not have known about it. Tomitake and Takano? I gave a start at the sudden mention of actual names, though it's weird to do that at this point. You should forget about them. My spine froze again. Forget? Yeah. It won't do you any good to remember those 2, Keiichi. The more you think about it, the scarier it will get. so you should forget about them as soon as possible. She said something so enormously terrifying without letting the smile on her face waver at all, so now she doesn't seem so good anymore. I don't know where you heard about it from, but you should forget everything. Make your mind as clean as a scrub bathtub. It's actually that's a not bad saying there. Forget, Rika, you know, don't you? You know how those two died. No matter how they died, it has nothing to do with you, Keiichi. Rika declared this in a flat voice. Nothing to do with me, so forget about it. The girl before me, she was innocent and lovable, and even seemed trustworthy, but suddenly, she took on another dimension. Don't get involved with their deaths. I'll help you. Those two contradictory statements twisted and distorted my image of the girl in front of me. What about Shion? What'll happen to her? It might have been dangerous to mention Shion's name, but I couldn't stop myself from asking. Rika saw through everything anyway. There was no way I was gonna fool her, keep anything from her at this point. The younger of the sister cats? Meow meow? Yeah, the little sister cat. Rika appeared to think about this for a moment. It was hard for me to endure even this momentary silence. The big sister cat is angry. The little sister cat did something bad, so she's really mad. The big sister cat, which is Mion. I recall being questioned by her yesterday. Keiichi, the big sister cat is not in a good mood at all. I think we should leave her alone for a while. Not in a good mood. Those words sent a shiver through me. Dude, I gotta shave. Mion was mad. She was mad that we entered the ritual storehouse. Let's stop having club from now on. Huh? Why? I think we should leave her alone. Rika ended her sentence with such force that I couldn't say anything in response. Hey, Keiichi Maebara. Don't disobey Rika right now. She's the only one who said she'll help me right now. I'll leave things to her just as she said to. I mean, she even said that the cat should just keep meowing. I'll forget everything like she said. I'll leave everything to her. I'll forget everything about Takano, about Tomitake, and what I did that night. Man, I want to know why, because in this conversation, I'm going to be real with you, I was expecting for Rika to go, like, sicko mode. I was expecting, like, her eyes to do the weird, like, inverted thing that Mion's and Rina's have done before. And it just didn't happen, right? And I get a very weird, like, omniscient nature about Rika that, like, she knows too much at all times. Like, I don't know, man. There's just some weird stuff going on. Because you would think, because there's just so many inconsistencies with, like, the theory about the three families being the most, like, demon-blooded. Because if that's the case, why does Rina have, like, that demon side to her? She shouldn't. Unless Rina is a member of one of the families that we're not aware of. Like, if she's, like, an adopted daughter. But, like, we don't know anything about Rina's, like, family. And I don't know. Like, I just... Man, I don't know how to put this. I always thought that Rika was a little bit odd in the sense that, like, it seemed like she knew too much. I mean, the real village idiot of the group is fucking Keiichi and Satoko. They kind of just seem like dumb fucks. I'm sure that Satoko is a lot smarter than I give her credit for. But Keiichi really is the village idiot. He's just a fucking dumb fuck. Man, I don't know. I don't know how to feel about this at all. Like, at all. Because, like, I want to trust Rika because it seems like she's been, like, morally good towards Keiichi for the whole game. But at the same time, like, she also seems a little bit threatening. Like, he just said, like, she has this weird contradiction. I want to know why, like, what's going on with Mion. Because, of course, I am a shrimp. I care about her. And I don't want her to be evil. Whatever. Just then we heard a bell far away, marking the end of our lunch break. I guess we should go back to class. Keiichi. As if she had noticed how miserable I was, about to leave everything to her and flee the scene, Rika called out to stop me. If the misunderstanding dog comes to try and bite the cat, please tell me, okay? The misunderstanding dog, which is Mion, she put it in such a cute-sounding way, but the true meaning... Yeah, like, my fear is that she's gonna do some bad shit. That she's gonna take this into her own hands, and she's gonna be like, Mion, I'm gonna beat that ass. I just don't know how to feel. I feel like there's like a weird, I don't know. I feel like I'm sending so many shots in the dark that at this point, like, some of them are gonna land just because I'm shooting so many. But it feels like there's like some weird, like, internal thing with the three families that's kind of odd. I don't know where Satoko plays into it. I don't know where Rina plays into it. But obviously, Rika and Mion are literally directly members of the family. And I don't trust that Rika won't literally just, like, kill them somehow. She seems a lot more... I don't want to say that she's evil, but, you know, just don't judge a book by its cover, I guess. Quite confusing. Who's the misunderstanding dog? The dog that bit the mare. Oh. I don't know why it did that. If it was going to bite anyone, it would have been the trickster cat first. I'm assuming they mean Mion, not Oishi, because there's only 2 dogs in this situation. The flow of blood in my body felt like it completely stopped for a moment. Rika had admitted it, the sacrifices of the terrible calamity. She admitted that if they were to happen again, it would be Shion or I. So I get this part. She's saying that, like, it doesn't really make sense why it went after the mare. I don't think the dog in this case is necessarily meaning Mion and Oishi. They are dogs in this situation. But I think the thing that it's trying to get at is basically, if there's someone who comes to you who's, like, trying to get you, like, just let her know. I didn't know what was true about the girl standing before me. My suspicion gave way to fear, and nearly began to change into anger. Was she a savior who would protect me, or a stranger trying to capture and kill me for the sake of a horrible tradition? I had no idea what was true. I'm sorry. The cat is already scared, and I said something to scare it even more. I'm really sorry. It's like she can read minds. Rika bowed so quickly, it looked like her head had been pulled downward. Still, she was right. I was cowering. I could distinctly feel my body shaking violently. So when Rika reached her hand out to pat me on the head, I pulled away without thinking. Rika made a very sad face, but I couldn't bring myself to put my head out for her again. All these metaphors, all these symbolisms. That day, Rika said she wasn't feeling up for club activities, so suggested we don't even bother. There's always vetoes when someone doesn't feel up to it. Rena and the others seemed really disappointed. The big sister cat is not in a good mood. I remember Rika's words and quietly stole a glance at Mion's expression. Now, the funny thing is, however, we have to watch her speaking very quickly, very closely. She's referring to these dogs, yet she refers to Mion and Shion as cats. So if that's the case, it would seem that Mion is not a guilty party, according to Rika, who seems to be some weird all-knowing creature. If I could forget the way she questioned me yesterday, though, her behavior was the same as it always was. The best girl. Feels fucking bad, man, Mion. I hope we get the romance arc sometime by the end of this game. If they railroad me into Rena, this game is losing at least a few points, okay? After dinner, without the energy to watch TV, I climbed into the futon in my bedroom and let my head be overtaken by gloomy thoughts. I told Rika anything and everything. She had seemed trustworthy at the time, but had that really been the right choice? The more I looked back on it, the less I understood what Rika was saying. Not only did she know about Takano and Tomatake's deaths, but she spoke of them as if she was a concerned party. Well, she is. She's one of the 3 families, right? After all this time in my futon, I began to tremble fiercely. Had I been lured in by Erika's sweet smile and told her things I shouldn't have? I should have continued to feign ignorance. I shouldn't have shown her such a weak side of me. My emotions are a mix of regret and fear, and it colored the darkness of the night with an additional layer of terror. Suddenly a knock! I might have yelped. That's how surprised I was. Keiichi, I've been calling your name for a while. You have a phone call. It's from Sonozaki. It was Dad. I reached out for the cordless phone through the gap in my door. So Sonozaki, which one? The older sister or the younger? I don't know. Ask her yourself. So probably Shion, considering I don't think Mion has ever called you, unless she has, because again, like I was saying, the whole switcheroo meme's going on. But I took the receiver and buried myself in my futon again. Hello? Mion? Or is it Shion? It's me, Shion. Good evening. I practically jumped out of bed. It was Shion, who I had hoped so desperately would call me back last night. Shion, sorry about last night. I got all riled up. I heard what sounded like a deep sigh on the other end. You and me are in the same position, aren't we? I shouldn't have blamed you for everything like that. I'm sorry, so please cheer up. I called you because I'm in a better mood. If you're sorry, then I'll forgive you, so please stop apologizing. Shion's tone still sounded a little angry, but for the moment, she said she'd forgive me. You're right, too. We're tied to the same fate. Making sure the other is alright is the only way to guarantee our own safety. Yeah, I agree. We absolutely need to share whatever... Dude. Okay, look, I'm gonna give a fucking... I gotta go fill my water, so I'm gonna go fill my water, but I'm gonna leave you with this real quick while I go do it. Let's go under the assumption, right, that my switcheroo theory has been right. That's what we're gonna call it, okay? My theory about Mion and Shion, or Mion assuming Shion's position, we're gonna call that the switcheroo theory, okay? If the switcheroo theory is true, imagine if this was Mion right now, saying, we absolutely need to share whatever info we have. As a roundabout way. Huh? It's impossible for us to know, and it's likely just Shion. But imagine it. I'll leave you with that. I'm gonna get a snack and some water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna eat my snack here, so I'm not gonna be talking too much. But I'm gonna read here. Don't know what he means solid saliva, but... You don't say. Mm-hmm. Monka W, what the fuck? Hmm. 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 Dude, look at Shion doing it again. Driving the wedge between Mion and me even harder. Fuck, man. Am I not allowed a happy ending where Mion and I can just hold hands and run off into the sunset? Like... Okay, I'm done my snack. Get back to reading soon. Hmm. Okay, back to reading. From the police's point of view, that'd make us the last people who had seen them. I suppose given that, it's only natural to be interested in us. I evaded the question then too, but that might have just made them more interested. There was no way I could have tricked that sly old fox Oishi. My troubled countenance would have only made him even more certain. Hey Shion, since they're the police, shouldn't we just tell them? I mean, considering our situation, I think having them on our side would be a good thing. Shion didn't answer right away. For a few moments, all I could hear was her breathing as she thought about it. Now that I think of it, Oishi said there was something possibly shady about Mion. At least I think that's what he said. Yeah, he definitely did. As I explained yesterday, the Sonozaki family holds a lot of influence over Hinamizawa. Oishi is under the impression that the whole village, with the Sonozaki family at the center of it all, is responsible for the recurrent freak deaths. The whole village is behind them, with Sonozaki's family at the center. During the Hinamizawa Dam Wars, the priest, who everyone was anticipating to lead the anti-dam movement, acted as though he were unrelated, so the Sonozaki main house rose up to take charge. My sister told you about all the battles that happened, right? Yeah, all of Hinamizawa got together and fought as one. They held protests, brought it to court, and even appeared on TV. In reality, there are many things that happened that were far more extreme. Under the surface, the Sonozaki main house was doing all sorts of illegal things to oppose it. They were acting illegally. For example, they would sneak into the construction site in the middle of the night and steal equipment, or break it, or put sugar cubes in the gasoline tanks. Ooh, that's dirty! I forget what there's something that happens between sugar and gasoline. I forget what I don't even know if it's real. But I think it solidifies it? I forget. All I know is that you can destroy a car's engine if you put sugar in someone's gas tank. I don't know if it's true or not, though. Because it stops it from being a liquid and it makes it like a goo. And it gums up the engine. But yeah, this is sort of a funny meme, though. Not to give you any tips, and this is not me condoning such actions, but if you really wanted to fuck up an engine, you should just pour water in it, right? I mean, gasoline and water don't mix. Non-polar and polar, they're not going to mix together. You could just fuck up. I'm assuming that would fuck it up, but it's just whatever. You didn't hear that from me. Sugar in their gasoline tanks. Why would they? You don't know. It's practically the representative guerrilla tactic. It was used by underground organizations in France in World War II, for one. This is true. They did this to German engines to fuck them up. When you put sugar in, the engine gets burned out and breaks down. It's pretty bad, though, isn't it? It was destruction of property and nothing less. When they beefed up the guard of the construction facility, the family turned to attacking important construction personnel who worked there. The government officials who had given permission for the construction, for example, received all kinds of threats. Not just people from the prefectural office either. Apparently, this reached as far as the Ministry of Construction. As far as I heard, they even kidnapped a child once. What the fuck? Kidnapped? Yeah, the child of an important person in the Ministry of Construction who was in charge of the Hinamizawa Dam got spirited away. Then, one day, all of a sudden, he was rescued in the Takatsuno Mountains, which are upstream from Hinamizawa. Apparently, there were never any criminal accusations, but people whispered that it had been a threat to stop the dam construction from happening. Besides that, there are stories about so many different threats that I couldn't possibly list them all. That's sort of bad, isn't it? So, let's put this here. The head of Hinamizawa are not opposed to underhanded and illegal tactics to win. Shion said they kidnapped a child of a member of the district or something of construction during the dam wars. I'm keeping notes like I'm a detective because I am. I'm gonna solve this game. Right in the middle of this whole thing, the first incident happened. That's when the dismemberment of the construction manager occurred. People whispered the Sonozaki family had bought out the principal offender, but of course he fled and they still haven't found him. When you put it that way, the Sonozaki family definitely seems suspicious. Oishi even seems to think that the criminal was erased, so he wouldn't talk, which is pretty reasonable of him. It seemed enough to make me think that the Sonozaki main house is doing some really shady things behind the scenes, even though I'm related to them. Are you telling me to believe that? The Sonozaki main house, where Mion lives, has done all those bad things. You're telling me to believe it. Even if you don't, Kay, the villagers do. While they oppose the dam in upright and lawful ways, the Sonozaki house did the dirty work for them. Everyone believes that they fought at the front, so they'd take the brunt of the criticism. So they're respected as sort of heroes of darkness. I think I only really know one part of it. For example, the really bad stuff, like the kidnapping. I think only a handful of people even know about it, even Grandma. The Sonozaki family is secretive after all. Secretive, huh? A family so unforthcoming that even Shion, who is related to them, doesn't know everything about them. The Sonozaki family, unlike Shion, her older twin, Mion, was deeply involved with everything. That was not a fun thought to entertain. I believe in Mion, okay? My sister, though young, was the one who acted as the center of the illegal resistance movement. Mion was... What do you mean? Well, our dad is a big shot Yakuza. Even when she was little, my sister managed to subjugate a bunch of young street rats. Then she played all sorts of tricks on them, and just generally got in their way. Mion did that? Now she's pretty laid back, so it might be hard to imagine. She did everything from property damage to threats and even acts of violence, and she was picked up for it countless times. Though she was a kid, they couldn't get her released pretty easily. She learned that her age, she could get released pretty easily. She learned that her age could be used as a weapon. Okay, so let's put this down because I remember they talked about this. Um... It may have been indiscreet, but I couldn't help but chuckle dryly. She may have been young, but she was certainly still Mion. Even back then, she had already been known for her craftiness. It's nothing to laugh about. Please take this seriously. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Shion had gotten pretty angry at me. Well, her delinquency soon got her into a position of authority in the Sonozaki main house. It's not unthinkable that Oishi suspects them for the dismemberment incident and the later ones too. For a few moments, I was dumbstruck at the tales of Mion's past. None of them matched the image I had of her. Yeah, no. She's... Let the shrimp brain be known, okay? Mion is a queen, okay? She would never do something like that, okay? Mion is innocent, okay? I swear on it. None of them matched the image I had of her. A younger Mion dirtying her hands with all sorts of crimes, giving the damn construction project hell. As the successor of the Sonozaki main family, she was always right at the center of the vortex of strange incidents occurring year after year. Was that really the Mion I knew? Maybe the one I know isn't the real Mion. I want the real Mion, straight from the dirt Mion. Wearing a skirt Mion. I couldn't figure it out. I couldn't bring myself to accept these images of Mion I was hearing from another person. Well, back to the main subject. I just want you to know that my sister is someone worth being cautious around. Please be careful. Again, they just want me to not trust Mion. I hate this. Stop it. I didn't want to understand. Mion was a fantastic friend. She would never do something to back me into a corner like that. She did ask me pretty harshly about the night of the festival, but even that, it wasn't like she said it in a mean way or anything. Alright, I'll make sure to be careful. We're sisters related by blood, but within the Sonozaki family, we're basically of a different class. I want you to recognize how distant my position is from hers. Please. The Mion I know wasn't a dangerous person. She joked around, smiled a lot, and was full of passion. Now that I'd realized I held such a view towards her, Shion was telling me to change it. To be careful around the best friend ever. Nah, let's upgrade it from best friend. I think Mion is due for a promotion from best friend. So something greater. To doubt her, the idea was very sad and painful. Now about Oishi. If you think it's a good idea, then I think we should give him the information he needs. I think getting the police on our side will work in our favor. You thought so too, Shion. It's just, at the moment, like I explained, the police have their eyes on the Sonozaki family already. Oishi, in particular, completely believes that they're the masterminds behind the serial incidents. That includes me, of course, so I don't really want much to do with him. I see. Oishi had found out about the Sonozaki family's strife-filled history, and he probably wouldn't be very happy with Shion either. At last I understood Mion's instinctive dislike for Oishi. Probably out in the open at this point, but try not to give my name to him. If you agree to that, then I don't think there's a problem with you telling him anything. I got it. I won't mention your name. The police investigative ability should be quite a reliable weapon for us right now. If Oishi tells you anything interesting, then let me know as well. Yeah, of course. We'll share information and investigate together. Who killed Takano and Tomitake? Who is after us? Until we know, we need to defend ourselves. Anything else? Besides what Oishi told you, I mean. If anything has happened, no matter how minor, please tell me. Besides from my discussion with Oishi? I mean, the Rika encounter, you dumbass. Oh. Should I tell her that I revealed everything to Rika? Rika was acting like she knew something I didn't. She told me to leave it to her, but what? Ah, that's right. When I was talking to her, I mentioned Shion's name too. Was that a mistake? I felt like Shion would get angry. Nothing else? Okay? I remained quiet for a little while, so Shion encouraged me to speak, unable to bear the silence. As I struggled with what to say, Shion addressed me instead. It doesn't sound like it, so can I ask you something? I just heard this myself. Is it true that old man Kimiyoshi went missing? The old man Kimiyoshi. My gut told me that was the name of the mayor. You mean the mayor? Wait, Shion, you haven't heard? I don't know anything. I just overheard my dad talking about it on the phone again. I realized I shouldn't have said that. Here in Hinamizawa, the things that happened around this time, when Oyashiro's curse would recur, would all be covered up. Yeah, actually last night after a meeting he didn't come home, so all of Hinamizawa was confused. They searched all through the village, but if they found him, then I haven't heard. The police should be searching for him as well. But why didn't you tell me something that important right away? She shouted angrily at me, bringing all her emotion to bear. Sorry, I thought you already knew. I didn't want to hide it or anything. The receiver was silent. Did Shion get mad again and hang up? Hey, Shion, hello? Okay. What should I do? Shion's tiny, confused voice sounded like it belonged to a different person than the one yelling a few seconds ago. What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right? Shion hesitated for a while, but then she confessed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it. It's just that, well, the conversation got turned around and... We're on the same side, right? I won't get mad, so tell me honestly. Shion still hesitated for a few moments. Then in a resigned voice, she continued. Old man Kimiyoshi, I told him everything. Shion seemed to think I would yell at her right after she said that, so I heard her catching her breath. Contrary to what she thought, I was a little relieved. Shion did the same thing I had when I confessed everything to Riko, so in as gentle voice as I could, as to not set her off, I responded. Old man Kimiyoshi. He's someone you feel comfortable confiding to, Shion. Yeah. He would when I was little. He was really nice to me. Shion felt the same pain as the rest of us from the mayor's disappearance. She had a different kind of strength from Mion, and as she continued, her voice sounded truly sad and pained. All I did was play tricks on him, but he would always just smile. He listened to anything I had to say. He was such a kind person. Calm down, Shion. It's not like he's dead, right? Don't lose heart so easily. Shion didn't answer. Even as I said it myself, I didn't think we'd ever find the missing mayor again. We probably would never figure out if he was alive or dead. Shion must have been thinking the same thing. That night, I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also that someone saw us and was out to get us. Does the mayor know how absurdly Takano and Tomatake died? Yes, he knew about it. I told him that they died by Oyashiro's curse, and that I could be made a sacrifice to calm his anger. Oh, you're so dumb. You're so dumb. You're so dumb. You're so dumb. This is why Mion's better than you. Dude. This stupid bitch. You know what the mayor did? The mayor took the initiative. And I bet you he literally yoinked himself. I think that's literally what they're telling me right now. The mayor literally yoinked himself because he would offer himself as a sacrifice instead of letting Shion do it. One sec here. Okay. Yeah, he knew about it. I told him that they died by Oyashiro's curse and that I could be made a sacrifice to calm his anger. I just said it straight out. Right, what then? Old man Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled and told me that if I was properly sorry about it, there was no way I'd be demoned away. He was really smiling, and he told me to leave it to him. Good going, Shion. This is why your sister's better. Dude. Connor, if you're still here, if Mion's gonna be the villain, I might actually cry. I mean, she might be the villain in this chapter because they were very hard insinuating it, but man, if they make her the villain of this whole game, I'm actually gonna make it really hurt. I'm gonna cry. Until Shion stopped sobbing, I was unable to find any words for her. I couldn't imagine what kind of person the mayor was, nor what Shion's relationship with him was like. Words of comfort, however, mean so much to us when we're about to be crushed by anxiety. Today, Rika taught me that too. If someone who gave me such a sense of security were to disappear, then I guess I could then I could guess what kind of shock Shion was in. It's my fault. Because I revealed everything. Stop it, Shion. It's not your fault. No, it is my fault. I told him everything. Old man Kiyoshi found out about everything. So he had to be killed. It was right after I told him after all. He disappeared the same night that I confessed. He told me everything was gonna be alright. Yeah, he found out, and then he... Yeah, dude, I know these are kids, but fuck me, they're stupid. I should never have told him all this. It should have just been only our fault. Only the four of us. It wasn't that I should have told someone else. He got killed because I told him. He got killed because he knew. He got killed because I revealed it. Hey, stop. If they were doing that, then they would obviously have killed you before killing the mayor. The order is all wrong. You or I should have been killed first. Why the hell would someone else get killed first? No, it's an order. They must be planning to kill us all. Us last of all. What? They're not killing the first people who come to mind. They're starting by killing those we're close to, and then after they've caused us so much pain, they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. I said calm down. Shion, you're in shock. You're panicking. The mayor's disappearance has nothing to do with you. No, it definitely does. I think the mayor offered himself up. Because I don't think the demons care necessarily who it is, as long as they offer themselves up. One sec. My one friend's being a fucking dumbass. Like... Ugh. It's not related to Tanako, or Takano, and Tomitake dying at all, either. My words came out as a scream, as if I were shouting them at myself. No, it is connected. It just has to be. I told him so he was killed. He got killed because he knew it. I confessed him so he got killed. I don't think that he got killed. I think he committed. She repeated the same thing as before, as though she were in delirium. Despite my trying to console the crazed Shion, for some reason the shadow at my feet began to freeze. In that shadow, a cold arm reached out. So cold it seemed like it would freeze even my heart just by touching me, and grabbed my ankle. The heat generated by my body, the arm was absorbing it. It was a horrible chill. A freezing cold. Numbingly frigid. It was an inviolable chill of fear. Inviolable? I don't know if it was inviolable or inviolable.
Inviolable.
Inviolable. I had it right the first time. Though I sympathized with Shion, I had been naive in thinking it was something only she had to worry about. In my head, Shion's eerie words repeated again and again. He was killed because I told him. He was killed because he found out. I confessed everything, so he was killed. Those words echoed through my head like a monotone mantra, and finally, those even repetitions took on meaning. The quiet shaking that had already overtaken me turned into a violent shiver that shot up my spine. Rika! It's Rika. What? What did you say just now? Well, the truth is, I told her about it. I told Rika, today. Rika, you mean Rika? The one from Furude Shrine. Yes, Rika. I felt so scared and uneasy that I did it. I told Rika. What did she say? The cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure. She turned into corpse husband. That's what Rika said. She smiled. She smiled just like the missing mirror had when you encouraged Shion. I'm sorry, Shion. I'm a bit worried about Rika. Right. If you're that concerned, then don't worry about me. Please go find out whether she's safe. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll call you again tomorrow at the same time. When I do, you'll know I'm still alright. I got it. I'll be waiting. Okay, bye. Sorry. I'm hanging up. This is like people trying to hang up. They're like, okay, I'm going. Yeah. Okay, I'm hanging up. Yeah. Sorry. Okay, yeah, I'm hanging up. Bye. Okay, goodbye. Yeah. Okay, thanks. Goodbye. Yo, I'm hanging up. It's like, just fucking hang up already, man. The danger to Shion and myself was secondary at this point. My sixth sense was blaring alarms in my head. I don't like this feeling. It's really bad. It's definitely bad. Damn it. Please be safe. Rika. I think this is the end of the chapter, probably. Higurashi, when they cry.